Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final 2022 with Matthew Tosh.
Hello from Guildford Cathedral, the Cathedral Church of the Holy Spirit here in Guildford. Of course, this is more commonly known to ringers as Guildford Cathedral, as you just heard me say. You join me at the top of Stag Hill at the west end of the cathedral as ringers from all over the country arrive ahead of today's event. The cathedral is a modern build, having been started in the 1930s and not completed until the 1960s. It's a brick outer construction with characteristic copper flashing on the roofs. It holds a dominant position overlooking the town and, dare I say it, it looks slightly imposing from certain angles. This has been the focal point of 10 bands of ringers across the country for several months, following on from the eliminators that took place in March. But for the local ringers, it has taken almost 5 years to bring this event to fruition, thanks to a global pandemic getting in the way. That means, of course, that this is the first final of the National 12-Bell Striking Contest in 3 years. And you won't be surprised to learn that there is a lot of excitement and a considerable level of nervousness too. And of course, we've got a packed day lined up for you. Not only do we have the test ringing totally uninterrupted, but we also have interviews with some of the stars of the show, the ringers themselves. We speak to the judges and find out how they have prepared and what top tips they have as well. And of course, no competition would happen without the enormous efforts of the local ringers. So we'll be catching up with them and speaking to some of the key people here at Guildford Cathedral. That's all coming up on today's coverage. We've got all the ringing as it happens, the people, the bells, all-important atmosphere, and there are opportunities for you to get involved with this show. More about that in a moment. So welcome aboard. It's lovely to be bringing you live coverage again. Oh, goodness me, I've missed this. And I hope you'll stay with us throughout the day. It's easy. Let us do the work. You just need to listen. We'll bring the competition and atmosphere directly to you.
The National 12-Bell Striking Contest, live from Guildford Cathedral.
I'm going to be honest with you, this does feel a little strange, as it has been 3 years since our last final, but there is also a warm sense of familiarity with the event today. I'm seeing familiar faces around me. There's just so much to look forward to. People gathering in little groups and doing what we do as ringers, standing in lots of little circles. You can just see it on the faces. We've not seen each other for ages, a lot of us. There are people also filing in and queuing to get into the cathedral. They're collecting their passes for the day and gathering at the West End doors, feeding into the cathedral to fill the pews in readiness for that all-important draw, which will be happening in from 11 o'clock onwards. And that seems a good time for me to tell you about what's coming up and when. Now, I know that if you are a regular, then you'll know most of this, but we do have people listening for the first time, including relatively new ringers. So if you are new to the 12 Bell coverage, welcome. It's lovely to have your company. So at 11 o'clock, the chairman of the 12 Bell Organising Committee, Mark Bell, will issue the welcome to everyone here. He's going to be joined by Caroline Prescott, who is one of the key organisers amongst the Guildford ringers. Caroline will be giving all the housekeeping instructions to the ringers and supporters here. Mustn't forget the supporters. A lot of bands bring supporters. And I think it's essentially to stop everybody wandering off down the hill, straying into no-go areas of the cathedral or getting lost once that alcohol starts to flow. In fact, behind me I can see people just eyeing up the beer tent as well. Then we move on to the draw, so that we know the order in which the bands will be ringing, and we will periodically remind you of this as we go throughout the day and display that on the screen on the YouTube feed as well. Now, nobody knows the order of the bands yet, and there's always that nervous uncertainty amongst the bands, a sense of anticipation. Are they going to be ringing early on or even first? You know, or will they have to hold out until the last slot around about 4 o'clock this afternoon? Now, the task of alleviating the tension will be down to the Dean of Guildford, who will be drawing the names from the hat and determining that all-important order. After the draw, we will try and get a chat with the Dean before she dashes off and learn a bit more about the detail and history of this rather modern cathedral. It's the most modern cathedral we've got in the UK at the moment. It was finished in the 1960s. You'll also hear how I got on when I met up with the judges earlier this morning before they got locked into their judging chamber. We had a pre-competition chat. You think the ringers are under pressure? Well, let me tell you. Imagine what it must be like for the judges at a competition like this. Well, if you just joined us, my name is Matthew Tosh, and I'm broadcasting live from Guildford Cathedral, just watching somebody's hat being blown off. It's rather windy here at the moment. You might be able to hear that a little bit on microphone. The sun is trying to creep through the clouds at the moment. It is a lot of cloud at the moment. We might be expecting a spot of rain a little bit later, but let me assure you, we've got plenty of spaces to shelter. And we'll be keeping you company throughout the day on this YouTube channel. You can pause it, you can rewind. We'll be keeping you abreast of what is going on. There are 10 teams in the final. 9 competed at the eliminators back in March, with each eliminator sending the top 3 into the final. The 10th team is Guildford. The hosting team always gets a bye into the final. So our teams today, in alphabetical order, this is alphabetical order because we don't know the ringing order yet. These are the teams taking place. The Ancient Society of College Youths, Birmingham, Bristol, Cambridge, Exeter, Guildford, Ipswich, Melbourne, Oxford, and the Society of Royal Cumberland Youths. Now remember, that's the teams in alphabetical order. That's the list. We don't know the order of the ringing yet. We'll be finding that out in just a few minutes' time when we go live to the main body of the cathedral at 11 o'clock to find out what is going on there. Now, once that draw is done, the first team will enter the ringing chamber at 11:30 to start their practice. And from then on, the day runs pretty much like clockwork, and I really mean clockwork, unless I've just given it, done a Murray Walker and given it the kiss of death. But the timing's really important because the rules state that the bands have to be in changes by a particular time. So the way we do this is we've got synchronised clocks. The ringing chamber, the cathedral nave and the judges are all working to synchronise time. And if a team is not in changes by 45 minutes past the hour or 15 minutes past the hour, if they enter the tower on the hour, that is, then they can be disqualified. So they've got 15 minutes maximum, and then they have to be in change before that 15 minutes is up from the moment they step in. We'll probably talk a bit more about the rules as we go through the day. Now, you can keep an eye on the actual competition time, because if you look at your YouTube screen now, in the top right-hand corner of the screen, in the red box, that is the local time. So even if you're watching on a delay, you've got a weak internet connection, or you're watching on a delayed stream, or watching it not live, you can see the actual local competition time. That is time here in the UK. Now, what are the teams going to be ringing? The test piece is 252 changes of Stedman sinks. It's a touch, not a plain course, and this touch has 7 calls in it, 5 bobs and 2 singles, so it's fairly busy and guaranteed to keep the teams focused. That's the whole point, isn't it? It's competition. And we'll be hearing about the structure of the touch a little bit later, including some things for you to listen out for. That's what we like to do. We like to give you a little pointer. So there's some bits you can listen out for in those touches as well. You can hear how it evolves. Now, with all competitions, you can never really predict how long it will take the judges to deliberate and come to their conclusion. We would normally expect this to be around about 6 o'clock this evening, UK time. But, you know, if they've got a difficult one to do, then it may take them a little bit longer. But we will keep you posted on that as we go through the day. And just remind you, all those times are British summer time, so if you're elsewhere on the globe, you'll need to make some adjustments. And just remind you, you've got that clock in the top right-hand of your screen. Now, let's cast our minds back to 3 years ago, to the final moment at Exeter Cathedral, and remind ourselves of that moment when the judges announced the winners.
Third place with 79% was Team J.
The College Youths.
So in second place with 82%, Team H.
Well, an extraordinary reaction, as you may imagine here. People jumping up and down and hugging next to me. Absolutely phenomenal reaction from people here in the cathedral.
Birmingham.
So the winners with 85% were clearly Exeter.
Well, you don't need me to say how that's gone down, the reaction here in the cathedral. Many people on their feet now, applauding the efforts of the Exeter ringers. Well, that was the result from Exeter Cathedral in 2019 when the home team headed off. Stiff competition from Birmingham. It was pretty tense during those results, as the emphatic cheers no doubt showed there. So Birmingham, although often hailed as favourites, they're not necessarily infallible. But let's not forget that everybody has had 3 years break from a final like this. There have been changes to bands right across the contest. New faces, new talent, and this all makes for an extremely exciting and potentially unpredictable final. Now, we'll be bringing you this coverage totally uninterrupted throughout the day. And I'd be interested in your thoughts on this and anything else that you'd like to comment on as we go through the day. I'm particularly interested to know where you are listening. Have you arranged a little gathering? Have you got yourself ensconced alone under the stairs? Are you on a bus? I don't think many people will be on trains today. We won't talk too much about that. Maybe you're overseas and in a different time zone. Have you got your entire house listening? Are you ringing today? We want to know what you're up to. Or do you want to send a message to the team or have your name read out on the show? We can do that for you. It's not a problem. Here are the details on how to get in touch.
Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you. So why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's Ringing and Chat. Tweet us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Who's your favourite to win this year then? Are you supporting a particular team? Are you a first-time listener to the final? That's okay. It's not a reason not to get in touch. Our coverage is for all ringers. I really mean that. So whatever your level of experience, go on. Get in touch. Drop me a line. I'd love to hear from you. Do the social media thing. I really would like to hear from you, and you'll get a mention on air. If you just listen behind me, you can hear in the background, the cathedral is filling up with lots of ringers, and there are smiles all around. Lots of people nodding. I see the people saying, "Oh, hello, not seen you for a long time," just nodding across the cathedral. It's a full-on social experience, and hopefully you'll be able to see some familiar faces as well on the screens if you have been to these events in the past. I should say a big thank you because this broadcast this year would not be possible without the generous support of our sponsors, who are Avon Ropes, Big Wilf's Muffles and Go Pensions. And of course there is a team working with me to make this broadcast possible. I'm really pleased to have Gareth Lawson alongside me as my producer. Matt Thusey is providing the visuals that you see on the YouTube stream. Our content producer is Robert Convey and is managing our studio guests and basically keeping us all in check. And I should also say a huge thank you and big hello to Pete Spain, the new member of the team, who is our broadcast assistant this year. So, just to remind you, we've got the 10 teams. We are about to go live to the cathedral, the nave, and hear the draw. I can see Neil Buswell standing with a hat. Caroline Prescott is standing by with all the housekeeping information. And we're just waiting for the Dean to appear, and Mark Bell as well. So these are all the people that will be involved in the draw. You will hear the draw live as it happens, and you also see the pictures of the people involved on our YouTube stream. Mark Bell just taking a position up at the microphone. So any moment now we will have the draw.
Hello everybody and welcome to Guildford Cathedral. It's great to be back for the 12 Bell contest. As well as welcoming you here today, I'd just like to give a few announcements and information. So the judges today, the chief judge is Julia Cater, assisted by Tom Hinks and Alex Riley. The strichometrists are David Richards and Craig Robertson. During the contest today, a sound feed will be taken from the microphone in the belfry, and the strichometer will be available to the judges in their deliberations. We need to be quick through this, the draw and the introduction, so I would like to hand over to the Dean of Guildford, the Very Reverend Diana Williams, who will welcome us here today. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. This is such an exciting day. We've been looking forward to it. Well, I've been looking forward to it since Chris Rogers, our tower captain, said, could we please offer for 2021? And then, of course, we know what happened in 2021, and here we are in 2022. So it's an absolute delight to welcome you to this competition today, to Guildford Cathedral, to the site. I hope you enjoy all the hospitality that there is, and the organising committee has worked so hard to make sure that we all have a really, really great day. Of course, you're going to expect me to say this, and all of you, your vicars and deans, would say this as well, but we have the best band in the country. Guildford does, so sorry about that. We really do, and I know that you, like them, have been tireless in stepping up to the mark. I know our band, nothing is too much trouble. Going up, muffling, ringing for something, someone has a bright idea, mostly me, and there's always, they'll pull out the stops and call people to worship, celebrate or lament, and I just couldn't be more proud to be associated with them. They're absolutely fantastic band, and so they join me in welcoming you here to Guildford. Have a fantastic day, and may the best team win, obviously.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to hand over to Caroline Prescott of the Guildford Band, who's just going to run through some of the housekeeping for today. Thank you.
Hi. Just said to Neil, this is so scary, so I'm just like not even going to look at you because there's too many people. Just to let you know, programmes are available down at the end, the doors you came through. Hard copies are £1. There's a QR code to get a digital one for 50p if you'd like that. You can do that afterwards. Wristbands will be required to get into the beer tent, 50p, blue for adults, little yellow ones for the children. Toilets, Seasons behind the cafe, or there's some portaloos in the north car park. If you need a volunteer, so all the volunteers, most of them are wearing these burgundy shirts. All the volunteers have got these lanyards on, so if you've got any questions, any concerns, just approach them. If they don't know, they'll be able to find somebody who can answer your questions. Souvenir glasses can be bought, but not used on the green. So if you want to buy one, we'll take your name and then you can just collect them later, okay, whenever you need to go. Beer, wine and cider is available in the marquee. These can be consumed in the marquee on the green, not in the wider cathedral area and not in the cathedral, okay? First aid, there's trained first aiders on the green. They can help you with any concerns you might have. There will be a children's play area set up, hopefully if the wind settles a little bit. But just to let you know, it's not a supervised area, so any children playing there and using the games and the things that are out, parents just make sure that they're under some sort of supervision. Thank you. The judges are using a live feed down this end of the cathedral, so if you are around that end, try and keep the noise to a minimum. That will be helpful. I think that's it. Anything else?
Thank you, Caroline. So some housekeeping things from my point of view. Each team, after the draw, can they gather by the internal entrance in the south aisle, that's just over here, 15 minutes before their allocated ringing time that will be determined by the draw and shown on the screen and then pinned up to the board next to Matt's child over here. The first team that's drawn first to ring should go straight to the internal entrance and make their way up the tower after the draw has been completed. All the other teams, please could all of the band members come and sit in the front rows of the nave here. You will have your photos taken, the team photos, in the children's chapel, which is just this chapel in the south aisle here, straight after the draw, please. So all the teams, apart from the first team who will go up the tower, all the other teams come and assemble at the front of the nave, please. The first team will have their photograph taken after they have rung. The conductors of each band, please could you come forward immediately after the draw to talk to me up here to be briefed on the contest procedures. We can't start the contest without you. So now I would like to ask the Dean to perform the draw.
Birmingham.
That's Birmingham ringing first.
Society of Ringing College. No, it's not. It's SRCY.
Society of Royal Cumberland Youths.
Ipswich.
Ipswich ringing third.
Oxford.
Oxford ringing fourth.
Bristol.
Bristol ringing fifth.
Exeter.
Exeter ringing sixth.
Guildford.
7th will be Guildford.
ASCY.
Ancient Society of College Youths, ringing 8th.
Melbourne.
Melbourne, ringing 9th.
I wonder who it could be. Cambridge.
Cambridge, ringing 10th. Thank you very much. So the team should be shown on the screen. Again, 15 minutes before assembling for the bands. All the conductors, please come to see me now. Good luck, everyone.
So there we have it. That's the all-important draw that has been taken place. Just to recap that for you, the times I give you will be the times that the teams go into the tower, and they have to be in changes 15 minutes by 15 minutes after their allocated time. So the first team going in at 11:30 will be Birmingham, followed by the Cumberlands at 12 o'clock. Ipswich go into the tower at 12:30. Oxford are in at 1 o'clock, followed by Bristol at 1:30. Exeter go in at 2 o'clock. Remember, they are the reigning champions. They won it when we had this competition final 3 years ago. Guildford go into the tower at 2:30. We've got the college youths going in at 3 o'clock. 3:30 is Melbourne, and the last team, that graveyard slot, that really tough slot, going in at 4 o'clock is, of course, Cambridge. What do you do? How do you maintain that level-headedness before that happens? This is all going to come out during the day. You're going to hear the ringing live and uninterrupted as it happens. And you know, as I'm talking, I'm getting so many ringers just going past, waving, saying, "Oh, hello, not seen you for ages." And we're going to talk to the Dean of Guildford Cathedral right after this.
Go Pensions is delighted to sponsor this year's National 12-Bell Final. Chris Stanley and the team wish all bands the best fortune with their test piece. Strong rounds in the tower and then in the bar. May your ringing be grand and be heard from afar. Strike well in the roll-ups and down through the middle. And when it sounds good, just give it a wiggle. Don't think of your pension or retiring just yet. If you do, you may stray, and a dodge you'll forget. Hold your nerve to the end, make sure it comes round. Be proud of your ringing, a magnificent sound.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12-Bell Striking Contest with Matthew Tosh.
Well, I am standing in the throngs of the cathedral. It's very busy, lots of nervous faces, excitedness, but I'm really pleased that we've got the very Reverend Diana Williams, who you've just heard doing the draw. She's with me here now. Hello.
Hello, Matthew. Really nice to be here.
It is. And, I mean, just looking at here, have you seen this many ringers in one place at any one time before?
Well, we have been looking forward to this for years because, as you know, we had to postpone it from 2021. It's fantastic seeing so many people on a Saturday. We'd be full, but not this full, and all for one purpose, to hear some excellent ringing.
And this is quite an unusual cathedral as cathedrals go in the UK. Most of the places we're going to are incredibly historic buildings, very, very old buildings. This is a very modern cathedral, isn't it? Well, tell us a little bit about the history of it.
It was completed in 65, but it was actually consecrated in 61. The last cathedral to be built after the Reformation, from start in the 30s, with the new diocese starting in 27. So we started in 39, the war stopped for a bit, it started again in 52, 200,000 people bought a brick, and here we are.
Tell me about that, because I've read about this buying a brick thing, so it was a kind of way of raising funds, was it?
After the war, when building could start again in 52, all the original money had, of course, gone, and it was never enough to start. And Eleanor Iredale, who is a formidable woman, I understand, launched a Buy a Brick campaign, and so people from all over the country and now all over the world signed their name in pencil on a brick, and it's in the body of the cathedral now.
It's extraordinary, and I think also for me, it's almost like the cleanliness, how clean and bright the interior is of this building. And I was really surprised, I'll be honest, because I grew up in Coventry. We've got a fairly modern cathedral there. The acoustics aren't brilliant in Coventry Cathedral, I'll be honest, but the acoustics in here are fabulous.
And that's one advantage of being able to have a building from the beginning. And the building does have its own voice. Sir Edward Morph, who designed it, didn't put any electricity in, not electric light, not electric speakers, nothing at all, because he wanted the building to have its own vision. And we have actually put in some sound reinforcement, as you can imagine. But it's a wonderful acoustic to be in, and it's lovely and light, because also he designed it to be without dark stained glass windows. So it's beautiful.
It is a shame sometimes, because there are some extraordinary stained glass windows across the country, but they do have that unfortunate habit of blocking some of the daylight coming in, and it's natural light. And actually, one could argue that you're more economically or more environmentally friendly by using the daylight.
I think that may be more by luck than judgment, but yes, we are, and we have underfloor heating, which was state-of-the-art in '61, and it's still going. So with our LED lighting, yeah, we're on the way. Thank you.
Let's talk about the life of the cathedral, if we may. The bell ringers, how important is it for you to have an active band of ringers like you've got here?
For me, it's so important. In our exhibition room, we've got 3 panels dedicated to the bell ringers, both to the history of the bells, but also the calling of people to worship and the telling of the town that worship is taking place, or that if it's muffled bells, that lament is taking place. We're recognizing that we're one of 42 cathedrals across the country, so a family of cathedrals ringing at the same time, day in, day out, pretty much in the high season. But our band, every other person would say this about their band. Our band are fantastic. Nothing is too much trouble. They facilitate tower tours, to make them available to anyone who might be interested. And that calling people to worship, we really, really missed that during COVID, when we weren't allowed to ring. And that's even to hear neighbours saying that when the bells really hack them off, to have neighbours saying, I really missed the bells.
Isn't that lovely? And it's actually one of the reasons I wanted to ask that, because it's been an incredibly tough period. You've been very proactive in going online with your services or the streaming system, some of which we're making use of today. So if you're watching at home, we're using the system that the cathedral's been using. How does it feel to see the building really coming to life again? What's that journey been like?
This has been fantastic. We are starting to come to life again. People are gaining confidence, I think, to go out of their homes. Lots of people lost confidence, and we're just not sure what we're supposed to do when we go out. And so to find visitors having more confidence, our staff have been fantastic, because we've just carried on. As you know, live broadcasting, and we've had some wonderful recordings of our bells to be able to put against some of our broadcasts, and that's been really nice too. So we've also brought the bells into our worship, even when we don't have any microphone in the tower regularly.
That's so cool to hear. You were making use of those on the broadcast. And the cathedral, a place like cathedral, any place of worship, really has an important role to play when we're going through a difficult period like a pandemic. What's the feedback been like from your congregation here?
For many people like me, we lamented the fact that we were told to close, because we're huge buildings, and that personally, I think that was an error in judgment, but we didn't know what we were doing, and so for safety won. So to be able to have the building visible on the hill, for us, where a hill, you can see it for miles and miles. We were able to light up on Thursday for NHS during that time. We've been able to, our cafe produced 700 meals a week for the NHS at the peak of COVID. And we did what we could do, and because of social media and the broadcast, we were able to tell people what we were doing. So our congregation was able to support, even though they couldn't be here physically. And we gained lots more companions of Guildford Cathedral who are now members, although they live in Auckland or Newcastle.
Your global reach is growing, and hopefully we're adding to that today as well with our broadcast.
Or, and if not, why not, people? I think this is absolutely fantastic.
Well, listen, I hope you're able to absorb some of the atmosphere and hear some of the ringing today. Diana Gwilliams, Dean of Guildford Cathedral, I can remember where I am now. Thank you so much for talking to us. Where are you heading next?
Or I'm heading next, I think I'm going to head outside.
Lovely. Thank you so much for talking to us. That is the very Reverend Diana Williams there, Dean of Guildford Cathedral. Now, the task of doing the judging falls to three very important people. We're going to hear from the judges in a moment. We've just got a little break first.
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest.
The ropes being used today at Guildford Cathedral were made by Avon Ropes at their rope walk in Bristol. Avon Ropes manufactures full-size and mini ring ropes. We even make light pull bell ropes, which make a great gift or addition to your home. We provide a 2-week repair service, extending the life of used bell ropes by adding new machined spliced tail ends, repairing failed sallies and replacing worn top ends. Avon Ropes is pleased to support the 12 Bell broadcast.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2022 with Matthew Tosh.
Well, the all-important job of deciding who the winning team is falls to three people who have locked themselves, or been locked, in the Cathedral Chapter House. It's an octagonal room with the most amazing acoustics. I don't know, we're going to try and get some pictures of that at some point during the day. I had a little chat with them this morning when they were fresh-faced, beaming and sipping on their coffees. Here's what they had to say. I'm now here with the judges. Julia Cater is Chief Judge. We've got Tom Hinks and Alex Riley as well. Smiling as well this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
How does it feel? We're back at a real ringing event.
It's lovely to be back. It's lovely to come back from years, those years where there couldn't be a 12 bell, and to actually be with everyone, and we're really looking forward to the day.
Yeah. Now, Julia, you are heading up the operations, Chief Judge. Have you had any say on how the team, the three of you, are going to be working? What sorts of conversations have happened ahead of today?
Oh, yeah, very much so. I think the rest of the 12 Bell committee sort of trust me and allow me to make the decisions, although I have to say my style is quite facilitative. So I discussed with Alex and Tom how we wanted to do it, but the way we're going to be playing it today is two of us will be doing row by row fault marking, and one of us will be standing back and doing slightly more of a helicopter view of the ringing, so a sort of slightly more impression scoring. So
really
that's
interesting.
How we're going to do it.
Yeah. And are you going to change those roles? Are you keeping those fixed roles
fixed
roles
definitely.
for the day? I think
you get into a groove, although it's really quite exhausting to do the row by row fault marking. You get into a groove, actually, so it's much better to stay consistent.
And why is that important to take those two approaches? For someone who's listening to this event for the first time, Alex, taking that row by row first of all, what are you looking for there in those row by rows?
You're sort of looking for accuracy, blow by blow. You're trying to see whether the bells are forming even rows, or whether they're clipping each other, whether they're crunching, or whether the rows are turning out fairly neat. I think the alternative with the helicopter approach is that you can get a broader view of the rhythm that's being created.
Yeah, and that kind of overall artistic impression. And a comment I often get from people, they'll comment, the ringing was too fast, the ringing was too slow. How important is the pace? And are you judging the pace? Do you penalise fast ringing, slow ringing?
I think it's really important to emphasise that the speed at which teams ring will not affect their ranking. So different bands will approach, particularly these bells, in many different ways. I think we're expecting quite a wide range of different approaches. Some bands will want to really push it along, others will sort of hold the pace back a little bit. We are looking for high quality ringing, and the pace at which bands choose to ring might affect how easy they find it to attain that, but it won't affect our kind of decisions about that impression. So when thinking about the ranking of the teams, any kind of approach that produces good ringing is a good approach.
I can hear people shouting now, well, our local branch striking competition, the judge said we went too quickly. But it's really interesting to hear you say that. Now, I'd like to get into the head. What is it like in the room where you are? You're going to have a technician with you, you've got a speaker. What do you have in front of you, each of you?
Well, we have an A4 sheet of paper, which is pretty much just like gridded blank paper, and it's got the actual test piece written out on it. So we basically see the bells.
Row by row?
Row by row written out, and then it's got a little empty box at the end of each row for us to write our score in.
So do you have to put some sort of, do you create your own sort of annotation system and things like that?
Yeah. I mean, I think we're all operating, or most people that do the judging operate on in effect a 4-point scale: 0, 1, 2 and 3. That's kind of a fairly standard approach.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have to make sure that you put a mark in at the end of each row, and then you simply add them up at the end.
So that, to me, is saying it's almost justifying why you've got someone doing the helicopter row, because if you're so focused on each individual row, you're analysing each individual row, isn't there not a risk that you get so focused on the rows you lose that bigger picture?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's exactly why we're doing it. You can, I mean, when you are doing row by row, you do get a little bit of a sense of the sort of the frustration of the beat, but you know, it's so much better to have someone else focusing on a much wider picture as well, I think.
Yeah, interesting. Let's talk about the touch. So it's 252 changes of Steadman sings. How was the composition arrived at? Is it doing particular things to try and stretch the bands?
I guess so, yes. The first course end is a cyclic course end, which is something that's not typically rung in Steadman.
We should probably explain what that means. For we may have beginners listening to this, you see.
So that means that that it's a rotation of rounds, in a sense. So the course end ends with the bells 4 through to 9 running consecutively, followed by the tenor. Usually in Steadman, you try to keep all of the back bells together at the end of a course, but we're moving them around a bit in this one.
So we have back bells moving around, little bells in between those as well. I was just looking down the touch. That really is going to test people. And the reason I mention that is there's a psychology of that ringing chamber, isn't there? Tom, you were talking about the pace of the ringing. It's such a large ringing chamber. But we have to remember, it's only a 30 weight 12. It's not necessarily very heavy in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and I think the vast distance between, say, bell number 4, where the ringer of the 4 is, and the ringers of 11 and 12, psychologically is similar to other places like Winchester, which is obviously Julia's home turf originally. But yeah, places like that, it does affect psychologically what the bands choose to do, and I think that's one of the things that's going to be really interesting about today, is to see how the bands address that challenge.
Interestingly. Then you've gone through all your bands. I mean, presumably they'll allow you a toilet break and feed and water you at some point.
Just about.
Hopefully. Yeah.
But it isn't, you have to think of all that housekeeping stuff, because it's such an intense process doing the judging. How is that time used between each band? Obviously you've got your own housekeeping. What are you doing in those moments between each band?
It's supremely tight. There's no room for faff at all. So basically you add up your faults, and we're piling them into a spreadsheet, and the score from the strikeometer feed goes in as well. So we end up with 4 data points, and it tells us about how we've all individually, or 4 if you like, if you view strikeometer as the 4th judge, how we've all ranked the different bands. And if there's a discrepancy between any of us, it enables us to then talk about that. And then we need to be sharing our views as to what we thought of the ringing. So really by the end of the 15 minutes, because we basically get 15 minutes before we're on again, by the end of the 15 minutes we need to have got a common consensus of what we think of the ringing, roughly where it fits within the hierarchy of all the other bands and the ranking of all the other bands, had whatever comfort breaks we need and refresh and done our stretches or whatever, and we're on again. So it's because basically you do not get time once that team's gone to go back and talk about it. You have to do it there, so it's 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So
is that when you're starting to put your notes together for the comments at the end? It is. They're written in that moment then.
Yeah. It's. I mean, it's if you try to leave it to the end, writing comments and trying to remember what what you thought about team 1. If you leave it right to the end of the day and you've done 9 other teams, it's just impossible. So you need to kind of stay on that side of things as well. And when I'm taking the kind of overview approach, one of the things I see kind of that role being is also around thinking about kind of crafting those comments early, so that so that hopefully at the end of the day the whole process of getting the results ready and everything else like that can be as efficient as possible.
Because we know what it's like. We don't want to keep the participants hanging on, gone 6 o'clock really, waiting for the judges.
No, of course.
They want their results.
So we can say they're just doing their yoga at the moment because they've been sitting in their chairs all day. They've got stuck in a position.
They're doing their stretches and meditating for 30 seconds.
Let's talk about that time, because it's an unknown, it's a mystery for some people. What goes on after all the teams have done. Now the judges are doing their deliberations, but what sorts of things are coming up, and what are you doing to try and help arrive at a consensus?
Well, to be honest, in all the judging that I've done, it's actually relatively rare if everyone agrees on the ranking. So usually you end up listening again to some of the teams. Sometimes it will be just a little snippet just to make sure, and sometimes you actually need to listen to pieces again. So in that sort of, once everyone's finished and you're waiting for the results, you might find that, we're doing a whole another set of marking again. It does happen. And it's not because it's a worry, it's just because we want to make sure that we've got it right. If that doesn't happen, then, we might have a little bit of a pint in the etched glasses that we're hoping are waiting for us. And we're all good to go for 6 o'clock.
Yeah, brilliant. Anybody listening to you talking here will understand immediately just the gravity. And I don't say that to kind of worry you, but it is an important task. You clearly take pride in what you do. That's coming across in the way that you're talking, and also the smiles. And it's so important. Can I just ask, for people who are embarking on judging for the first time, are there any tips, particularly when it comes to giving feedback at the end of the day to the teams, so you don't sound like a harsh examiner? What tips would each of you have? We'll start with you, Alex.
I think the main thing is not to pick individual bells out too critically, because I think you could quite easily pin the blame on certain members of bands, and it might not go down too well.
Can't say fairer than that. Julia?
I would go further than that and say only pick out bells in praise.
Okay, yeah.
But I think I always try and give something developmental when I give feedback. It doesn't matter if it's a sort of local District 6 bell or if it's here, actually. You try and give some kind of developmental tip about next time, try and think about X or Y, whatever it is.
Yeah, bit of constructive feedback. Tom, any tips from you?
Yeah, I think it's quite helpful to think about it in a sort of slightly collegiate sort of way, because it's easy for us to forget, perhaps a bit as judges, that we ring on 12 as well, and that we have to think about our own striking and listen to our own ringing when we're ringing. And I think keeping in mind that we're all in the same boat, and that we've rung in competitions before as well, and I think that sort of feeds into the need to keep the comments kind and constructive and helpful.
Yeah, well, don't forget, if you listen to the judges are human beings as well. They're ringers. They've been through this trauma that people are going through. Just a final thing. What do you think drives people to come to put themselves through this gruelling experience?
Gosh,
that's got you, isn't it? Because they keep.
Yeah.
Is it sheer competitive edge, or is it something else?
The will to win. I don't know.
I think actually the whole process of deciding as a band that you're going to enter, and sort of building up your practices locally in the local community, it raises the standard of ringing across not just that town, but that tower, but the local geography as well. People come together for advanced practices, and they take pride in trying to get better. They maybe listen to their own strikometer results and things. So it's something about raising the whole of the standard of ringing, geographically in the whole of the fraternity, I think.
Going beyond the actual just those 12 ringers in the tower. It was a lovely way of looking at the competition as well. Listen, you three have been absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for talking to us. We wish you the very best of luck today, because we don't underestimate the task that lies ahead of you, but I know you're going to do well. You know you're going to enjoy it, and you were in a really amazing room, the chapter house, a sort of octagonal thing. We would love to try and get a photo of you in there at some point during the day, not during the judging, but there's a master chair, and we have this vision like a judge's bench with Julia in the middle and the minions either side. image. But it is an extraordinary view. There's some great acoustics in there as well. I think you are going to have you're spoilt being in that room. But it's just an amazing building. So Julia Cater, Tom Hinks and Alex Riley, thank you for talking to us, and best of luck with the task that lies ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I've stepped back outside again. I'm in the beer garden. Well, the garden. It's the front garden of the cathedral. They're the West End, where I started the broadcast earlier today, and I'm looking at the beer tent, and I can see people coming out with their pints. They're smiling. The liquid is flowing. The amber nectar is already flowing, and the sun is just breaking through the clouds as well. And it's just a lovely atmosphere. Really, really nice, friendly atmosphere. We've got the Cathedral Cafe just across the green as well. They're serving all of the soft drinks options and all the food as well, which I can see people coming out with. People are having a bit of a brunch here in the gardens. So you just heard me talking to the judges there and getting their lowdown and explaining their process for today. What I find really interesting about judges' interviews is they've all got slightly different techniques, but they're also keen to give constructive feedback, and I think that's really important. So if you're thinking about venturing out to do some judging for the first time, think about how you can help teams to move to that next level and improve, and that's certainly one of the benefits of doing a competition like this, as you heard Julia saying, that impact on the wider ringing community. So we've got some more interesting nuggets. We're going to go behind the scenes, talk to one of the organisers. I'll be back in a moment.
Big Wilf's bell muffles have been manufactured since 2004. We are proud to be the leading manufacturer of muffles, with over 1,000 towers now using our products. The muffles are handmade using leather and use the Velcro fastening that Big Wilf pioneered for a secure fit. All Big Wilf's bell muffles are tailor-made to fit the size and shape of clapper and weight of the bell for a secure, non-slip fit. Big Wilf's bell muffles is pleased to support the 12-bell broadcast at Guildford.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final 2022 with Matthew Tosh.
Oh, it is a pleasure to be here. We're surrounded by people, 3D, real people here at the ringing event. Let me just give you a reminder of the order the teams are going into the tower. If you listen very carefully, you might actually hear some bells in the background. That is because Birmingham have already gone into the tower. They were the ones drawn first. Is it a benchmarking position? Or is it a position where they can do their ringing, get out and then relax for the rest of the day? It's a difficult one to do. So Birmingham are in first. Then we'll have the Cumberlands, followed by Ipswich, Oxford, Bristol, Exeter. Guildford will go in seventh. College Youths, Melbourne and Cambridge. I was just talking to one of the Cambridge ringers. Looking a little bit glum, I won't name them, looking a little bit glum, we've been drawn last and we've got to stay sober all day. So it's just interesting to see just how much of an impact, how much that shapes the day and shapes how people will behave and structure their day as well. Well, as I said, I'm standing in this garden where there's a lot of activity. They've got security guards as well, and there's a reason for that. It's because we're on the top of this hill. We have got the town of Guildford on one side of us. We've got an industrial estate. It's basically an open space. So because we're running a bar here, they've got security operating, and everyone's been given wristbands so that we know who are the bona fide people who can be served. There's a lot of organisation. There are teams of people that are working hard behind the scenes, all voluntary, and that needs a bit of coordination. So I, yesterday, managed to grab a quieter moment, I say quieter moment, with Neil Buswell, who's one of the key organisers here. I've made it into the ringing chamber here at Guildford Cathedral, and I've managed to grab Neil Buswell, who's one of the organisers. In fact, he's the chief organiser. And I'll just say, if you can hear the wheezing sound in the background, that's actually coming from a door. It's not Neil himself. Neil, how are you doing?
Fine, thank you. I think we're all prepared. There's been a lot of planning going on, but we're all ready for the big day.
You're smiling as well. This has been a slightly unusual contest to build up to, hasn't it, with some global issues, has it not?
Very much so. So it's the first final for 3 years. It's 2019. Exeter was the last one. We first started planning to have it here in 2017, so that's 5 years now. So I did a lot of work early on with the cathedral itself and with the cathedral ringers and with the National Contest Committee, and we'd booked in for the 2021 final, so it should have been a 4-year planning operation.
Can I just ask, you mentioned you're doing a lot of work. That's quite a broad term, isn't it? Can you just take us through the journey, you know, when you put yourself forward to even start considering hosting a final? Tell us a little bit about that journey.
It's a big journey. It started off really with talking to the cathedral ringers here, because as well as a contest team of 12 people, we wanted to get a wider Guildford Cathedral band of about 20 to 30 people infused, because we know we'd need lots of their help on the day with volunteering. Then having got them all on board, we talked to the Guildford Cathedral authorities, because we obviously needed to make sure they were all on board, and they're very enthusiastic from very early on, which was helpful.
Was it a case of just saying, look, we want to host this thing, and they came back yes, or did you have to sort of explain what it actually meant? Because it's an unusual event, isn't it?
I did quite a lot of explaining. I did a 2-page, 3-page paper saying what it was all about, the history of the contest, benefits for the Guildford ringers and benefits of the cathedral, and what a big event it would be. Having done all of that and got them on board, it was then a case of approaching the National Contest Committee and asking if we could host some time. And I was one of the committee representatives for Guildford on that committee. They're very enthusiastic about that. They realised Guildford was a great place as a venue for a contest and great bells, and they're very keen on that. So we booked us in for 2021. And of course, with COVID and everything, is a year's delay. So it's turned into a 5-year project rather than 4. So a long, long journey.
It is a long journey, and hopefully worth it as well. So you basically did your homework first here, got the ringers on board, you got the clergy, the cathedral chapter on board, and then you approached the committee to host.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
So having gone through that process, and I'm aware that the live event hasn't happened yet because we're actually pre-recording this the day before. Is there anything you've learned so far that you would like to share with people who are perhaps considering making that first step into hosting either a final or one of the eliminators?
Yes, well, there's plenty to say, really. It is a big, big thing. There's been a lot of planning, a lot of work to get to this stage, but I know the National Committee are really keen to get the Towers to host the final or eliminators and put themselves forward. I think the key things are you need a keen local band of ringers who can be prepared to host the event and do teas and coffees and cakes and whatever and make all the arrangements. You need the local clergy to be on side, because that's obviously a big help. You need bells which are acoustically okay, because the standards of the competition are so high these days. The teams need to be able to hear the bells clearly, so those are the main considerations. But it's not always easy to find towers to host eliminators or finals, so the more the merrier to come forward, really.
Indeed, I guess you've got the other logistics of like transport and parking and maybe, dare I mention, rail strikes to contend with. Your eyes roll when I mention that. But there is that, because it attracts a lot of people, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Well, we looked at the numbers. It's been really helpful, actually, looking at previous finals. The last two at Exeter and Cambridge, the teams there did a brilliant job. And they also did a lot of write-up notes as well, which has been really helpful for us. Exeter perhaps had as many as 1,000 people turn up. So we've been working towards those numbers as a sort of maximum. The fact there's been a 3-year gap, everyone we've been talking to has been saying, yeah, can't wait to get back to 12-bell final. So we were expecting a really huge attendance. The rail strike has not helped us at all. That's really annoying. Some people will be put off, casual people who might have just come along for the day by train. But we've been really infused with so many other people saying, right, we're going to make a weekend of it. We're hiring a minibus, we're hiring a coach, we're going to get there, whatever. So it'll be difficult to estimate the exact final numbers, but we're hoping for a big attendance because we've done a lot of work in the last few years and it'd be good to pay off with a large attendance.
Well, like I say, we've certainly enjoyed working with you in the lead up to this, and if you are considering coming to a 12-bell final, there are a number of people, as Neil said, who make it into a weekend event, and I, for one, can certainly recommend it. Neil, we'll let you get back to your preparations, and no doubt we shall chat to you again later during the event.
Right, thank you very much.
So there you are. You get a glimpse of the kinds of things that need to go on at a higher level. Doing my hand up there when I said higher level, and just doing that homework. Talk to the ringers. Do your homework. Talk to the clergy before you approach the committee. Now, a few of you have been in touch already on social media. I've got a bit of time to read a few of the messages there. We've got Hazel Rotherer has said is listening. Has tweeted us. Charlie Martin says, I'm listening to the National 12 Bell final on YouTube whilst essay writing. Hope the excellent striking will keep me motivated. Keep that writing pace going. That's lovely. Hope we can be give you a bit of a tonic. Hazel's got the essentials in, and actually, let's just have a listen to that. Those trebles. That's the all-important signal to say that Birmingham are ready to do their test piece. So we shall hand over the broadcast to Birmingham.
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest, live from Guildford Cathedral.
There we have it. We are well and truly underway now. That was Birmingham doing their test piece. What did you think? You can let us know. Some of you have already been getting in touch on social media. So we'll be reading out some of those messages as well. So that was Birmingham. The next team going into the tower. In fact, they'll already be in the tower now, waiting. I think they're being held on the balcony. The Cumberlands just going in. So Birmingham will be coming down. They can relax for the rest of the day now, and Cumberlands will be next, and we may hear them doing their practice as well. So just to recap the structure, the teams have about sort of 14 minutes or so in the tower. They have to be in changes. This is in the rules of the competition. They have to be in changes by within 15 minutes. If they're not, they can get disqualified. That is in the rules of the competition. And everything runs like clockwork. We've got clocks all synchronised around, and you can see that in the top right-hand corner of your YouTube screen as well. Peter Harrison says, good evening from Sydney. I'm pleased to hear that the Cumberlands will be starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Australian time. The link to the YouTube broadcast has been posted on the ANZAB Facebook page. So hopefully some more will be listening from down under. If you are down under and you're staying up late this evening, good evening to you. Welcome aboard. It's really good to have you. Thank you for your message, Peter. Laura Goodin is also listening. Enthusiastic bell ringer and woman of mystery greets all her bell ringing friends at the 12 Bell on this chilly winter's night in Ballarat, Australia. This is good. Okay, can we beat that? Okay, let us know wherever you are in the world. Those people have tweeted us at National 12 Bell. We've also got the hashtag 12 Bell as well, which people are using who are here, and also people tweeting the broadcast as well. So you can see what's going on. It's a really good way of staying in touch. In fact, if you do want to get in touch, here's how you can do so.
Get involved with the broadcast via social media and let us know what you think. Tweet us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12. Or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Just before Birmingham went into the tower, we were hearing from Neil Buswell, who's he kind of described himself to me yesterday as the chief organiser of this big operation. It has been 5 years in the making, of course, because of the pandemic, and it seems to be running very well. But there's also lots of volunteers and other coordination that needs to take place, and some rather unusual things as well. I also spoke to Caroline Prescott, who's a key organiser here yesterday. In fact, she's furnished my team here with T-shirts. We've all bought T-shirts to support the funds here. Anyway, I spoke to Caroline yesterday. Here's what she had to say. Organisation is the theme of the day, of course, behind the scenes. Caroline Prescott is with me, and you are one of the key organisers. What has been your role or roles?
So, bit of everything. We've been involved in fundraising, been helping organise volunteers, managing what we're going to do on the day, and just sort of general coordination and supporting the ringers as well.
How many people would you say are involved in this? How many how many volunteers you've got here?
So we've got about 100 volunteers signed up. There's five of us on the main committee sort of trying to coordinate it all, but I think we've got about 100 people signed up to help.
Have they been drawn from the cathedral or local towers? How has that worked as far as you're aware?
Mainly cathedral, local guild, and also we bound a lot of our towers have a boundary with the SRCY Association as well, so we got them involved as well, so sort of cross to association, guild and cathedral.
You mentioned fundraising, and I'm curious about that because it's not something we talk about a lot. We talk about these events coming into places, different towns, different cities across the country, and they sort of just happen. Has there been an element of fundraising needed?
Yeah, that was a real issue that we picked up quite early on when we realised that we weren't going to be able to make money on food and drink. Which would have funded the whole event.
Can I ask why? Is it not controversial, is it?
Well, the cathedral have got their own caterers, and they hold the contract for any event to provide the food and drink on site. So we were a bit scuppered, and we realised that we were going to have to do some fundraising to pay for marquees and just everything that comes with an event like this. So the main target initially was £3,000. Which we thought we had to. So we've had a raffle, we've done an online quiz, during COVID, which was great. And then we've done another quiz night, and there was a tower open day as well. But then in the new year, this year, we found that we were going to actually have the beer tent. So that actually was quite a good safety net. So we knew that we'd be able to fund the event, because we didn't want to have to make a loss. We didn't want the cathedral to have to bail us out. So we wanted it to be just self-funded.
It's quite a difficult one as well, I suppose, from the planning perspective, because presumably you've got, what do you do first? Do you start doing the fundraising, or do you put some tentative quotes? And how far ahead do you start trying to plan this budget?
Right from the beginning. So we very much thought that we needed to know we'd got the money in the bank, so that we could host it. And so we certainly felt much more comfortable once we knew we'd got some money to buffer us. And then you can go and enjoy actually organising it then, because otherwise you're just worrying about money all the time. And we thought, no, we can do this. And like I say, now we've got the beer tent, we're like, yeah, okay, it might be a bit tight, especially with the train strike and people driving, but we'll be encouraging them to have a little drink.
Was there a particular point during the lead up where you thought, we've got this? Can you pinpoint a particular time?
So probably the first online quiz we had, actually, because it was one of the first things. COVID was still rife. It was an online quiz, and it meant, because it was online, we got people from all over joining in, and I think it actually raised just over £1,000. And when we did that, we thought, yeah, okay, we can do this now. We don't need, we knew we'd got a couple of other events in the pipeline, and we thought it seemed achievable. And like I say, it just meant that we could just enjoy organising it rather than worrying about it.
And that's a key thing. It is an event. It's bringing lots of ringers together. It is about enjoyment, because at the end of the day, this is our hobby, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, very much so. And I think even more, because it's not been held for 3 years, we were very aware that we wanted everyone to enjoy it, get together, see everybody. People haven't been together as a group for a long time, so we really wanted to make it a good one this year.
Now, you've talked about the kind of fundraising aspect and all the volunteers involved. What about the ringing side? Because are you involved? Are you ringing in the team? Are you a reserve?
So I'm not in the team, I'm a reserve. I've been to some of the practices, which is always quite a scary thing, because then you get all the scores and all that. So yeah, I'm quite glad just to be a reserve, and hopefully I won't be ringing, because that means the team are all good and fit and healthy, and that's good. I can just hide somewhere.
I like that, just hide, but because there is a potential, I don't call it conflict, but if you're organising and ringing as well, you always have to compartmentalise your brain into ringing mode now, and in organisation mode, I guess.
Although possibly you don't get nervous then, because if someone just says you've got to ring now, okay, I'll just do it, and you don't have to worry about it maybe too much. I don't know.
Yeah, you can get. Are we going to run out of teacups and things like that? Yes. Yeah, brilliant. Listen, I know that listeners will be really finding that useful, particularly if they're thinking about organising their own contest. Just from your own experience, how does this compare to, say, a branch or association striking competition?
Oh, it's huge, just purely from the numbers of people attending. No, it's massive. I can't even believe you guys, your room with all the cameras and the banks and the cabling. It's ridiculous. It's just, whereas a branch one, someone's just sitting there with their pen and paper and doing the marking and stuff like that. But hopefully the vibe will be good.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final 2022.
I love the way that she said it's ridiculous the amount of equipment you've got in there. I think she was just a bit overwhelmed, because she did stick her head into the studio yesterday. Caroline Prescott there, one of the key organisers, and talking about that fundraising thing as well. Sometimes we overlook that there is a budget behind these events, but there's also ringers behind these events. And two very important people have just joined me here in the studio, Oliver Bates and Mark Eccleston. Looking, may I say, gentlemen, rather relieved now that is over. How is that for you?
Yeah, it's a bit of a blessing for me to ring first. I think it's much better to sort of get it out of the way. I think a few people prefer to just be in the middle of the draw. They've got a bit of time to collect themselves. But for me, get it out of the way as quickly as you can. So yeah, pleased it's all done.
What about you, Oliver?
Yeah, I definitely would prefer at the beginning of the day rather than towards the end. I think we all knew what we were aiming for speed-wise, so we just kind of got on and got out the way now. So yeah.
Now this is the first kind of final we've had for 3 years. What was the atmosphere like for you all going up into that tower, knowing it's been a long time, isn't it?
Yeah. This is my first striking competition. National 12 bell.
Yep.
So I've done things like the Tewkesbury Shield earlier in the year. So I've had some practice this year, but yeah, it's just quite tense. But yeah, you get on with it, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Mark?
Yeah, I think it just, from ringing in previous competitions, it sort of feels the same. The nerves are still there.
Yeah.
You know, it's still a daunting, worrying experience. I think the difference has probably been in the lead up to the competition, in the practicing. We've kind of, like, I'm sure, like many bands, felt a little bit rusty, perhaps, because we've had so long away from ringing full stop, let alone sort of high quality 12 bell ringing.
Well, that's kind of why I asked, because we've all had a break from the exercise. You know, some of us been lucky to do a little bit of handbells and things like that, but not necessarily getting into a tower as regularly as with our friends and doing what we enjoy doing. So I wonder, and I'm really interested if we see any sort of wavering of confidence, and it's just, which I think is a human thing, and just easing ourselves back into it. It'd be really interesting to see how that plays out. And how was that return for you, if you don't mind me asking about that return to ringing after the break?
Yeah, so I did quite a lot of handbells over lockdown, so I was able to sort of keep in practice method-wise. But yeah, it took a few months just to get back into 12 bell ringing especially. But I think Birmingham were in quite a strong position. We sort of got on with it. We got back to normal quite quickly, I think. So yeah, it just took a bit of time.
Can I ask you about the acoustics in the ringing chamber? Mark, you're smiling. You know why I'm asking this. And describe that for people, because I'm trying to paint that picture of what it's like for people listening.
Yeah, I mean, they're a wonderful ring of bells, but in the ringing chamber, they're a bit of a challenge to pick out. So, of course, the judges are judging from a microphone above the bells, so they're getting a much better sort of clarity of sound than the ringers are receiving in the ringing chamber. So there is an element of sort of ringing by rhythm and sort of, you know, sticking with it and just trying to keep on track, because you haven't got that immediacy of sound that perhaps you've got in a tower like Birmingham Cathedral, or when the final was at Cambridge, where, you know, they were crystal clear, the ring of 12. So there is a bit of a challenge here at Guildford, but they're still a lovely ring.
Yes, I've only rung the 11th. Where I got involved yesterday. I was up the tower. So whilst you're up there, can you just turn the 11th over? So I've not actually rung on them as a ring. So I've only rung one bell, and went up to have a look at them as well. But I know people who have rung peals here who have just commented on that acoustics, and a lot of work's been done in the tower as well. And we'll be hearing a little bit more about that in today's coverage as well. But gentlemen, I think you will be vying to go outside next. I mean, what are your plans, may I ask, for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I've seen lots of people from. It would be nice to catch up with lots of people. It's
lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, and have a look around maybe. I'll see what's going on, what everyone else is doing.
Sure, some beer will be drunk.
Yes, well, you've got your wristbands on, haven't you? So you'll be allowed into the bar area, because I've got security guards down there. So listen, thank you very much, Oliver Bates and Mark Eccleston. Enjoy the rest of the day. You can relax now. Brilliant. Lovely. Okay, so we'll be working our way through more of your social media comments as well. We've got the Cumberlands in the band. I'm going to be keeping one ear on that as well, so that when they announce that they're ready, we hear them ringing the 1 and 2. Not dissimilar to a local striking competition. If you've been in a striking competition as well, you need to give the judges a signal that the next bit of ringing is your actual test piece. It's not your practice. You've done all your rope adjustments. You've done all the pep talk in the tower, whatever you need to do. Maybe you've done a little haka as well. Many bands do different things. Some people just like a pause. But it's really important that you let the judges know when you're ready to go. So here at the 12 bell competition, we turn over bells 1 and 2 a few times, and you hear those whole pulls, and that announces that the team are ready. So that's why we've got the bells on in the background as I'm talking, because I need to keep one ear on that, because our broadcast priority is those test pieces totally uninterrupted. Okay, let's go back to messages and social media. Just remind you that we've got our studio email address, which is 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Judith and Chris Fry have been in touch, saying good luck to Lizzie and the Oxford team from Dunblane. We have marking sheets and whiskey in hand, a little medicinal tot there. Very good. Hope you had your porridge as well. So that is Judith and Chris Fry. We've also got messages coming in on social media, and we mentioned the people in Australia listening. Suffolk Bell Ringers are saying good luck to our team from Ipswich as they compete in the final of the 12 Bell Striking Contest at Guildford for the first time in over 30 years. It's great to see some different teams here as well. Cheryl Watson says it's great that this event is back on after 3 years. Good luck to all the teams today. She also says, thank you, Matthew, for your great live streaming. I was hoping to come with my 14-year-old son, Daniel, to listen, but he's ringing a peal instead this afternoon. Absolutely. The rest of the ringing world carries on. So people not here, there are weddings taking place up and down the country. There will be peals and quarters being rung as well. If that's you, let us know what you're up to in between listening to the 12 Bell broadcast. Our social media handle on Twitter is at National 12 Bell, and you can email the studio directly. It's 12bellstudio@gmail.com. That ringing in the background is the Cumberlands, of course. Just practicing, getting warmed up. And I should point out as well, we've improved our cameras in the bell chamber this year. We've got not just the main bell frame itself, but we've got a camera on a wide shot just looking at the 10th and 11th, and we're also displaying that as well. There you can see them on the screen there. So we've got those. That's the 10th and 11th you can see there. The 10th is on the left-hand side. Sorry, the 10th is on the right-hand side, and the 11th is on the left-hand side. You can actually see as the wheels are going around there, actually, you can just see they look a little bit warped, but actually it's natural for the ash just to change shape a little bit like that. It can be affected by moisture and humidity, different weather. But the go of these bells is very good. You'll be hearing me talking to Neil Buswell a little bit later, because we actually went up into the bell chamber yesterday. There's a lot of room around that frame, which is why we can get the extra camera in. You can walk all the way around. You can just lean on the bell frame. It's sort of just below arm height. You can rest your arms on it and have a natter. But it also makes the maintenance very easy as well. You've got that gap in the middle above the trapdoor, but it's not quite a radial frame, but it is a sort of in that sort of square shape, and it affects the way that the ropes fall in the ringing chamber as well. A little bit earlier you heard Neil Buswell talking about the ropes around the back end. They're more spread out, and that's because those bell pits are larger and they take up more space as well. Just looking into the tenor there on the screen as well, you can see that wooden clapper. I was talking to the steeple keeper yesterday. I had to do a little bit of tweaking on that just to make sure all the bolts were tight before today's ringing. Well, there is the trebles 1 and 2 announcing that the Cumberlands are ready with a test piece. We'll wish them luck and we'll go live to the tower. This is the Cumberlands.
The ropes being used today at Guildford Cathedral were made
The National 12-Bell Striking Contest.
There we are. That was Cumberland's in the Tower. Let's take a stock of where we are so far in the runnings today. That will be coming up next after this.
The ropes being used today at Guildford Cathedral were made by Avon Ropes at their rope walk in Bristol. Avon Ropes manufactures full-size and mini ring ropes. We even make light pull bell ropes, which make a great gift or addition to your home. We provide a 2-week repair service, extending the life of used bell ropes by adding new machined spliced tail ends, repairing failed sallies and replacing worn top ends. Avon Ropes is pleased to support the 12-Bell broadcast.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final 2022 with Matthew Tosh.
OK, so we've got 2 teams down so far. Let's just remind ourselves where we are. Birmingham went in first, setting the standard, the baseline for the day. Will they peak up at the top? Who knows? We'll only be able to tell once all the other teams have rung. We've just heard from the Cumberlands doing their test piece. Next in the Tower is Ipswich, then it will be Oxford, followed by Bristol. Exeter go into the Tower at 2 o'clock. At 2:30, Guildford are in the Tower. 3 o'clock, the College Youths. Melbourne, and then at 4 o'clock this afternoon, Cambridge will go into the Tower. So that is the lineup for the rest of the day. We'll remind you of that as we go through. Stay with us for totally uninterrupted official coverage of the National 12-Bell Striking Contest from Guildford Cathedral. Right, as all this ringing is going on, people coming in and out of the studios, lots of messages have been coming in so far. I will try and get through a few more of these now. Thank you so much to those of you that have been in touch. One message here is from Linda Huntingdon. She has emailed us and says, "Hello, Matthew. It's so wonderful to send greetings from Richmond, Virginia in the USA. I have been a fan of the broadcast since 2015 and look forward to a wonderful day. I love the views from the cathedral." Yeah, we've got a camera sticking out of the west window, almost behind me. She says, "My closest tower is 90 miles away at Virginia Theological Seminary. I ring virtually these days using Ringing Room, and I'm hoping to get my hands on a rope sometime this year." Well, Belinda, we wish you the best of luck returning to real ringing on the end of a rope. I hope that doesn't take too long to achieve as well. Just a reminder, our studio email address is studio, 12bellstudio, 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Now, a number of you have been in touch on social media as well. Just looking at my Twitter feed, I've got a really long thing of messages to get through. Lurcher Lover has tweeted us, "So far from home, but I'm working on the Central Council building events for the 2022 meeting, and I'm hooked into the National 12-Bell in my home guild of Guildford Cathedral. But I'm in Cairo, Egypt, and not getting teary-eyed at all." So someone else listening from far and listening. Oh, actually, shout out to my homies at Crondall Bells. There we go. So thank you very much, Lurcher Lover there, been in touch. Great George has tweeted us. It says, "Good luck to the Bristol bell ringers who are taking part in the National 12-Bell final at Guildford Cathedral today. My rope strands are tuned into the live coverage." Graham Slade has also been in touch. He says, "Hello and thank you to Matthew and the team for the excellent coverage of the competition. We're really enjoying the event. Well done to the organisers. It looks like you've done a great job." Certainly have. Lots going on. Can we just give you a reminder of how to get in touch on social media? Keep those messages coming in. We do enjoy hearing from you. I'm just going to I'll put him on the spot there. Don't worry about that, Gareth. We'll do that in a moment. I can tell people. You can tweet us at National 12-Bell. You can use the hashtag 12-Bell as well, and also our studio email address. It's 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Right, now I've been joined in the studio by 2 very smiley-looking people who have just come down from the Cumberlands. Is Ruth Corney Hello and welcome to the studio. I'm just turning around behind me. I've got faders behind me. They've changed the configuration of my studio. Ruth Corney and David Bath here from the Cumberlands. How was the atmosphere up there? What was the temperature like?
Quite pleasant.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, I mean, it was a bit windy, so we closed one of the doors. So
they got the doors open?
Yeah, they got the doors open,
yeah.
But there was a bit of a through draft, but we shut one of them, and that sort of...
We recreated practice conditions.
We created our practice conditions, so it was fine, but, you know, it's not hot or cold up there.
But it's some places we go to when we have these competitions, really today it gets really stuffy, but there's an artefact of this hill, and it's blowing a bit of a hoolie out there. When it gets warm outside, all that hot air rises, and it creates a big breeze through the cathedral, so hopefully that will keep things cool from up there. But you've done your piece. How was that for you?
I think it was okay. I think
so.
I think it was okay. It's always, you know, it's harder to tell when you're in the ringing room, and I think you're always a little bit more critical of your own ringing than you are of anybody else's. So
yeah, how do you judge when to stop doing the practice beforehand? Before saying, right, we're going to go into a test piece now.
I think our technique was just to get through as much of it as possible. So
yeah, but you have there's a hard rule that you have to be in changes 15 minutes after your designated slot. So we were up there at 12, so we had to be in changes by 12:15.
The reason I ask is it's a question I do get asked quite a lot by people up and down the country, you know, particularly when I'm judging competitions as well. They're asking, you know, how long can we go for? When's the optimum time? Because if you leave it too long, do you tire the band out? You exhaust the band before going? Or if people get really nervous, do they just want to get on with the test piece and relax afterwards? It's just making that judgment call. Somebody has to make that call. That's why I was asking the question.
Right.
I suppose it can be a combination of the two, really. I think everyone's keen to get on with it, but I think having the sort of lead-up time gives everyone a chance to settle down a little bit. I think, you know, because everyone sort of gets a little edgy, some more than others. I mean, I'm not ashamed to admit it. I get a little nervous before these things, but
I think that's a human thing, though, isn't it? And I think it comforts people to hear that even really experienced ringers get nervous. It's getting that performance edge, isn't it? Otherwise, you're not going to do a good job, are you?
Yeah, so I think it helps. I mean, the hard rule. I mean, you've obviously got to be conscious of that. But I think, you know, with the, you know, ringing Stedman, it sort of gives you an opportunity to get through as much of the touch as possible, if not all of it. So, which is what we did today. So I think, you know, it's a sort of a balancing act, really, is the best way to put it.
Yeah. Ruth, just tell us about, because at the Cumberlands, it's one of the societies that, you know, you're drawing people from all over the place. The band makeup today, are people predominantly from London area or from all around the country?
I would say they're predominantly from London and the southeast, yeah. Of course, we all attend practices regularly on Wednesday nights. It's really nice to see a nearly 50-50 split between men and women in our band. So, yeah, that's great to be a part of. Yeah.
And how's the return to practices been since the pandemic?
Very good, I would have said.
Yeah, I think there was an initial sort of slow to get started, and for a lot of people who don't sort of live close to London, it's sort of been getting back into that travelling again. But I think, you know, we've sort of got back up to speed again in terms of numbers, and slowly getting back up into sort of method repertoire again, blowing out all the cobwebs.
You do, don't you? Yeah, and again, it's that human thing. We're not infallible. We forget. I certainly forget. I have to write things down. I forget where I put my car keys, yet alone trying to remember a line. So it's getting. I found it quite difficult getting back into the kind of the mental rhythm, that just natural.
Well, I mean, I must admit I did as well when I first started back, you know, particularly with 12 bell ringing. I think it's very much something where you have to be in practice. It's not, you know, I mean, a lot of people say, you know, it's a little bit like riding a bike to a certain degree in terms of technique, but I don't think in terms of ringing on 12, I think it's more practice than, you know, just being able to, you know, turn up and do it.
Yeah, I mean, I had real anxiety the night before our first proper practice. I ring regularly at Kensington, so the night before I was quite restless, actually, worried about it. That was a set up backstroke, and I was there thinking, what if I missed the sally, you know, on the first pull down? Of course, it was absolutely fine, but it was a strange place to be.
And it's thank you for sharing that, because it is, some people have found it incredibly difficult coming back to ringing, and just hearing some of those stories just gives them say, look, this is normal. It's normal that we have these anxieties, and it's a case of just supporting each other in the return to ringing. It's great to see you both here. It's great to see the Cumberlands taking part in the competition. It's great to see a lot of people. I'm sure you've already said hello to lots of familiar faces outside so far.
Yes, definitely. I've seen a few people I've not seen for years, which is really nice.
Yeah. And just what was your take on when you came up the road and the setup outside? Just describe that for listeners.
Well, I mean, I think you've obviously got a very big forecourt in front of the cathedral, and having the marquees and everything set up. I mean, getting here early in the morning because of the train strikes, it was sort of a little bit, that things were still getting set up, but I think it's sort of it's a very good setup, and it would make for a very good afternoon with everyone sitting out in the grass and hopefully enjoying a bit of some sunshine.
Well, we're not mentioning too much about the weather, just in case we give it the kiss of death. But the sun is coming through the windows at the moment. You've got that breeze, which is also keeping the heat from building up. Yeah. I think you two deserve a bit of refreshment. So
Thank you very much.
We shall release you back into the ringing community. Thank you so much for talking to us and giving us a little bit of time before you go back to the operations and things outside. So that's Ruth Corney and David Bath from the Cumberlands. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Right, OK, we'll have a look at some more messages. A lot of you commenting on people you're supporting, and some of you saying also how you're enjoying the broadcast. Graham Slade has tweeted us, says hi and thanks to Matthew and the team for the excellent coverage of the competition. Really enjoying the event. Well done to the organisers. Looks like you've done a great job. Thank you for that, Graham. OK, and I will get some more emails to go through as well. And in the background, I'm just listening out to see if we can hear Ipswich. I don't know whether they're making a noise yet. Just have a little listen. Very nice. OK, I'll be back in a moment with some more of your email messages.
Go Pensions is delighted to sponsor this year's National 12 Bell Final. Chris Stanley and the team wish all bands the best fortune with their test piece. Strong rounds in the tower and then in the bar. May your ringing be grand and be heard from afar. Strike well in the roll-ups and down through the middle. And when it sounds good, just give it a wiggle. Don't think of your pension or retiring just yet. If you do, you may stray, and a dodge you'll forget. Hold your nerve to the end. Make sure it comes round. Be proud of your ringing, a magnificent sound.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2022.
Nick Bowden has emailed me here in the studio. He says, hi Matthew, I'm thoroughly enjoying the fabulous broadcast on YouTube at home in Bristol and looking forward to seeing whether Exeter can retain the trophy to keep with the tradition of all previous winners winning more than once, or whether we have a new winner. These are really interesting conversations going on. I've heard them out in the cathedral as well, out in the garden outside. Nick goes on to say, however, I predict normal service will be resumed with Birmingham winning as they did the last time Guildford hosted the final in 1988. Talking of that event, we have had the certificate sent in from when that competition took place. I don't know whether it's made it onto our graphics system yet. I'm just going to have a quick turnaround. Not yet, no. We will bring that later. So we've had that sent in to us. So you can see the certificate from when the competition was last held here at Guildford Cathedral. Oh no, Joanna Franklin has sent in a message and she says, hello. She says, I was meant to be ringing for Exeter today, but I'm down with COVID. She says, I'm very sad not to be there, but I'm really enjoying the broadcast. She says, thank you so much. I'm sitting here with my housemate who also has COVID and is not a ringer. She couldn't believe that the ad for something called Big Wilf's Muffles was genuine. Yes, it is genuine. Bell muffles are a very important piece of bell equipment if there's any non-ringers listening. Thank you so much for helping me feel like I'm still at the 12 bell to some extent. That's from Joe Franklin, who is part of the Exeter band. Thank you very much for that message. We've also had a message from Becky Gill. She's emailed 12bellstudio@gmail.com, who says, great commentary. I'm watching in Ongar in Essex, awaiting the Guildford band. Good luck to them. My brother Mark is ringing the tenor. That's from Becky. Now, little mention about tenor ringers, because I have heard on many occasions when I've been at striking competitions and practices that, we'll put so-and-so on the tenor. It's easy. They can ring the tenor. Ringing the tenor is a very important task. You really need to keep that rhythm, that steady rhythm, because if the tenor starts wavering, it sends ripples through the rest of the change for the rest of the band. So having a solid tenor ringer is vital when you're doing competitions like this. So please do keep those messages coming in. The email address is 12bellstudio@gmail.com, and our Twitter handle is National12Bell. For those of you that aren't on that platform, if you do want to message me via Facebook, then I have got the Facebook page open as well, and we'll be able to see messages coming to that. So just search for National 12 Bell Final, National 12 Bell Contest, or National 12 Bell on Facebook, and you will find the page where you can send us a message. That will come into the studio, and I'll be making my way through the messages on there as well. Now, it's fallen silent in the tower, and given what I was just talking to the Cumberlands about, there'll be now a conversation. Have we practiced enough? Are we ready to do our test piece, ready for the judges? Somebody, the band, the captain of the band will be making that judgment call, just making sure everybody's right. Does everybody need to make any minor adjustments, last-minute adjustments? Are we all happy? Do we need the door open? Do we need the door closed? Do we want that breeze? And we're waiting the signal to see if they're ready to commence their test piece. So we've had from Birmingham, the Cumberlands, Ipswich are about to do their test piece. So we're just waiting for their signal in the tower. Just whilst we wait for that, I've got time to read another tweet. Someone from Oxford Bells has tweeted, all quiet in Oxford today. The Christchurch band are ringing in the National 12 Bell Final at Guildford Cathedral this afternoon. Wish them luck. And Alison has been in touch on Twitter as well. She said, I'm listening to the National 12 Bell broadcast from Massachusetts. The composition has some really lovely bits. Hey, I'd love it if the ringers saw my latest creation, an alternative to the old Doves Guide online. Thank you for that sneaky advert you've got in there, but you can see that on our National 12 Bell Twitter feed if you have a look for that there. And it's great to know we've got people overseas listening. So let me know where you are listening from all around the world. This is National 12 Bell Final, live from Guildford Cathedral. We're not going to go to any interviews or anything at the moment because we're waiting to hear if the Ipswich ringers are ready to start their piece. It's very quiet out there. It's very quiet in the cathedral. People are listening. They've got to be in changes within the next 1 minute and 20 seconds. That's what it says on our clock, because our clock is synchronised. They've always maximised it. There we go. There's the trebles. So I will shut up and let you listen to Ipswich. We wish them the best of luck. This is Ipswich.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final, live from Guildford Cathedral.
And that was Ipswich in the tower. Just whilst they're ringing, Oxford was getting ready, so they're just about to start making their way up. I haven't worked out where they're meeting yet, whether they cross over in the bell chamber itself or whether they cross over on one of the walkways or balconies on the way up. It's quite an interesting route going up into the ringing chamber. We're talking about the ringing chamber shortly, so we've got more information on that and the psychological effect of that rather large rope circle as well. More messages coming up as well, and talking to people who are here, not just ringing but also visiting as well. That's all coming up here on the National 12-Bell live broadcast here from Guildford Cathedral.
Big Wilf's bell muffles have been manufactured since 2004. We are proud to be the leading manufacturer of muffles, with over 1,000 towers now using our products. The muffles are handmade using leather and use the Velcro fastening that Big Wilf pioneered for a secure fit. All Big Wilf's bell muffles are tailor-made to fit the size and shape of clapper and weight of the bell for a secure, non-slip fit. Big Wilf's bell muffles is pleased to support the 12-Bell broadcast at Guildford.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
Wow, and your messages are coming in. I shall try and get through a few more of these. Just a reminder, we've got our studio email address, which is 12bellstudio@gmail.com. If you want to say hello to somebody or somebody ringing today, tell us what you're up to. Are you heading out to ring for a wedding? We'd love to hear what you're doing whilst you are listening to the 12-Bell coverage here. Lurcher Saver has been in touch again on Twitter. Try pulling ropes with huge amounts of bronze on the end and then make them ring out in beautiful harmony. It's just, clearly enjoying listening to the coverage there as well. St Martin's Guild of Birmingham has been tweeting us as well, keeping everybody informed. Really like the video relay into the nave. So that's really good to see that. Yes, we are quite spoilt with our cameras this year because we've I should say this, we've piggybacked on the on Guildford Cathedral's streaming system that they had installed for their services during the pandemic, and it's really it's really a real privilege to be able to use that as well. So I hope you're enjoying the pictures, but all those pictures are coming from that network of cameras all over the cathedral and pointing out of the window as well. Now, the competition, the contest, draws people from all over the world. Some of you have already said you are listening from down under, but we also have people turning up into the studio. James Perrins, who I've not seen for quite a long time, since I was in Australia myself, probably about, 11 or 12 years ago, I think. I can't remember how long it's been, James, but welcome to the studio. It's great to see you.
Hello, yeah, it's really good to see you too. Yeah, because I remember having a few good chats with you all those years ago.
Yeah, it's a very long time
Something
ago.
about you were a school teacher or something, and you had a penny that you did an experiment with.
My goodness, you remember these questions? Yes, so...
I was only like 14 or something.
Yes,
I
did.
Remember.
These stories stick. Yes, I did used to be a teacher, and I should explain for people listening what on earth we're talking about. I was on a tour of Australia with the college youths, and we also had a joint striking competition with the Cumberlands as well. And I met James, several towers. We wandered around and had lots of ringing events. So you're here now in the UK. What do you make of the 12-Bell final?
Well, it's a lot of fun. I mean, I've never seen so many ringers all in one spot, all at the same time, and it's a great day for it. Everyone's super happy. The facilities are amazing, and I even got to grab the ring, so I'm happy.
Amazing stuff. So you tick lots of boxes whilst you're here.
Of course, yeah.
And have you followed the competition from home in previous years?
Not really, no. Unfortunately, it does seem to be on at the wrong time. But it's always interesting to see the results, and when the Ringing World comes out, it's good to see the photographs at the end, and you always do see the end result eventually. Maybe not on the day live.
Yeah, and of course now we're actually able to meet people properly and more closely. It's great to actually see lots of familiar faces out there.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many people I recognise after all these years, which is great to see.
That's great. James, we might come back to you. I'm just going to turn to a couple of the Ipswich ringers who have just come in smiling, looking rather hot and slightly relieved as well. But James Perrin, we'll come back to you and we'll have a little bit more chat about your experiences here at the National 12 Bell Final. Catherine Salter is one of the people, and just getting you installed here in the cathedral, in our office here, which we've created into a studio. We're actually in the library here at Guildford Cathedral, I should say. So Catherine and Colin Salter have joined me here from the Ipswich band. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. You did brilliant, lovely. Leaning towards the microphones there. How was that for you up in the tower?
I think we're, as a band, very relieved it's over.
Yeah.
But it all seemed to go okay today.
Yeah, I think we were quite pleased with it. And we're very happy we don't have to ring that again, I think.
Yeah. I must admit, Colin, you're looking a little bit warm. Were you ringing around the back end, or is it just the stress of the whole thing?
Oh, yeah, I was, but I think we chose to shut the door so the curtains weren't blowing around, and yeah, it's a bit stuffy up there, but it'll be all right.
It is quite blowy around here, isn't it? Because on the top of the hill, we're quite exposed, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. And I think we didn't want to ring in a gale, so the rub was we rang slightly stuffy.
Well, I can give you a little bit of intelligence because I spoke to the locals yesterday. So one of the artefacts up there where you've got the doors open is if you ring in the 8th, sometimes the wind can blow so strongly that it blows the sally way out the way, and even if you've got a strong pull down, the sally just disappeared, so you've lost that. So you don't really want that in a competition.
No.
What's the journey been like leading up to preparing for this final for you?
Well, I mean, historically, Stedman's not exactly something that's rung round our way very much. It's a bit of a bogey method. So when that was announced as a test piece, we were not overly happy, but we've worked really hard at it. I think we've been having a lot of practices and really working as a band to improve. And I think we've made a lot of progress. I think we rang a quarter peal of it before the Eliminator, which I think was the first local band quarter peal Stedman Sinks for about 30 years. So.
Yeah, I think Stedman has been a bogey method in Ipswich, and the objective really was to work hard and improve the standard of ringing in the tower. I don't think for 1 minute we thought we'd qualify and be here today.
No,
I think we thought we might be here today drinking the beer and enjoying it, but not actually ringing.
It just shows you, doesn't it, though? You can have these unintended or sort of payoffs. In fact, Julia Cater, a chief judge, was talking about this earlier, just talk about the wider benefits of preparing for competition ringing. It can raise the bar. So it's really encouraging and interesting to hear you saying that. Have you brought many supporters with you who have come from Ipswich with you?
We've brought a number of the wider band, and the vicar would have been here if he'd been able to get away
he
from...
was trying to get out of his gender
he's
synod,
got a diocesan synod today, but he sent us a video message this morning, which was lovely.
Yeah, and he's been so supportive throughout all of this, so really thanks go out to Tom just for being amazing vicar, really.
And he may well be listening live now if he can.
There you go, Tom. You got a shout out on the live broadcast here from Guildford Cathedral. So you've done your ringing. I mean, you talked about the preparations for the principal Stedman's. Do you think it's a bit like Marmite, Stedman?
Yeah, I think very much so. There's a lot of people that are obsessed with it, and a lot of people that just can't stand it. So I mean, that's fair enough. But I'd like to say a lot of our team's grown to like it, but maybe not because we've been having to do it so much.
James Perrin smiling there. Quickly, what's your take on Stedman, just whilst you're here?
I always thought the Marmite or the Vegemite method was Granta, like not Stedman.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm throwing shade.
Listen, so you've done your thing now. You can relax. What's the plan for the rest of the day?
I think we're going to relax, listen to the ringing, lots of drinking.
It's a shame because they've gone to all this effort, haven't they, to provide the beer, which is local. And I've had on good authority, actually. We haven't spoken to we haven't heard from the bar manager yet, but he was talking to me this morning that even the hops are local. So the hops that are used to brew the beer are from just a few miles outside Guildford. So that it's all locally produced, locally grown. So I think in terms of sustainability, I think you'd be doing the right thing to support that local industry. There you go. They're nodding wisely. Yeah. Listen, thank you so much for popping in, Colin and Catherine Salter. Wish you the best of luck and enjoy, relax, and thanks for talking to us.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff. So there, James, you're just seeing people coming out of the tower. They're sort of hot and sticky and things.
Actually working, right?
That's right. And the atmosphere outside, what's that like for you as you wander around?
It's really nice. I mean, you've got tents out everywhere. There's a lot of space to recognise people and see people, and just a nice healthy space. I think a few people said that there should be more people if it wasn't for the rail strike. But
it's a bit of a sore point, that one. It's kind of beyond all of our control, isn't it?
No, absolutely. But I think it's such a friendly atmosphere. Even people you don't know, everyone's chatting to each other. It's all so friendly and nice, and it's good to see because I've never really experienced it before.
I do get asked a question about overseas bands taking part in contests like this, and I haven't got an easy answer because it's the cost, isn't it, and the logistics of how you would even make that possible.
Well, I mean, it does come up in conversation at the pub a few times, and I guess first thing we'd have to ask for a waiver to miss the eliminators, which I think is sort of reasonable because, I mean, for a band to come all this way, you'd have to be out for, 4 or 5 months to do it officially. So, but I know you can live and dream. I'm sure we could pick out an ANZAC band, 12 good ringers who could definitely do it, but maybe we should get sponsored by someone. Maybe the Australian government and New Zealand government should sponsor us.
Yeah, he's using every opportunity. He's live on air. He's not missing an opportunity to push out messages like that. And there are people listening all over the world. Peter Harrison was in touch a little bit earlier.
Oh, nice.
Staying up and listening and enjoying it.
But just curiously, have you ever had an Irish band? Because I mean, that's not that far away, and that's another country.
That's a really good question. Not to my knowledge. We will have a dig around on the stats. And incidentally, if you're listening and wondering how you can find the stats from previous competitions, the 12 Bell website is a pretty good place to go. That's 12 Bell, it's the number 12, 12bell.org.uk. And because ringers like statistics, you can just feast on statistics there, peel speeds of the bands ringing, how many people have rung a particular bell and which towers have taken place. It's we love doing that, don't we? We love collecting things.
I mean, there's such a broad church of conversation because you can have those really sort of nerdy conversations with statistics and history dates and compositions and where people have been. But then you can also have just great chats about just general ringing and just more personable things about traveling and how you're going. And it's all really, really nice. It's wonderful.
Yeah, that's what we do as ringers. And I just looking outside as well, just noticing the number of people that are standing in circles having conversations. That's something that we do as ringers, always standing in circles. James, really good to see you. Great to see you in person as well, and for popping in and sharing your thoughts on this event. We'll let you get back to the outside. We may catch up with you later in the garden. Who knows? Yeah, well, I hope to. I mean, it would be good to catch up. Good to see you, Matt. Brilliant. All right, thank you. James Perrin's there, who's just travelled, made a short journey across to come to the 12-hour final here in Guildford. He may have been in the UK for other things as well, but who knows? He's made it here. Annette Hall says, I am really enjoying the coverage and being an armchair judge. I like that. Safe in the knowledge that I can't strike anything well on 12. Oh, don't be harsh on yourself. Armchair judging, that is a good one, isn't it? If you're an armchair judge, are you making notes? Have you got a favourite so far? We'd be interested in your thoughts. I know some of you have emailed us with your little take on the bands so far and who you think is doing well. And one person that has done that is Simon Paul. He says, hello, Matthew and team. Doing a grand job as usual for us people in the far-flung corners of the country. He says Birmingham sounded like they've set the standard with only a few minor inconsistencies. The Guilders are a difficult 12 to get right because the ringing chamber is bigger than most. He says, I'm sure that everyone will have an excellent day. The Guildford Ringers are an experienced outfit and no doubt they will lay on a very well organised day. Thank you, Simon, for your message there. He's emailed us at 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Keep those messages coming in. We'd love to hear from you as well. We'll be back with more and going across to the tower after this little message.
The ropes being used today at Guildford Cathedral were made by Avon Ropes at their rope walk in Bristol. Avon Ropes manufactures full-size and mini ring ropes. We even make light pull bell ropes, which make a great gift or addition to your home. We provide a 2-week repair service, extending the life of used bell ropes by adding new machine spliced tail ends, repairing failed sallies and replacing worn top ends. Avon Ropes is pleased to support the 12 Bell broadcast.
Okay, we were just seeing if what was going on in the tower there. They're still doing their practice at the moment. The team currently in there is Oxford. You can hear them there. Seems to be settled quite well. Really interesting to hear the ringers coming down so far from the tower. Just talking about that, about the room, the ventilation. Do you keep the doors open? Do you keep them closed? And that large ringing circle as well is quite imposing. You'll know yourselves when you step into a tower, you get a feel for the place. But some towers can lead you sort of into a false sense of security. If it's a small rope circle, you think it'll be very cramped. There can be light and flighty bells. But when you step into a large rope circle, that kind of suggests that you've got physically large bells above you. And that is certainly the case here when you go into the ringing chamber upstairs. Here, it just feels larger. But the bells are 30 hundredweight. Reasonably heavy, but not very heavy in the grand schemes of things when it comes to 12 bell towers. A sort of medium weight ring there. So just to remind you, you are listening to the National 12 Bell live from Guildford Cathedral. This is the final. 10 teams are competing following the eliminators in March. We're back in person, and it's really good to see lots of familiar faces. We are here right and through until, after 6 o'clock, but probably about 6:30 tonight. It actually depends how long the judges take to deliberate. We are expecting the results sometime around 6 o'clock. So I think realistically we'll expect the results between 6 and 6:15 later. Right now, though, Oxford are in the tower and are about to give their test performance. They're announcing it on the trebles, so we shall wish them the very best of luck. This is Oxford.
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest with Matthew Tosh, live from Guildford Cathedral.
And there we had Oxford doing their test piece. The next team going into the tower will be Bristol. Now, I have to declare my geographical interest in Bristol. I do live in Bristol, but I have to maintain impartiality across all the teams. I'm wishing all the teams the best of luck today. Lots more coming up here on coverage of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest.
Go Pensions is delighted to sponsor this year's National 12 Bell Final. Chris Stanley and the team wish all bands the best fortune with their test piece. Strong rounds in the tower and then in the bar. May your ringing be grand and be heard from afar. Strike well in the roll-ups and down through the middle. And when it sounds good, just give it a wiggle. Don't think of your pension or retiring just yet. If you do, you may stray, and a dodge you'll forget. Hold your nerve to the end, make sure it comes round. Be proud of your ringing, a magnificent sound.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2022 with Matthew Tosh.
And a very busy event it is as well. Lots of people roving around outside, as you'll see on our camera footage. Let's just give you a rundown of where we are so far. Get that band list up on the team. We have Birmingham went in first, then we had the Cumberlands, followed by Ipswich, and we've just heard Oxford. It is coming up to, well, it's just gone it's coming up to 1:30. At 1:30, remember this thing runs like clockwork, Bristol will go into the tower and commence their practice. Exeter are up at 2 o'clock. This is the time that they go into the tower. And each team has to be in changes within 15 minutes of their allocated time. Guildford go in at 2:30, the College U's at 3 o'clock, 3:30 is Melbourne, and then Cambridge go into the melting pot at 4 o'clock. So all the competition ringing will be done by 4:30, and we're expecting the results excuse me, around about 6 o'clock. But stay with us all through. We have got lots and lots of stuff to cover on today's broadcast. Keep it here. We are live from Guildford Cathedral. And talking about organisation and things, you know, it's really nice to see people, but not everybody has been able to make it along here. And, just look on the screen, you can actually see the Oxford Ringers coming down the tower. We've managed to get a camera on them. That's a bit sneaky, isn't it? They don't know the camera's there. It's the other side of the cathedral and the organ loft, that camera. It's zoomed right in. Very good. So we'll be talking to the Oxford Ringers very shortly. But right now, though, I am going to cross to Liz Evans, who is joining me on Zoom, actually, because unfortunately you can't make it here. Hello, Liz. How are you?
Hello, hi everyone. I am sadly recovering from COVID.
Oh no!
Which is why I'm not at the contest today.
Oh, we had a message earlier from one of the Exeter ringers, unfortunately, who was not able to make it because they've got COVID as well. So, our hearts go out to people who are a bit under the weather today and hope that you're all getting better soon. So, Liz, your role here is you're the competition, what we call the contest secretary. For people who are a bit new to this, what does that actually entail?
So I help the contest committee by being their administrator and doing all the tasks behind the scenes which allow the contest committee to function and get the show on the road. So I haven't had a huge amount of involvement with all the practical arrangements at Guildford. The Guildford team headed by Neil have done all of that work. But what I've done in the background is I have been working with the teams to gather their team lists, make sure that all information has all been available to the broadcast team and to the archivists to go on the website, making sure that the bands have got the rules and all of the information that the bands need to be able to get to the contest.
It's quite a crucial role, isn't it?
As they need to be.
It's quite a crucial role because there's lots of organisation, and I imagine there's a certain amount of people organising. Do you find that certain ringers need a bit more moulding into shape, shall we say, than others?
Oh, yeah, I spend my life sending emails with a deadline and never, ever get anything back on time. But I'm wise to that and I know who to chase.
I like it. So you're at home at the moment, but you're following the coverage online.
I am following the coverage online, and I'm also active on social media, retweeting messages. It's been amazing to see people getting in touch from Australia and from Egypt. That's so cool.
I know, it is good, yes. So we were just joined by a couple of the Oxford ringers and who can't actually hear you talking at the moment, but just talking about, we've got people in Egypt and Australia listening to this. So we'll be coming to the Oxford ringers in a minute or so. But Liz, we really appreciate you joining us, and also for the hard work that goes on behind the scenes, because your work is very much unsung. It's hidden from view from a lot of people, other than the bands who actually take part in this, but it couldn't happen without you and the rest of the committee as well. So we wish you the very best of luck. Hope you're getting better soon, and that we see you in a ringing tower in the not too distant future.
Yeah, thank you everyone, and I hope you all have a fabulous day, and yeah, I'm looking forward to following it all unfolding from the comfort of my sofa.
There we go, another armchair Jew, shall we say. Liz Evans there, joining us live from home, who's the contest secretary, keeping the committee and all of the ringers in shape. Lovely. You are listening to live coverage of the National 12 Bell Final from Guildford Cathedral. It's Matthew Tosh here, keeping you company right through to the end of the day. And we have Lizzie Fry and Simon Bond, who have joined me. They've come down the tower. They are ringers with Oxford. Hello.
Hello, Matthew.
It's so good to see people again. I keep saying that. I apologise if you're listening and you hear me saying that. It is really good to see people and familiar faces on the screen. So you've just come out of the melting pot. How was that for you?
It went well. Yeah, I think we're happy. We did ourselves justice.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I get a sense when people come in whether they're pleased with their performance or not, by just reading the body language when people come in. We have some people sort of sweating profusely, other people just like chilled. Yeah, it's like, this feels really weird. I haven't done this for about 3 years. I'm just trying to get back into it. How's that journey been for you as a band? Yeah, because obviously you've got to nurture people, getting them back on the end of a rope after a bit of a hiatus.
There's definitely been an element of that. I think as a band we sort of reassembled quite easily. I think we haven't really lost anybody over COVID. So our post-lockdown recovery has gone pretty well. And I think really our ringing is back to the level that it was before. And as a band we've remained cohesive, which of course is really important to putting in a decent performance on the day.
Yeah, were you able to keep in touch with each other through that weird period?
Yeah, lots of Zoom calls.
Was that?
Yeah, I think everybody got a bit of Zoom lethargy by the end, but they were great for keeping in touch, obviously.
Lizzie, it's quite a convoluted route up to the tower there. Can you just take us through that for people, because we can't get cameras in there. We kind of want to protect the kind of privacy of the bands when they're competing, but it's not a straightforward just single staircase, is it?
Yeah, there's a couple of staircases, and then they take us kind of part way up, and then we had to sit and wait for 5 minutes on a sort of bit in between two staircases, and then...
Oh, is it that concrete bench?
Yeah, that bench, yes.
Well, I'm led to believe, talking to Neil Buswell earlier, he was saying that he's known quite a few ringers that take a kip there because they're so exhausted after the
there wasn't space for us to do
No,
that.
I was thinking that.
12 ringers.
A couple of cushions up there, and then you're up. But it seems to be a lot of concrete in there. What was the acoustics like for you?
The acoustics in the tower are tricky here. I think particularly around the front bells, which maybe Simon can comment on a bit more since he was ringing the treble. But yeah, I think we found it a little bit tough to hear them clearly, which adds an extra element of difficulty.
But the treble's got some sort of pipe system over it, hasn't it?
It does, and that brings the sound of the backstroke down really well, but not so much the hand stroke. So the hand strokes are still quite hard to hear, and the backstrokes really shout out. So at neither stroke have you got really what you want. So it's a real contrast to our own tower, as much as they're the same kind of weight, but at Christchurch our acoustics are really good. We can hear everything really clearly. So this is a real contrast to what we're used to.
So how do you deal with it? How do you practice and prepare for that? Because if you've got the sound sort of seeming a bit imbalanced, that could surely throw you a bit.
Yeah, it's hard, and we only have one practice to come here and try and get the measure of the bells and the acoustics, so it's difficult.
Yeah, we should mention actually to people listening that you do get the opportunity to come to the tower. How long do they give you? Because they try and keep it fair, don't they? So that each band has the same opportunity. You can't just bag 5 or 6 peals in the weeks leading up to the competition.
Yep.
No.
We have an hour and a half slots.
Hour and a half.
Yeah.
Plus that little 14 minutes or so that you did up there, you maximise that time. Yeah. So I'm trying to capture the conversations then. So you do your practice and you hear the sound. How then are you translating it into that what you're doing to compensate that on the end of a rope?
I think that's really challenging, especially when you've got your hour and a half here, and then
some time passes, a few weeks, maybe even a couple of months, and in a sense you may have forgotten some of those the feelings at the end of the rope, but you also don't want to do too much to compensate for what might have, especially when you get the sort of strichometer output, and it might say you're a bit slow, you're a bit quick. But how do you translate that into what you do on the day is very challenging, and you don't want to overdo those things. And sometimes it's more about minimising your problems rather than trying to sort of overcorrect and go too far the other way.
I suppose is there a sense then that you could become a bit too obsessive about these sorts of things?
Potentially, yes. You could overthink it, maybe.
Yeah. That's when the anxiety kicks in and things like that. Yeah. So it's just really interesting to hear different people's individual takes on that, because it is a very individual thing, but also that team exercise. And I'm always fascinated by how people manage those sorts of situations. The psychology of ringing has always interested me, and we've been talking quite a lot today about the size of the rope circle and how it physically gets bigger as you go around the back end, but it's only, I say only, it's a 30 weight 12. It's very, very strange. So, brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing those experiences with us. It's great to see you both. Great to see you smiling as well. What's the atmosphere with the rest of the band? Are they just looking forward to getting a pint, sitting outside? What's the plan for the rest of the day for you?
A few people, they couldn't have left the ringing chamber any sooner. They raced out. But it's a lovely day outside, and we've got quite a lot of time now to enjoy the atmosphere, soak it up. So we're looking forward to that.
I should give a little bit of credit to Simon, actually, because Simon, he's going to probably hate me for saying this, was one of the first people to push us in the direction of YouTube back in the day. Remember when we had the final at Oxford?
Seems like an awfully long time ago now.
It does seem a while. Was it 2014? I think it wasn't it? Yeah, so as you see, the operation has grown a little bit.
Absolutely.
But it is appreciated. We have people listening in all over the place. So we have people in Egypt. We've got John Hall's messages from northwest Essex. So even as far as Essex, he says, "Greetings. Thank you for the excellent professional coverage and very best wishes to the Cambridge band." Probably shouldn't say that in front of the Oxford people. Oh, what the heck?
It's ice cream for Cambridge, that's fine.
There you are, of course. I sympathise with their long wait for a few beers. It is tough, isn't it, being pulled in that last position?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. For today, we'll take that. That's all right.
Right, listen, Lizzie and Simon, thank you so much for talking to us. We'll let you get off to the celebrations outside. We might see you a little bit later, but enjoy the atmosphere, soak it all up. That's Lizzie Fry and Simon Bond from Oxford.
Thank you for having us.
No problem at all. Now we've got who's moved my folder? Oh, I've moved it. Okay. Who's in the town? Oh, it's Bristol. Bristol in the tower next. Right. Listen. Keep those messages coming in. If you want to get in touch with us, here are the details.
Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you. So why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. Tweet us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12 Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Big Wilf's bell muffles have been manufactured since 2004. We are proud to be the leading manufacturer of muffles, with over 1,000 towers now using our products. The muffles are handmade using leather and use the Velcro fastening that Big Wilf pioneered for a secure fit. All Big Wilf's bell muffles are tailor-made to fit the size and shape of clapper and weight of the bell for a secure, non-slip fit. Big Wilf's bell muffles is pleased to support the 12 Bell broadcast at Guildford.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final.
We're getting lots of messages coming in and some questions as well. I think we just had a message from Jonathan Adkins from Tetbury, who says, excellent coverage. As always, thank you very much, Jonathan. We really appreciate that. And a question from Claire Preston, who's listening online. And he says, I'm watching the tenor bell, and at times it looks as though the clapper strikes and then bounces. Should this happen? Well, Claire, thank you very much for that question. Yes, it does happen. All clappers bounce. But what you find with the wooden clappers is you get a little bit more bounce, and because the wood flexes a bit more, and the centre of mass is in a slightly different place compared to the metal clappers. But if you look closely on the others, they all do vibrate, obviously because they're hitting a surface which is then vibrating. So it is perfectly normal. And if the balance isn't quite right on the clapper, you can actually hear, if you're in the ringing chamber with ear defenders on, you can actually hear those multiple taps as it's going on, but they're usually drowned out by the initial strike of the bell as well. So a great technical question. We like those sorts of things. If anyone else has got, if you have a technical question that you'd like to ask about the bells, if you're curious about bells, if you're new to the exercise, we'll do our best to answer those. And if I can't answer it, there's a lot of people here who probably can. We've got expertise all over the place. So thank you for those questions as well. Now, turning to the inbox, the email inbox, there is a lot of messages here. I am going through them as quickly as I can. David Macy has been in touch. He says, "Hi, Matthew. It's good to hear you back on the airways, and thank you for the broadcast." He said, "I'm unable to get to Guildford today, but glad I'm able to stay in touch with the ringing." Thank you very much, David. That's David Macy there. Doug Davis says, "Just wanted to say hello from here in Kent." He said, "I'm enjoying the stream on YouTube via the surround sound in the lounge. I like that, give an immersive experience. And of course, we're broadcasting in stereo. We've got stereo microphones in the bells. So you're not just hearing like a mono feed of the bells, you're getting that surround sound experience, that stereo experience." He said, "I'm off to ring for a wedding at a 3-bell tower this afternoon." That's like the other end of the spectrum of what we've got here, isn't it? Completely the opposite end of the ringing spectrum to what's happening up there in Guildford today. Enjoy yourselves, and the usual hello to Gareth working in the background. That is from Doug Davis. Thank you very much for your message there. Oh, Helen Holland has been in. Goodness me. This is somebody I used to ring with when I first started out. We kind of learning the ropes together. So Helen has messaged. She said, "I'm a fellow Bulkington Coventry Cathedral ringer from your time there. Having to rest my foot today. So it was perfect timing seeing the link to the live coverage. I don't ring anymore, but listening to bells still gives me goose pimples. I'm trying to find out if my cousin is ringing with the college youths, but my uncle hasn't mentioned it to mum yet." So absolutely loving the coverage and the information. Hope you are having a great day. Helen, it's lovely to hear from you. Thank you so much. She's emailed us on the studio. The 12bellstudio@gmail.com is our address. Just got time to go through a message from James Joynson from Gloucestershire. Just wanted to say good luck to everyone today and may the best team win. Special good luck to Team Bristol, who just finished their warm-up there. I was hoping to be there today to join in all the fun, but unfortunately family commitments got in the way, so I'm listening live on YouTube today. The Guildford Cathedral bells are a tremendous ring and sound beautiful, and I hope to ring there one day and even potentially add them to my channel too. So he runs a YouTube channel specifically on tower belfries, so if you look for James Johnson on YouTube. Thank you there, James. Always good to hear from YouTubers and anybody else who is helping spread the message of bell ringing in general, actually, not just 12 bell ringing. Okay, so this is Bristol, just saying to the judges that we're ready to do our test piece. So we'll cross to the tower now and wish Bristol the very best of luck.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final, live from Guildford Cathedral.
And there we heard Bristol in the Tower. Who is next up on my list in front of me? Exeter will be going into the Tower next.
The ropes being used today at Guildford Cathedral were made by Avon Ropes at their rope walk in Bristol. Avon Ropes manufactures full-size and mini ring ropes. We even make light pull bell ropes, which make a great gift or addition to your home. We provide a 2-week repair service, extending the life of used bell ropes by adding new machined spliced tail ends, repairing failed sallies and replacing worn top ends. Avon Ropes is pleased to support the 12 Bell broadcast.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final.
Time to look at more emails as well. Rebecca Harrison has been in touch. She says, I'm so glad to be able to watch and listen to this event from Guernsey. There's another tick, another place. Sadly, I had to pull out of the Exeter team due to moving to Guernsey early in June. Sending the best of luck to the Exeter team, who of course are now in the Tower, making their way up there to start their practice. Now they can't begin their practice before 2 o'clock. That's it, all in the rules. Remember I said earlier, this whole thing runs like clockwork. So we've got synchronised clocks throughout the cathedral, including in the ringing chamber. There are adjudicators watching that. The judges have got a clock in their room as well, and that's part of their duties, as if they haven't got enough to do already. They're just keeping an eye on the time as well. But the judges are judging blind. They have no idea what order the teams are going in, and that means that they can judge objectively and not be influenced by knowing that a particular team is in. And it's also why we put judges, when you do a striking competition, you put the judges in a place where they really can't see much that's going on. You really don't want to have windows or distractions, and I've had this issue. You may have experienced this yourself. If you're in a graveyard in what you think is a quiet corner, and then some ringer walks past because they've gone for a walk, you think, oh no, I've just seen so and so from a particular tower, I know they're not in there at the moment. You just have to try and shut yourself off from that. So it is what we call blind judging, to be as fair and objective as possible. Just turning to Twitter, the conversation that we were having a little bit earlier about the clappers. Alison Stevens has been in touch on Twitter and said, just to add to the question about clappers bouncing, it's one example of how much our brains do to process sound without us actually knowing. It all happens subconsciously. She says we usually hear the extra bounces as all part of the overall tone of a bell rather than distinct strikes. Absolutely, there's a lot going on there, and our brains are processing so much. That's before we've even started talking about the mathematical thinking that we're doing when we're actually doing change ringing. So there's a lot going on. Martin Davis has tweeted us. He said, I'm enjoying listening from Ripon, and that, as he points out, is exactly where our broadcast started. Yes, our very first one back in 2013. I was just saying to the production team here, I was sitting at the back of the cathedral with a little 6-channel mixer. I had one computer in front of me and one micro. In fact, I had 2 microphones, one on me and one for the guests, and we were able to just point them down the cathedral to try and get the results of the draw and also the final results. But I was quite literally pointing my microphone at a speaker to get that audio out to people online. And if you look at the way our studio is set up now, we've got a few more. It's like the screens have reproduced. We've got quite a few more screens now. But Martin goes on to say, it's good job to all in Guildford today, and also thanks to the Leeds team who have used their day off to help us out today with our practice for the White Rose competition later this year. That's the Yorkshire 12 Bell competition taking place. Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much. He's tweeted us at National 12 Bell as well. Just looking, Katie Town has been in touch. Sadly, I couldn't face the travel stress out of London today for the National 12 Bell contest. So there's plenty of good gallery tourism this morning at the Science Museum, and now having some downtime watching the 12 Bell broadcast with Matthew Tosh. Thanks to all the team making this broadcast possible. Right, lovely. In a moment we shall be talking to the Bristol Ringers. In the meantime, if you want to get in touch, here is how you can do so.
Get involved with
gentlemen.
the broadcast via social media and let us know what you think. Tweet us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell. That's the number 12. or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Right, we're back. You might have heard me emphatically saying hello. It's because I've got some ringers here from Bristol who I recognise. We've got Ed Mack, Chris Poole, and Julian Howes. Julian, you're looking a bit warm there. Is it warm up there?
Yeah. Or the doors are closed to the balconies, but I think it was a bit windy with them open.
Yeah, well, it's blowing a hoolie out there. I mean, you just look out the window here, what the trees are doing. It's this because we're on the top of a hill. Everything gets funneled up.
It's starting to get quite warm.
Yeah, I think it's probably the right thing to do because one of the local ringers was saying, particularly, I think the 8th is prone to getting battered by the wind, and the Sally, even if you're pulling straight down, it all gets thrown out. So it's probably the right call to make. A little bit of suffering. So there you're done. You can relax now. How was that for you? How was that experience?
Nervous, but I think we rang the best we could, so we're happy with it. Yeah, really
good.
happy.
And Ed, what about you?
Yeah, I feel good about it. We've practiced lots, and I think we were all really happy with how we practiced at Guildford 2 weeks ago. The speed was always right. Alan did a great job on the tenor, and I think we did the same thing today.
The speed is something that's come up quite a lot because you've got that psychology of that really large ringing circle. I don't know about you. When I go into a large circle, I think it's going to be large, slow turning bells. I mean, did you fall into a trap in any of the early ringing, or did you kind of have a sense that this is the way to the bells? We kind of know what speed we want to go for.
I think we knew what we were aiming for. We've rung here a few times before. I've rung here when I lived here, so yeah, keep them moving. That benefit, but not too quick.
Yes, it's like the benefit of local knowledge that's good. But it is a question that comes up, and we get people asking about how the bands pick that speed to go. And I say, well, you just get a feel for it. But sometimes I'm trying to offer people a bit more. The acoustics is the other thing that people have been talking about. I was just interested to take it on that now. Chris, obviously, you've got the benefit of local knowledge, but as visiting ringers, Ed and Julian, what do you make of the acoustics up there?
There's a lot of resonance, especially from the tenor. It's a lovely sound, but it's quite boomy, and I think it drowns out the middle bells a little bit. But some ringers use a bit of cotton wool in their ears, which helps.
Serious?
It's quite nice, yeah, because it sort of blocks the hum out a little bit, but you can still hear the strike notes, which is obviously the important bit, because that's what the judges are going to hear.
Yeah.
It's a nice sound, they're nice bells, but there's a lot of hum, and it can drown bells out sometimes.
Yeah, and I'm saying this because you're getting a very different experience to what we're hearing through the microphones. We're listening to what the judges are listening to, but I've not been aware of cotton wool. I'm sure people will be writing in about their thoughts on that. Ed, it's been a while since we've been at an event like this. What's the transition been like coming back to ringing, and how has the band worked together, given that there's been a gap and that some people may be a bit more nervous returning to ringing?
Well, in the summer, I think some of us were extremely keen to get back again, certainly myself. We practiced a lot, and when Chris and I sort of made our offer to the Bristol community, we were clear one of our criteria was that we were going to do lots of practicing.
Yep.
So that was kind of the deal if you wanted to be in the band. And then we've really focused on working together. So, for example, the cotton wool is really interesting. Like, the acoustics aren't very clear in the tower, and a lot of the middle bells had cotton wool so that they could pick out more of the detail. But the back bells, we didn't like it because we wanted to really focus on keeping a rhythm, so ringing by making sure the bell is always ringing at the same speed.
Yeah.
Well, three speeds, one a bit quicker, one in the same place, one a bit slower. So we focused on that. And I think we achieved it.
Yeah.
We'll let the judges decide.
Well, of course, it is down to the judges. The judges' word is final. It doesn't matter whether you're an armchair judge or you're on the end of a rope. It's down to what those judges is here. But I'm sure we will get some comments on the cotton wool. We're giving you out the details again in a moment, how to get in touch with the show. Obviously, you've done the ringing now, so you can relax. I mean, were you pleased with where you were drawn?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Ed emphatically nodding there. Yes.
Yeah. So time for a nice hot roast burger first, and then to ring. So yes,
coffee and a bite to eat. I think being drawn first is a bit of a rush sometimes after the draw, but then second, third, 4th, 5th. Anything after that in the top half is good.
Yeah. It's a tough place to go first, and then you got people like Cambridge who are just got to stay dry for the whole of the day and sort of keep
or
that, or not. Well, there are plenty of teams in the past who have done actually quite well after a lot of sloshed ringing. We might get a chance to hear about the tale from the college youths a little bit later about their victory in Leicester. But gentlemen from Bristol, Ed Mack, Chris Paul, Julian Howes, I'm not going to take up any more of your time. We appreciate you popping in and talking to us, particularly sharing a bit about cotton wool. I'm really curious about that. And we shall let you go and enjoy the day. We may see you a little bit later, but otherwise enjoy the atmosphere out there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew, and the whole team.
Thank you.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. So that's Ed Mack, Chris Poole and Julian Howes there from Bristol. We've currently got Guildford following Exeter. So Exeter are in the tower at the moment. So that would be Guildford, College Youths, Melbourne and Cambridge. You're listening to the 12 Bell live broadcast here from Guildford Cathedral. I'm Matthew Tosh, keeping you company right the way through until sometime after 6 o'clock. We will see how long that takes for the judges to deliberate. And I'm very pleased to welcome Mark Bell into the studio. Mark is one of the... he's been ringing for Oxford, but Mark, you wear another hat with this event, don't you? We heard your voice a little bit earlier.
I do, yes. I'm the chair of the contest committee.
Is that a poison chalice, or is it? Do you volunteer for that? Are you volunteered by others? How does it work?
At first, I was volunteered by others, and I had to have a bit of arm twisting. But I very much enjoy being involved with that. It's a great event, and it's good to be part of the organisational side of things. In terms of the actual role, it's generally not too onerous. The secretary of the contest committee actually does a lot of the legwork.
Well, we spoke to Liz a little bit earlier. She was really pleased that she was able to join us on Zoom.
That's really good.
And we had a chat. And so Liz mentioned that she's doing a lot of the organisational administration. So what does the chair do? Do you have to come in with a casting vote, or are you trying to gel consensus? What's the role?
No, not necessarily. Just sort of overseeing everything. Obviously, chairing the meetings. So the clue's in the name there. Making sure everything's running smoothly and dealing with issues as and when they arise. So a big thing recently was COVID and taking the decisions to cancel the previous 2 contests and then trying to reschedule things for the following years because we planned quite far in advance. So we'd got a number of contests lined up, and then we had to have a bit of a reshuffle, and so that took quite a bit of work.
Yes, and nobody would envy you for some of those decisions that you've had to lead on.
At the time, back in March 2020, it was a really difficult decision. We were sort of making a decision ahead of when any of the government restrictions had come in, and we were sort of having to do a bit of guesswork as to how bad is this virus, what do we need to do, can we still put something on, is it going to be feasible? And there were quite a lot of high pressure frantic decisions, and we took the decision to cancel that year's contest. In the next few days it became clear that it just wasn't going to be feasible at all, and the government started making decisions on things, and then we sort of could almost go, phew, we did make the right decision, but at the time it was very far from certain how it was going to pan out.
Yes, and that reflects, I mean, essentially this is a live event, so it was just like you were experiencing exactly what was going on in the live event industry, people trying to second guess and crystal ball gaze.
Oh, completely. And then following that, it wasn't clear when things would improve and we'd be able to put something on. So we had plans for, well, might we be able to put something on in the autumn, and then might we be able to do the following year's contest? And we had a whole plan of when we would take decisions by and what would need to be possible in terms of the restrictions for us to go ahead with the next year's contest. And that worked quite well, because in the event we got to a certain point and it became clear that the last year's contest, so 2021, wasn't going to be possible. So then that actually, the decision to cancel that while difficult and not a nice decision to have to take, was actually much easier than the one before, because we had far more knowledge in place at that time.
Can I ask? I mean, how flexible have the individual venues been? Have they just a fair cop with you, or have there been some restrictions there?
Oh, they've all been very good, yeah, and particularly Guildford, where we are today, they've been looking forward to hosting the final for a number of years. They've been very keen to host it, and they've been very willing to be flexible over a variety of things. And actually, looking at Guildford and as a sort of COVID secure venue in terms of the ringing, it's probably about as good as you can get in terms of the space of the ringing chamber, the access up a number of different staircases, the doors in the ringing chamber that you can open to get some airflow through.
Yeah.
So we felt that even in a scenario where there may be some COVID restrictions, it might still be possible to put something on. And so we had a bit of that at the Eliminators this year. Following some risk assessments, we decided that it would be good to have a 10-minute break between teams ringing, which we wouldn't normally have, and that just to allow bands to get out before the next one comes in. That worked quite well, allows a bit of air circulation, and we were confident that we could go ahead at Guildford, even if there were some sort of restrictions in. So Guildford were really keen to do all that they could to put a contest on.
We're talking to Mark Bell, who is the chair of the 12 Bell Committee. We're just explaining about the tremendous amount of work and planning that goes on before it even gets handed over to the venue, because we heard from the locals about the organisation that they have to do. But you're steering this great big ship. How far in advance are you planning? How far ahead is it fixed where the contest is going?
Yeah, so 3 or 4 years in advance. So we've already identified potential venues, hopefully up until 2025 at the moment. And as you may know, we're hoping to go to Bristol to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the contest in 2025, which would be really good. Yeah. So we're looking forward to that. And then the final towers normally get put in the diary sooner than others. Quite often, like today, they're at a big church or cathedral where something needs to be in the diary several years in advance. Things are a bit easier with Eliminators, where it's not as large an event, so we can be a bit more flexible there. But because of some of the disruption with COVID over the previous years, we're still a bit uncertain as to where Eliminators are going to be in the next couple of years. And indeed, just recently, we lost an Eliminator tower. We're hoping to go to Bristol St Stephen's next year, but they've just announced that there's a whole 6-month programme of building work which has stopped us going there. So we're having to reorganise and rethink our strategy.
You've got to fit with those local logistics, isn't it? It's a case of fitting with that. Yeah, not always straightforward. Listen, Mark, I'm aware that it's gone quiet upstairs, so that we're listening out for the trebles. We haven't heard those yet. They've just gone. Okay, so we'll cross to the tower and listen in on Exeter.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final 2022 with Matthew Tosh.
And thank you, Laura, for that lovely voiceover there. That is Exeter band we've just heard in the tower there. We'll speak to a couple of their ringers when they make their way down the tower.
Big Wilf's bell muffles have been manufactured since 2004. We are proud to be the leading manufacturer of muffles with over 1,000 towers now using our products. The muffles are handmade using leather and use the Velcro fastening that Big Wilf pioneered for a secure fit. All Big Wilf's bell muffles are tailor-made to fit the size and shape of clapper and weight of the bell for a secure, non-slip fit. Big Wilf's Bell Muffles is pleased to support the 12-bell broadcast at Guildford.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final 2022 with Matthew Tosh.
Well, look, let's take a stock check of where we are so far. We have heard from Birmingham, the Cumberlands, Ipswich, Oxford, Bristol, and there in the tower just now was Exeter. We've still got to hear from Guildford. They're about to make their way into the tower shortly. Then we'll have the College U's, and the College U's will be entering the tower at 3 o'clock, and they will be in changes by 3:15. Followed by Melbourne. There we're going into the tower and will be in changes before 3:45. And then the last team of the day, Cambridge, must be in changes no later than 4:15. That is the lineup for the rest of the afternoon here on the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
The National 12-Bell Striking Contest.
Time now to take a look at some more emails. I must say thank you so much. We are thoroughly enjoying reading the messages and many people just enjoying listening to real bells again. We've spent a long time using online things to help us, and they've been really, really good. But there is no substitute for that actual real bell where people are actually physically swinging large lumps of metal above their head. Michelle X has been in touch. Michelle from Abingdon Bell Ringing Society, I should say, and the Association of Ringing Teachers says, I ring in Abingdon Society and Oxfordshire Guild as a late learner for 5 years. I'm so grateful for the coverage. Thank you. Personally, I entered my first 6-bell competition this year. Yes! Well done. And love the experience despite coming 5th out of 6 teams. It helps me to appreciate a small amount of the process involved. I'm sat at home today and feel like my hobby has made big screen commentary. Fantastic work. We have a local ringer in the Oxford team. Go for Thomas. So thank you very much, Michelle, for that message there. And yes, although this is 12-bell ringing, and these are people who are I liken them to brains the size of planets, some of the people that are ringing today. Phenomenally clever people, very, very talented on the end of the rope. I can only aspire to be this good. I do a bit of 12-bell ringing myself, but I am in awe of the precision and the accuracy that the ringers here have. But if you've ever rung in a competition, you'll have had a glimpse of that preparation, the anticipation, the going into the tower, the checking the ropes. You're doing your practice and then notifying the judges before you ring and making sure that everything is right, ready for your test piece. Then it's eyes down, total focus, and not even thinking about breathing, just getting through the end. Everything else happens automatically. Amazing. Fiona Kemp has been in touch. She says, Matthew, I'm having a listening and judging party from up here in Nottinghamshire. I like that. We're judging on many categories. I like this. We're judging on many categories, including team drinking ability. So there's a new category there. I'd like to know if anyone else is judging on the team drinking ability. Best of luck to the Melbourne team and our mates Emily Hall and Daniel Page. In fact, I saw Emily a little bit earlier. She's looking forward to speaking to us a little bit later. But that message there is from Fiona, Alex, Ed and Tash Kem in Nottinghamshire, who are having their own listening and judging party. Very good. Got time for another email and then we can talk to some ringers. Matthew and the team. Oh, it's Jenny Iris, chief judge from when we had the final at Exeter. We're sorry not to be at Guildford today, but enjoyed listening to the fantastic opening piece from Birmingham in the car earlier. Got it on the car. That's good. Congratulations to the band for setting a very high bar for the day ahead. Sending our very best wishes to everyone attending, and special thanks to the judges and organisers who I know are working very hard. Thank you all for a great broadcast too. That is Jenny Iris, or it's Jenny and the Iris family. They're all listening as a family. Thank you, Jenny. Great to hear from you as well. OK, now, as I was talking, we've got a very hot-looking Steph Hills and Matthew Hilling, who've just come into the town. And also, just breathing, I just hear it there, Steph, a sort of sigh of relief.
Yes, very, very
come a little
much
bit closer.
so.
It's all right. Come a little bit closer.
Yeah, I didn't have the ideal preparation for this because I actually missed the last two team practices for our team, including the one here.
Okay.
So the first chance I had to practice was literally the practice that we've just done now.
And we've been talking about that preparation actually, and how teams do that. And of course, yeah, taking your point that most people would have had that opportunity to test the bells out first, get used to the acoustics. We can have the doors open and close and things like that. So before we talk to Matthew, can I just get, what is your first impression?
Yeah, it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
It's not that bad. It's not as traumatic as I thought it would be.
The bells, I feel like the bells were more audible than I was led to believe, which was nice for me. Or perhaps from the bell I was ringing on, it's a good place to hear them.
Yeah, very good. Matthew Hilling, welcome back.
Hello.
We've heard your voice quite a bit because we were playing some of through the week, some of your clips and things. It's good to see you. So, yeah, defending the title, I might ask the team. How was what was the atmosphere going in? Was it just going to enjoy it? Are we going to try and hold on to it?
I think everyone gets quite worked up and nervous about these kind of things, unfortunately, and I try to spend a lot of time telling people to breathe and calm down, and it's all right. And I don't think we've got any expectation about really seriously defending. We've got, we've gone up there and we've done our best. We've had some team changes this week, which hasn't helped.
Oh wow, last minute.
Yeah, sadly. So yeah, we had 2 people ringing today who didn't come for our practice, which just puts everyone a bit on edge. But yeah, we've gone up there and we've done some decent ringing, and we'll be all right. Yeah, we try to forget that we're actually defending it, although we like to remind everyone that we've held the trophy for 3 years.
Well, we can't argue with that. My producer's just spit his drink out in the corner there. So, well, yeah, it's very true, isn't it?
Yeah, so we're up there with Birmingham now, I think.
You heard it here first.
That's right, they're not listening. That's fine.
How is just give us a stay plate. How is ringing in Exeter at the moment?
Ringing in Exeter's all right. We haven't, all the people we had prior to COVID haven't come back, so we've got a slightly different band. We've had a couple of new people come in, but at the cathedral, we're not getting as many people, but we're still ringing up to the high echelons of Bristol and Zanussi, so we can't complain too much, but it is harder to get bands together generally. I think people have got more things to do in their life, and they found that COVID has given them a break to actually, ringing is not the be-all and end-all. I'm talking to the wrong audience here, aren't I? But, no,
I can see the email box heating up now as you're saying this, man.
Controversial. But, yeah, I mean, on the whole, Exeter ringing is getting there. I don't think we weren't quite as quick out of the blocks as some of the other teams might have been, getting back up to 12 bell ringing, and I still don't think we're where we were in 2019 for sure, but it's coming along nicely.
It's challenging because either way of looking at that, it is an opportunity, isn't it? If you've got fresh people coming along, new people coming along, it's an opportunity to let them, help them raise their bar.
Well, exactly, and bring them up as well. And Steph, and sadly, I'll say hello to Jo Franklin. If she's listening, she should have been ringing today. We missed you, Jo, but they would have been 2 people ringing in their first final. So it is an opportunity, as you say, to bring those people in and give them opportunity.
Steph, having prepared for this, what do you take from this? Has it contributed to your own ringing experience? I mean, is it going to change the way that you prepare for future competitions?
I don't think I'd necessarily prepare any differently. I just feel like it's been a really good opportunity for me to have that focused 12 bell ringing that's of a really high standard, higher than I would normally have. And just, it's been a really good opportunity to get to know a lot of people better socially in a band, because we don't have that much social time. A lot of it's based on the ringing, so it's been nice to get to know people
better.
Yeah, that's really good to hear. If you don't mind me asking, Steph, occasionally I ask people to describe where they started ringing, and because you're a slightly younger end of the age scale, if you don't mind me saying. But there are people who will be listening who are just venturing out, and we've had messages from people who say, it'd be really good if one day I can make it into a 12-bell band. What's your journey been to get to 12-bell ringing? Where did you start out?
So I started to learn to ring at a place called Claines in Worcester, which aren't the nicest set of bells, I've come to realise subsequently.
And how many are they?
So there are 10, but I didn't ring the 10.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we barely rang the 6, really. So I left there being able to ring Surprise Minor, and then I moved to Exeter University. And then I've had lots of help and encouragement from various people along the way, including especially Tom Hinks and Matt, just giving me lots and lots of opportunities. Which have enabled me to progress to 12-bell ringing. But I think handbells is something that really, really helped me with striking and rhythm. I think once I'd done a lot of handbells, that improved my tower bell ringing. So I know it's difficult, but if you're in an area where there is some handbell ringing going on, maybe explore that to improve your striking and rhythm, and then apply that to tower bells, because handbells doesn't work without rhythm and striking.
No, it doesn't. It is absolutely crucial to that. But it's a very different way of achieving that rhythm as well, because you've got less sort of lead-in time, where you've got a whole bell rotating around. The handbells is sort of more of a flick
Yeah,
of the
I
wrist,
would also say try and ring at as many different towers as you possibly can and experience as many different bells, because that will make you confident just going and handling any bell, because that wasn't the fear for me coming today. I'm not fearful of handling the bells.
Because you're used to going to different towers.
Yeah, I'm just used to ringing lots of different bells. But yeah.
What a great piece of advice. I'm sure people will be lapping that up there. Matt, do you want to add anything to that from you're a bit more of a veteran of competitions? Any bits of advice you would give to people?
No, don't be scared of it, is what I would say. Go out there and try it and embrace it. You know, if it's your local 6-bell competition, just put a team together and go and do your best. And it doesn't really matter where you come. And just think you were there and you've taken part and you've beaten all the teams that didn't get there. So yeah, it does help focus the mind. Some people up there just said that's harder than ringing a peal when we finished today, and right. I think it is a bit like that, because it does really make you focus. But we have some good team bonding sessions when we go off and have our specific practices for the 12-bell, and I think that adds a lot of value to our band as a whole.
Well, I don't think we can add anything to that. Words of wisdom and some great piece of advice there from Exeter ringers. We've just been talking to Steph Hills and Matthew Hilling, who are quite eager to get outside. I think you might be going for a little bit of refreshment now. I don't want to jump to conclusions. Is that right?
I think beer is on the agenda. Yes. Hello, David Macy. Sorry, I had to say that.
Well, he has been in touch, actually. So he is listening, so he will be listening to you. Yes. So, listen, thank you so much, Steph Hills and Matthew Hilling from Exeter. Well done. You can relax now, and we might see you a little bit later.
Thank you, guys. Well done.
Amazing stuff. Okay, so in the tower at the moment, just to let you know who we've got, as Matt doesn't kick all the furniture over, we've got Guildford at the moment doing their practice piece, which gives me time to go to social media. And on Twitter, Michael Hyatt has been in touch. He says, well, here we are, listening to Bristol whilst checking on the Herdwick and Hebridean sheep. Maybe Herdwicks are Cumberland fans. Interesting. Okay, well, I'm going to retweet that from the 12-bell account. So you've got a picture of the sheep coming up now on the 12-bell Twitter account. So that's going out there. Who else? We've got Kathy Hampton Hampson has tweeted us, sending some pictures from the event. Crondall Bells, whoever's tweeting that, go Guildford! So proud of you on this National 12-bell contest. We know you'll give it your best. Bell ringing shot. Love from Crondall Bells. And the Central Council has tweeted to say that they are listening to some superb ringing. They've actually got a stand in the cathedral. There are lots of I haven't had a proper wander around in the cathedral and take you behind the scenes there, but there are inside in the nave of the cathedral there are various stands on show with various stands from various local exhibitors, bell hangers and things like that. And speaking of locals, Phil Ridley has just come in to the studio, who is a local ringer and has been involved in some of the online stuff. Phil, hello.
Hello, how are you?
It's great to see you, actually, rather than not
nice
just
to
on the
see
screen, you know. So, as one of the people behind the scenes, let's get your take on the atmosphere and how it's going today so far.
I think we're just relieved it's here. I mean, we've had, 2 cancellations since the last 12 bell final, and then train strike today. I mean, the fact that we've made it here in one piece is absolutely incredible. It's been tricky on social media to say we've been looking forward to you coming for 2 years, trying to think of interesting new things to put on. So just the fact we're actually here and it's happening,
keeping that momentum
is fantastic.
Going,
it's so exciting.
You mentioned social media. That's one of your responsibilities, or your kind of little project to manage here.
It is. I've just come off car parking duty, but apart from that, social media has been the one I've been looking after, and it's been great. It's been great to see the ringing community getting so excited and behind all of this, and I think everyone's just so glad to be back. It's been brilliant, just all the positive atmosphere. And then, down in Guildford, we had last night ringing at St Nick's and then a session at the pub, and the buzz was just absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and I suppose the social media allows you to generate that buzz beforehand, doesn't it?
Yeah. Everyone's been getting so engaged and so supportive and sending in their support. It's been absolutely brilliant.
What sorts of tips then? So if anyone is putting on a ringing event, are there any tips and things that you've learned on this journey that can help them prepare? What sorts of things are you posting? Is it pictures? Is it particular messages? How are you teasing people?
It's just been pictures. I think the thing that we've really had is it's been great. There's been so many people involved. Like we must have I think we have about 120 volunteers here, and everyone's been sending in their pictures, which has been brilliant, because then it's not just what I see, it's what everyone else has been seeing. Everyone who's been preparing for the event, doing maintenance on the bells and stuff, they've all been sending in their pictures and stuff, which has been fantastic, because then we've been able to load up all sorts of different bits of content. And obviously in the last few days there've been all these different travel tips and car parking and everything and where to go. It's been brilliant, all the different bits of advice that everyone's been sending in as suggestions for us to put on.
And allows you to get out short notice and sort of changes as well. And of course, with the rail situation at the moment,
you can't believe it, can you? Really?
Get a pound over. What else can we throw at the ringers? Just give it a little bit of a challenge.
Absolutely. But no, it's fantastic, and it's so great. I mean, I was a reserve for the Guildford team. When you guys phoned me to say you're still okay for the interview, my stomach dropped because I thought someone had collapsed and it was going to be a disaster. But it was all okay. So hope Guildford absolutely smash it now, and when they get going.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we shall find out very shortly, of course. Well, in fact, there is the signal. So we'll go quiet now, because this is the home team on their own bells. Guildford are about to do their test piece. Let's have a listen.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final 2022 with Matthew Tosh.
And that was the home team, Guildford, ringing on their own bells there. We've got two more teams. In fact, we'll give you a rundown of where we're at.
Go Pensions is delighted to sponsor this year's National 12-Bell Final. Chris Stanley and the team wish all bands the best fortune with their test piece. Strong rounds in the tower and then in the bar. May your ringing be grand and be heard from afar. Strike well in the roll-ups and down through the middle. And when it sounds good, just give it a wiggle. Don't think of your pension or retiring just yet. If you do, you may stray and a dodge you'll forget. Hold your nerve to the end. Make sure it comes round. Be proud of your ringing, a magnificent sound.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final 2022 with Matthew Tosh.
OK, let's just take stock where we're at so far. We just heard Guildford, and prior to that we've had Birmingham in the order of ringing. Birmingham, the Cumberlands, Ipswich, Oxford, Bristol, Exeter, and of course Guildford, who we've just heard. Next team in the tower are the College Youths, working their way up. They won't be able to start their practice until 3 o'clock at the earliest. Remember, they have to be in changes by 3:15 local time. You can check that local time by looking at the top right-hand corner of your screen. Melbourne will be in after them. They'll be getting into the tower at 3:30, and then Cambridge in final team into the melting pot from 4 o'clock onwards. That is how things are shaping up here at Guildford Cathedral.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
Lovely to see lots of messages coming in, and some familiar names and faces appearing on our social media as well. We just, if you look on the screen, actually, we've just put the camera looking outside, and you can see how buoyant that is. We've got benches that people are sitting out. Some people brought picnics along. There's a cafe there as well. People are taking out food from there, and a shop there. Back inside the cathedral, the ringers coming down. Look of relief. Of course, these are people that are very familiar with the stairs, many of whom are having to go back to other duties now, because they're not just ringing, they're also organising the event behind the scenes. Just talking about familiar names and faces, Phil Tremaine has been in touch on Twitter. He said, I'm back listening to the broadcast feed after ringing for a wedding. And Jeremy Bates has messaged in. Hello, Jeremy. It's good to hear from you. Listening in from New York. Great to hear the 12-bell ringing in the tower again. He says many thanks to Matthew and the live feed technicians. So listening in there from New York. And Jeremy actually turned up. He appeared at the Exeter final and spoke to us in the Bishop's Garden after the ringing had taken place. So it's really nice to put names to faces. And if you ever make it along to one of these things, do come and say hello. We'd love to meet you in person. Now, whilst we wait for the ringers to make their way down from the tower, it gives me time to have a look at more emails. And speaking of the States, we've got a message from Josh Pearson, who's listening from the far side of the Atlantic. And he said, I want to say thank you to you and your team for everything you do. Sadly, no ringing for me today. I am up in a sadly towerless Maine in the States. But on the plus side, it's to attend my brother's wedding. So if you felt like it, could you give a shout out to Dan Burson and his bride-to-be, Bree Candland? Good luck. Good luck. And good luck to all the teams, especially the less frequent participants. Thank you very much, Josh, for that message there. One more email. We've got Josh Hutchinson, who says hello to everyone in the studio, and a shout out to Pete Spain. Hey, there we go. To Pete Spain there. Okay, representing UBSCR. Absolutely. In fact, there's more than one UBSCR person in this place. Sadly, I'm unable to be in Guildford today, but firmly cheering on Bristol from afar. Thank you so much for a high-quality broadcast. Okay, that's very good. I'm going to squeeze in one more email, actually, just whilst we settle our guests in. And it's from Louisa. Speaking of Bristol, Louisa Ruffley in Bristol, who says, I'm really enjoying listening and watching from Bristol, although you are competing with Test Match Special. There we are. And it's great to see lots of UBSCR involvement, both ringing, presenting and producing. Good luck to the Bristol band. There we go. Okay, so Matt Child and Matthew Beedman in the studio now. Now this is going to get confusing because we've got two Matthews being spoken to. We've got two Matthews on the technical team. It's a bit of a Matthew thing going on here, isn't it? Gentlemen, hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Now a bit different for you because I was just saying to people, you've got split sort of roles here today because you've got the involvement in the organisation. You're ringing on your home bells as well. But how does it feel ringing on your home bells with a kind of a professional audience listening in?
I didn't know how it would feel actually, but it felt pretty much the same as it has done in our practices, I'd say. We were aware that most of the people are having a beer in the beer tent, so perhaps couldn't hear it as clearly as they might otherwise have done, which I think for me probably took some of the pressure off.
Yeah, and just in case you're wondering which Matthew that was speaking, it was Matthew Beedman. Okay, what about you, Matt Child?
It was really nice actually, so I was a bit worried, so I'd not rung in one of these before actually. So
this is your first contest
yeah,
final?
Haven't done an eliminator yet, so I was supposed to do one in 2020, but obviously that got cancelled. But it was actually really nice being on home bells, walking in, and it was just very nice and relaxed actually to be with familiar people in a familiar tower.
So in a sense, although you've been sort of dropped in at the deep end, going straight in at a final, but you've also got that little bit of comfort, there's that reassurance of that familiarity. I know this ringing chamber, I know the sounds and things like that. A lot of debate's been going on, door open, door closed. Did you have the doors open or closed?
We had one door open, yeah, nice bit of breeze, but we find that you can get a bit of a through draft if you've got more than one, so yeah, didn't want the ropes flapping around.
I think Neil was saying that it can sometimes throw some of the ropes. I think he was saying about the eighth can sort of fly across the room a bit.
Yeah, it wasn't the door we normally have open, you see, so there was some debate as to whether we change it, but no, we kept it the same as what Exeter had it before.
Yeah. Have you noticed any impact, any sort of benefits on the band building up to the final, knowing that you were going to have to perform at the final? Has there been any sort of benefit there?
Yeah, I'd say so. It's been a really satisfying experience actually, because we've all we've come together regularly for practices, and I'd say definitely seen an upward, a slow but steady upward trend in the striking that we're achieving, and so that's been it's just been rewarding to ring on our lovely bells regularly and to get some good ringing that we've been rehearsing.
Yeah,
I'd say it's actually been really nice because we've had a lot more visits from other ringers in the guild actually, and we've got a lot of people involved in this event, so really thanks very much for all the volunteers.
Absolutely.
Not just from the cathedral community but also from our wider guild, and we're really happy to have seen everyone in previous weeks up in the tower to come and say hello. It might have been their first time or first time in 10 years,
Yeah,
and it was really nice to see them.
Yeah, it really is. It's that team effort, isn't it? People, and you do rely on that extra support as well. So you're going to go back out, but you're on duty today as well, aren't you? So Matthew Beedman, what are your roles today? What have you been assigned?
Well, I feel I got let off relatively lightly, actually.
Ooh.
I was in charge of car parking first thing. And at the end of the day, I'll be helping pack things up.
Yes.
Otherwise, just responsible for looking out for a 3.5-year-old and having a few drinks, hopefully.
Okay. He's not got enough work, so mind if you find another job for him. That's fine. And Matt, what about you?
So I helped you a very little bit yesterday.
You did, indeed,
but,
yes.
we're sort of setting up the listening areas and speakers, and then I've got the big role of typing the results up later in front of everyone. So unfortunately, not too many beers left, but luckily, in a way, not long to go, so I can't sort of down the pints before then.
You got to watch don't mix up your ASCY, SRCY.
Well, there was that little confusion during the draw, which nearly threw me.
Yeah,
yes,
that's right. Who is it? That's great. Well, listen, we really appreciate not just your ringing today, but also the welcome and the support that you've all given us to make this whole event possible. Not just a broadcast, the entire event, because it's been a long time coming. This one, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, well, I mean, we're just delighted to see everyone here, and it's great to have a celebration of ringing after so long.
Lovely, and I hope you're able to celebrate after tonight. Once you've done all your pack down and everything, you can sort of have a bit of relief. And think we pulled that off. We actually did it, and put on a great final, and the first final for 3 years. So congratulations. We really enjoyed listening to the ringing. Obviously, we'll see what the judges make of it a little bit later, along with everybody else, and we shall let you get back to your duties.
Lovely. Thanks guys.
Very much. Matthew and Matthew there, interviewed by Matthew, and visuals produced by Matthew. There'll be a test later, so you can check on everybody. Right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Good. Right, time to get back to emails. Gary Crutchley is listening in. He says, many thanks for great coverage of today's event in Guildford. My wife Tracy and I are really enjoying the ringing. We are ringing ourselves shortly. Tracy has just left for a wedding in Busbury. That's a 6 in Wolverhampton. And I'm ringing later for a wedding at Block Switch later near Walsall. Thank you again, all the best, and thanks again for your efforts in bringing this event to us. That's great. I like to see that, people out ringing, because there are other events taking place today. There are people who are getting married, and people want bells, and so bell ringers are called to duty there as well. Just have a little look at another email. Just move that along on my screen there. And Clive Smith says, hello, just tuning in from, here we go, Munich, another country added to our list, Munich, where my parents are visiting me. Traditional greetings to everybody listening, especially those from mainland Europe, and keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Clive. That's Clive Smith there. We really appreciate your message as well. If you want to get in touch, here's how you can do so.
Get involved with the broadcast via social media and let us know what you think. Tweet us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12bell, that's the number 12. Or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Well, of course, we are talking, several times we've mentioned that this is the first final for 3 years, but the contest itself has been going on for quite some time. And a couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to talk to Andrew Wilby about where the initial seeds for this event came from. It's an interview we had to record on Zoom because it was recorded in the middle of a lockdown. Here's what he had to say. This is about 1960s ringing.
Way back in the 60s, there was a letter in the ringing world suggesting that somebody ought to organise a contest between the 12-bell bands. I'd moved from London to Leicester at the time, and with the Leicester ringers, we were starting to practice Bristol Maximus and things like that. And anyway, I was ringing master at St Margaret's and thought, well, why don't we? And we talked to people about organising a contest. So I went to college's one Tuesday night meeting and proposed that the society back the idea of a contest. Well, that's where it started. Various inquiries with the very few potential bands. I mean, I think there were probably 5, I'll try and remember, 5 places in the country where 12-bell ringing was indigenous, where they rang 12 often, people grew up and learnt to ring 12. And that was Leicester, Birmingham, London, 2 places in London, of course, colleges and Cumberland, and Bristol. So it was a fairly limited market at the time, and the whole idea was to try and make the idea of ringing 12 bells, get people to understand that it was possible, because most 12-bell ringing at the time then was done by gathering people who could ring 12 together in scratch bands or peal bands. There were very few peal bands ringing 12. You know, a lot of people thought 12-bell ringing was basically impossible or very difficult to strike, and you know, therefore, there were all sorts of mental hurdles towards it. So the idea was really that with the contest, you could start to make people take it seriously. Well, what then happened was, and I got to mention them, the Cumberlands declined to take part because they didn't think it was a proper use of church bells to have a competition on them. Jim Dizerans and the Reading ringers then stepped up and said, oh, we'll come. But basically, with the cold water being poured on it, the whole thing fell apart.
I just love the way he describes that, you know, about the whole thing just falling apart. And so right from an early a time, you get the sense that the camp was a bit split. Some people wanted it, some people thought it wasn't an appropriate use of church bells. We'll be continuing that story a little bit later. We've got another interview to hear about that how this all started and you look at the operation today. We're here. We've had many competitions, and the competition is thriving and attracting new people all the time. Talking of going back in history, we had a very interesting email from David Hull, who is one of the people. He actually looks after the website, 12 Bell website, and some of the online archives. Amazing chap to talk to, and he has emailed us in with the winning certificate from the last time that the final was at Guildford in 1988. Now, we've just popped that on the screen for you there. Frances Dodds rang the same bell today as she rang exactly 34 years ago, and Paul Biblio is also a survivor from that band. Doing a great job, he says again, and he's enjoying the broadcast. That's from David Hull. But let's just look at that. You can see the pencil sketch in the background, or the ink sketch of Guildford Cathedral. It's National 12 Bell Striking Contest Taylor Trophy. And if you look at the very bottom, you can just see the judges' signatures. And we've got Stephanie Pattenden, David House and Chris Kippin there. The touch there was conducted for the winning band by the late Rod Pipe, and that is the Birmingham lineup. Look at that. So that is from 1988. That's the last time the contest came to Guildford Cathedral. So thank you very much, David Hull, for sending in a bit of history there, and also for keeping the 12 Bell website stats all up to date. If you've not visited it before and you like to get your teeth into numbers, that is the place to go. You can see information about obviously this year's contest, but the statistics section, you've got complete results, previous winners, ringers and files, recordings, all sorts, and the judges lineup as well. OK, as you can hear, that is the college youths in the tower announcing that they are ready to commence with their test piece. So we shall go across to the tower now. This is the college youths.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final 2022 with Matthew Tosh.
And that was the College U's doing their business up in the tower there. We'll be talking to a couple of their ringers very shortly. We're just commenting there. You can tell when some of the teams are just about to set the bells because the rounds just slow down very slightly as they take those bells back up to the balance point.
The ropes being used today at Guildford Cathedral. Avon Ropes manufactures full-size and mini ring ropes. We even make light pull bell ropes, which make a great gift or addition to your home. We provide a 2-week repair service, extending the life of used bell ropes by adding new machined spliced tail ends, repairing failed sallies and replacing worn top ends. Avon Ropes is pleased to support the 12-Bell broadcast.
Oh, you're caught out there when they play things. I sometimes take a little sip of a cup of tea. You might have just seen me put my tea down there. So very nice. Just been handed a cup of tea in the studio. So that was Oxford. And just talking about the bells as well, what you see on the camera, just before each of the teams pull off, have a watch of the tenor and the 11th, but particularly the tenor. You'll see the tenor ringer just starting to rock them, and that's because larger bells, they take a bit more energy to pull them over the balance to get them going, and it takes a little bit longer as well. So what a lot of ringers do is they pull very gently and then let go, and then pull and let go gently, and it just starts the bell rocking backwards and forwards against the kind of natural flexion of the stay, and it then means each time they pull that a little bit harder, and it makes it easier and quicker to pull it over the balance. So before we go into the next team's ringing, which will be Melbourne, just keep an eye on that tenor after you've heard the trebles and we announce the team. See if you can see that tenor being bounced before it gets pulled over the balance. On to the emails. Jeanette Thomas has been in touch. She says, my son was ringing in the Oxford team and it was fabulous being able to listen, see the bells and to see them come down the tower. Well done to everyone involved. That's Jeanette Thomas, who is a ringer at St Helens in Abingdon in Oxfordshire. Just going to go back to the social media as well. Several people tweeting the National 12-Bell Twitter handle and also using the hashtag 12-Bell as well. Also people here at the event. So you'll see some selfies. If you go on that hashtag, you'll see some selfies there. Kathy Hampson has posted some pictures there. Talking to people. Welsh colleges have been mentioned. We've always heard the University of Bristol mentioned. We've got lots of University of London people here, Liverpool, all sorts of different organisations and associations are represented here. Rob Childs has tweeted us and he says, great coverage. It's always good to hear the 12-Bell coverage and the team produce. I'm gutted not to be there with Leeds this year, but we will be back in 2023. What a great performance from Guildford. That was a pleasure to listen to. Congratulations to Richard and the team. So very good. Thank you very much, Rob, there for your message as well. And lots of people tweeting. Whoever's tweeting for Sussex Bell Ringer says, gutted to be missing this bell ringing grand day out, but watching and listening, we're with you in spirit. I'm just going to turn around to one of our technical team, Matt Thusey. What's our numbers online at the moment? It's sort of been hovering over around 250 for a lot of the day. We're on 237 at the moment, so people are coming and going, but consistently got good numbers of people listening in, so that's good. Just as I'm talking, we've got college youths just coming in, installing themselves into the studio, which gives me time to read one more email, which has come in from Zoe Williams. I'm a chronically ill ringer. I ring computerised bells with other ringers who ring physical handbells. Thanks for the excellent coverage. It's great to be able to experience the event from home, and well done to the Oxford ringers. That is from Zoe Williams. Thank you, Zoe. We aim to try and create that picture of what's going on here for people listening wherever they are in the world. Right, we've got Ryan Noble and Tessa Simpson from the College U's just come into the studio looking, may I say, relieved?
Definitely.
How was that for you? I mean, 'cause it's been a while since we've done one of these, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a few years, and the College U's, you know, we've gone through the whole COVID period like a lot of other bands you've probably heard today, and we've struggled. Our band's changed quite a lot. We've got 5 different people compared to the last entry that we had, and it's
it's going quite well, I think. You know, the COVID practices, since COVID, it's been a good recovery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think as a 12 bell squad, we've been gelling well as a team. And yeah, it's just nice to be back here and ringing again.
Because it's a bit of a return for you, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, I learnt to ring at Guildford. So yeah, and my parents and brother are all ringing in the Guildford band this year. So
the friendly family rivalry, do you think?
Yeah, exactly. My mother just handed the treble rope over to me as she was leaving the tower. So,
that must have felt really strange then.
Yeah,
isn't it?
nice.
Nice.
Family competition, though.
Yeah.
2 treble ringers.
Yeah.
Who's going to do better?
My mum, I think, unfortunately.
But so you talk about the changes, the changes that have come in. Is this a first time for a number of the band then having rung in this final?
Yes, so I think 4 of the band have not rung in a final before, and certainly for the team, one of the band has, but he's been brought back in to the band this year.
Yeah, I think we've got some new blood, but it's never a bad thing. So
no, not at all.
Onwards and upwards.
Yeah. Well, we heard Julia Cater earlier when we had the judges interview. She was very keen to emphasise the wider benefits of putting a band into a competition, because one assumes you create a pool of potential 12 bell kind of band people that I guess you're having to maintain a level of quality amongst those people.
Yes, definitely. I mean, we have quite a large number of people that turn up on Tuesday nights to our practices. The ringing is often very good on Tuesdays, but does vary in quality a little bit. So it's really nice to be able to bring, 12 people together that are, very good strikers, and we get some consistent good ringing with them.
Yeah. Can I just say, because it's been a while since I've been to a college youth practice. I have to declare my interest. I'm a college youth, but I have to be completely impartial at these events. With so many people coming and going, how do you actually start to narrow down? What is that process? Is it just listening? Are you keeping a little secret notebook? Are you talking to other people? How does that work?
Well, it's definitely listening and seeing who's the best striker. Obviously, with the 12-bar rolls, it's also to do with the attendance. So try and make sure that we have the highest attenders and the best ringers. So there is a bit of a balance between the two, because obviously you might have some of our best ringers who don't live in London where our practices normally are, but you couldn't enter them. But we have a membership all around the world, so but it's definitely all about the quality and how often we have them on a Tuesday night, because ringing together on a Tuesday night is one of the most important things to our 12-bar entry.
Yeah, great stuff. Okay, so you've done the difficult bit now, and can I ask just again about preparing? Has the band stayed completely dry? Have you allowed people just have a little drink just to kind of calm the nerves? Because everybody else has got a different approach to this.
We didn't really have that conversation as a band. I suspect 1 or 2 might have had a sneaky pint at lunchtime, but certainly nobody drank to excess, so that's the main thing.
I certainly didn't have anything to drink.
There was nobody crawling up the stairs or anything like that.
There were no rules, although we weren't expecting necessarily to be drawn 8th in the day, but that's what happens when it's a draw.
Well, I'm just teasing the listeners, because we're actually going to hear an interview a little bit later from Andrew Wilby talking about one of the previous college youths competitions. Leicester springs to mind, where I think some people were actually crawling into the ringing chamber, but they did pretty well out of it. So listen, I'm going to let you get back to the celebrations outside. Celebrate your ringing. We really enjoyed listening to it. We look forward to seeing what the judges say later. Ryan Noble and Tessa Simpson, thank you for coming to talk to us. And we'll see you back in amongst the melee of people a little bit later.
Thank you very much.
OK, you're listening to live coverage from Guildford Cathedral. I am Matthew Tosh, keeping you company through until sometime after 6 o'clock, when the judges will be coming back with their deliberations, their feedback, their comments and their all-important scores to announce who is going to be crowned winners of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest 2022. Do keep your messages coming in. I'd like to just give you a quick reminder of how to get in touch.
Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you. So So why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. Tweet us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
You heard a little earlier talking, and Andrew Wilby was talking about ringing in the 1960s and some of the early seeded ideas for the start of this competition here. We're now going to hear from Chris and Heather Kippin and Andrew Wilby again to see where the story went next.
We had really no idea how successful it would be. So it wasn't our intention that it would be a regular thing, but we thought that it was possible that it might. And of course it did. That was very much down to Andrew Wilby, because the Leicester Ringers won the first competition. Andrew was in Leicester at the time. Andrew is, as I'm sure you're aware, an ideas man.
We decided that if once we got there, Pete Staniforth, who was, many people will not remember his name, the late Peter Staniforth, was nominated to stand up and invite everybody back to Leicester next year, which we duly did. At this point, the Cumberlands said that, well, yes, if it was called a contest, they'd come, but not if it was a competition. So the word went out from us all, don't argue with it. If that's the terms, we'll call it a contest and all will be fine. So that's what we did, and the Cumberlands joined in.
We moved on to Leicester the second year, which I also took part in for the College Youths. I think we also came second there.
So the first national contest was at St Margaret's, Leicester.
His enthusiasm ensured that the competition was repeated the next year, and his enthusiasm, I think, then led, well, for that competition to the construction of and awarding of the Taylor Trophy.
One of the things that cropped up then is just nobody did anything about a trophy. And some of the Leicester Ringers were saying, oh, we'll use the Hancock Trophy again. Well, that was a one-off, and I think it was already nailed up in Leicester Cathedral. And that was clearly the wrong thing. So I got on to Paul Taylor and said, could he provide a trophy? Which he did. Actually, he provided the shield and said his carpenter had got bubonic plague or something or other. So I got my father to help, and we manufactured the rest of the trophy in his workshop. And it became known as the Taylor Trophy, and Paul Taylor was appointed president of the contest, which a post he held to the end of his life.
And after that, I think the competition started to acquire a life of its own. I think Andrew has a lot to answer for. I think we have a lot to thank Andrew for, because I think without Andrew, it might well not have happened.
The number of applicants started to grow, and the judges started saying they couldn't handle more than 6 bands. It was really very, very difficult for judges in those days with no basic experience and practice of doing it to judge 12-bell ringing with the intensity that it has for the period of time. And the judges are saying, if you make us judge more than 6 bands, we can't guarantee we'll get the result right, and that sort of thing. So we had a limit of 6 to start with. It's now grown. But that meant we had to go into holding eliminators. And the background to this was, in order to organise it, we understood that the people taking part needed to put up a representative each, and there needed to be a committee to organise it. Otherwise, leaving it to an individual band would probably be a prescription for disaster, if not argument.
So this was the birth of the committee as we know it today?
Absolutely, yeah. And it was driven by needing to share the responsibility and make sure we organised a contest, basically, and not an argument, to put it that way.
So just prior to that, Andrew, if you might, if you just go back, those early contests, who was deciding what was being rung? Was it by mutual decision and agreement, or was it the host tower?
The first one at Leicester, it was the Leicester Ringers decided the test piece, and because St Margaret's Leicester were fairly notorious and difficult, they thought it was be good fun for everybody else to be made to ring Stedman sinks till you get to 1-3-2, and then ring Cambridge from the wrong to the home. So, in other words, in those days, people thought there'd be a change of speed between Sinks and Maximus, and the poor old tenor ringer would be left ringing Maximus too fast and struggling. And they thought that would disadvantage everybody else.
That's really cruel.
Well, that started straight away. And you could see how fatal that would be to a contest in the long term. So there was a necessity to make it more democratic, get it organised by the bands taking part, and share the responsibility for it. And that's what we did. I mean, I'm thinking of some of the meetings we held, one in a car outside St Sepulchre's Holborn for some reason. And some of the people who played a big part in the formation of the committee, there was John Chilcott and Mike Chilcott from St Paul's, Jim Dizerans from Reading, Chris Kippin from Bristol. Did I mention Rod Pipe from Birmingham? John Jelly from Leicester. They were some of the guiding lights who helped shape the whole thing in the first place. And, it's a team effort. And I think we really, we achieved something that's lasted.
Well, there we go, and it's still going today. So you heard there, first of all, we had Chris and Heather Kippin and Andrew Wilby giving us that all-important history of how this rather amazing and unique event got off the ground. And as I say, it's still going today, organised by a bit more of a formal committee. We heard earlier, we were talking to some of the key people from the committee. We had Liz Evans, and we also had Mark Bell, who is the current chair of the 12 Bell Committee. Now, George Vant has been in touch both on email to our 12 Bell studio at gmail.com and also on Twitter using the hashtag 12Bell. Shout out to Ipswich for their good performance. I learned my 12 bell ringing at St Mary Le Tower, and I'm sure that George Pipe would have been very proud. Listening in Southampton, as unfortunately I couldn't make it today. I'm listening before I start work. So well done, Ipswich. That message has come in from George Vant. Thank you very much. Do keep those messages coming in. And I'm really interested to hear what you think of the bands. Are any performances sticking out? Any particular band that you think, I think they've got the edge from what I've heard so far? I know some of you are, there are people who are armchair judging. So if you are an armchair judge, you need to get some of your thoughts in. Of course, I do appreciate you may be waiting until you've heard the last team as well, but do get those messages in. More than happy to give you a shout out, and if you want to say hello to anybody you're listening with or anyone here that you've seen on social media or on the screens, let's just give you another view of the outside area on our screen. This is overlooking the bar area, so you can see those tents having a bit of shelter from the sun as well, and we're also a bit precautionary just in case the weather turned inclement. Lots of sun hats as well, and just a really nice atmosphere, quite chilled out there as well. And it's just really nice to be together again, and we're trying to bring that atmosphere to you so that you're not alone listening to this. You can be together with us as well. Well, all ears are now turning to the Tower as the trebles are rung to announce that Melbourne are ready to complete their test piece. So we should cross to the Tower now. This is Melbourne's test piece.
Matthew Tosh brings you live coverage of the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
And that was Melbourne. So that brings us to one final team who are just making their way into the ringing chamber. This is Cambridge, who will be going in for their practice. We'll be catching up with the Melbourne ringers as soon as they're down from the tower.
Big Wilf's bell muffles have been manufactured since 2004. We are proud to be the leading manufacturer of muffles, with over 1,000 towers now using our products. The muffles are handmade using leather and use the Velcro fastening that Big Wilf pioneered for a secure fit. All Big Wilf's bell muffles are tailor-made to fit the size and shape of clapper and weight of the bell for a secure, non-slip fit. Big Wilf's bell muffles is pleased to support the 12-bell broadcast at Guildford.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final, live from Guildford Cathedral.
And what a lovely atmosphere it is there, looking at it. Look at those flags on the screen there. You can just see that it's still very blowy out there, but there is a bit of shelter out there in our beer garden. I'm hoping to hear from the beer manager. The bar manager, a little bit later. I did speak to him this morning. We'll try and get that interview out for you. And incidentally, what's going to happen here, our last team, Cambridge, will be performing their test piece before 4:15. Subsequently, in the cathedral, there's going to be there's an organ recital and an evensong, and we'll be doing some of our interviews from in here, but also outside as well, because we can't broadcast that. So we'll go a little bit quiet in the cathedral, but we've got plenty of content coming up, and still plenty of opportunity for you to get your messages in as well. So that's our running order that we've had on the screen so far. That is the order of the bands: the Birmingham, Cumberland's, then we had Ipswich, Oxford, Bristol, Exeter, Guildford, College U's, Melbourne we've just heard from, and Cambridge, who will be going into the tower now. Okay, and on the kind of armchair judge so far, Charlie Martin has been in touch and says it's a close competition between Birmingham and the home band Guildford for me at the moment. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I'd be very interested in what you think has been happening. So who do you think is out there in lead for you? Get in touch, let us know. There are many ways and you can get in touch with us. We'll give you a reminder of that details in a moment. Just before I do that, a very exciting message. I like it when people email in and contact us from new places. We've had a message from Lerwick, which is on the Shetland Isles. Thanks, Matthew. This is Brian Harris. He says, thank you, Matthew, for the great coverage as always from here in Lerwick. I've particularly enjoyed spotting people I know in views of the scene around the beer tent. Currently on the screen, you've got the mini ring, which is in the cathedral, and that is connected to, I think it's connected to Able actually. They've got a laptop and the sensors on these weighted wheels, and it's giving people an opportunity to have a go at ringing. So I've seen people ringing rounds and call changes, ringing a bit of surprise as well on those bells. And of course, the whole thing can be programmed, so you could just ring one bell and ring alongside the simulator as well. So it's really nice to see people just experimenting with different things, having a go at things for the first time. There are lots of stands around the edge as well. The Central Council have got a presence. The Management and Stewardship Committee from some local associations are there as well. So plenty going on in the cathedral, just to help promote the wider part of the exercise and to show what's going on. A couple more emails, and then we'll give you all of the contact details of the show if you want to get in touch. We just heard from Brian Harris on Lerwick. Eleanor Tatum has been in touch and says, enjoying the Oxford band here in the swamps of US North Carolina. This is great. I love it when, please, do get in touch if you're listening in some far-flung place, or far-flung parts of Coventry or somewhere like that. Do get in touch. We want to hear where you're listening from. William Dawson says, thank you for the excellent broadcast. I'm really being able to enjoy seeing old friends and hear some great ringing. Listen to this, from Trinidad in the Caribbean. We've got people listening from Trinidad in the Caribbean. Emily Hall's eyes have just lit up as it's coming. We're just getting the Melbourne ringers installed. Whilst they do that, and try not to spill their beer all over my control panel, here is how you can get in touch with the show.
Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you. So why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. Tweet us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Right, lots going on, lots of people moving around, chairs scraping and things like that. We've got Luke Groom, Daniel Page and Emily Hall, who have just come down from the tower. You're all here with Melbourne. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How was that for you?
It was all right. It's quite nerve-wracking.
Nerve-wracking.
One of us enjoyed it.
Oh, go on. Who actually enjoyed it?
I enjoyed it.
Well, that's all right. Daniel Page, you said you enjoyed it. That's fine. So, come on. What do you particularly enjoy about it?
Well, it must be one of the most stressful things you can do in bell ringing. Sort of the National 12 Bell.
Yeah. And you get a kick out of that?
Well, it was clear that it's sort of, 12 people working together to get the best ringing that they're capable of.
Don't know what we're talking about together. Definitely. It was just me and my own.
I'll come to you, Emily. But actually, there is something seriously quite special there when you've got people working together and for the common purpose. That it's a really good feeling, isn't it? When you get that click moment.
Yeah, I definitely didn't enjoy the first 5 minutes, but once we'd settled down, I thought I started enjoying it.
I didn't enjoy the practice at all. I felt we settled down in the test weeks a lot more than we did in the practice, and it was a bit more enjoyable, but I didn't enjoy it at all.
I suppose there is that danger, though, that it's almost a bit like a theatrical performance. If you peak too soon, isn't there? When you're doing that, do any of you find that you're just reserving a little bit for the ultimate performance when you're having that practice, or do you just try and keep up there for the whole of that time in the tower?
It definitely didn't feel like any errors that I made in the practice bit didn't feel as serious because I knew it wasn't the actual thing yet.
Yeah.
So I didn't stress too much in that bit.
Cool. Emily, I'm going to come to you because I actually caught up with you very briefly earlier in the cathedral this morning, and you were, I didn't say grumbling, there was a comment made about having to stay, dry, because I know you like a little beverage every now and then.
Yeah, there was one waiting right at the bottom of the tower for me.
Was it seriously?
Oh, yeah. It's the best thing that's ever happened.
I'm very jealous.
Yeah, these two are really jealous.
You obviously know the right people to talk to be here to sort of turn up. But how has the day been? If you just describe that for people, because you've got your performance, I don't say looming, but it's going to be there at the back of your mind all the time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit like going back to school and having exams. I much preferred a morning exam because it would just be over and done with. Whereas if you're waiting around all day, you're going, oh goodness, what have I forgotten about bell ringing that I need to know for later on? Can I still catch my Sally? Things like that.
And then if someone opens the door to let a breeze through, then the Sally's going to be blown around all over the ringing chamber. Were your doors open or doors closed up there?
Oh, we shut them because I listened to a little bit earlier, and because I was ringing the 8th and somebody else was ringing the 8th, said that their Sally got blown around. So I thought, good.
Well, this is what the locals tell me, that it's the 8th is the one that's really susceptible for the rope going flying across the
Brilliant.
room.
Well, I caught all of my hand strokes. That's the most important thing. So,
can we write that down? You caught all of her hand strokes. That's very good. Good. So top tips then. So if you've got if someone's listening to this and they're trying to prepare for a striking competition and the nerves are taking hold, what would each of you say to our nervous person?
Don't worry about it. It doesn't. At the end of the day, it's just a bit of fun. We're all here just to have a good day out. There's no need to worry. It'd be nice to win, but only one team can win. There's plenty of.
So for you, for you, Luke, it's more about the taking part. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a good day out. Doesn't matter if you ring or not.
Okay, cool. What about you, Daniel?
Oh, got to try and say something original. I don't know. Just look forward to rewarding yourself at the end with beer, and.
So that's what you're aiming for. You're aiming for. I think you can see that as you're coming into rounds at the end. You're seeing the pint, are you? Is that
definitely?
Emily, any tips?
Well, it was an achievement for me getting in a band, I feel. So, and getting through to the final. We've come a long way already, and it's only bell ringing at the end of the day. it's not the end all and be all.
Emily has agreed to ring a 12-bell pill because we got to the final, and we need that on record.
There's some-
At some point, the Melbourne band needs to ring a 12-bell pill with Emily in.
Ah, right, okay. As a band, have there been many changes over the past 3 years? Because we've all had a bit of a hiatus, a bit of a break from ringing. Has there been many changes, or are you?
Well, you're looking at the changes.
The 3 new additions.
Okay.
Yes, with the 3 newbies.
Yeah. Just whipping them into shape, or are they whipping you into shape? Or does it work both ways?
I don't really know.
Well, that's got you, hasn't it?
That's the reason we're being forced to do this.
Yeah, well, they said that this was our punishment.
Oh, that's nice. A
I
rite
know,
of passage,
so rude
maybe.
of them.
Well, you're actually making you're creating a very good impression of the band, and we do appreciate you coming to talk to us in all seriousness, because it's important that we capture the different stories from the bands. We've got people of all sorts of different abilities listening to this all around the world. We've just heard from the Caribbean, from the Shetland Isles. We've got people listening in Egypt, where else? The States, so all across North America. Canada been in touch, Australia as well. So there are a lot of people listening to this, and of all different abilities, and there are people asking us questions online about, how do I get better at striking and preparing for competition. So the stories and the nuggets that you are bringing are all really invaluable and really helpful, and I know are appreciated by those listening. So thank you very much. We will let you go and enjoy your refreshments outside, soak up the atmosphere. And actually, also, you don't actually have that long now to wait for the results. Some of the bands have had most of the day, just think, ooh, we've got to wait. And people don't like not knowing sometimes.
I think we're going out for a band curry as well.
Ah.
Yeah, so we had that to look forward to. Yeah.
Great. Well, I hope you enjoy your curry later.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Luke Groom, Daniel Page and Emily Hall from the Melbourne team, the new people from the Melbourne team. Good. Well done. Thank you very much. And there is one more team in the tower now, currently rehearsing. Can you tell people are just leaving the studio? You can't, can you? There's no. Oh, look at that. Daniel's lifted his chair up. Good man. Thank you very much. And we've got spectators coming in. What you can't always see on our screens is we have people coming in and out just to see the studio operation. There are people that are curious, people that have watched the broadcast previously, listening to what goes on, the off-air conversations, and how we queue up the next sections in our broadcast as well. So we don't mind. We don't mind taking people behind the scenes, as well as talking to the ringers behind the scenes. So we know there is one more team to do their test piece, and plenty more interviews to come up as well. So keep it here. We will be live right the way through until we have the results from the judges. We're not going off air, not unless we get hit by a bolt of lightning or something like that. So let's go back to our emails, because there are still plenty coming in to the inbox. And familiar name here, Thomas Perrins has come in touch. I don't know whether you're still awake, Thomas. Thomas is in Sydney. He says it's another great broadcast this year. Keep up the great work, and best of luck to all competing ringers. Of course, we heard Tom's brother earlier, James Perrins, who was talking to us here in the studio. Tom's writing in from the Anzac Presidential Suite in Sydney. That's how he describes it. And that's from Thomas and Anna Perrins. So thank you very much, Tom. Really appreciate that message as well. And also a message has come in from Dave. We've got Dave Rawls, sorry. Dave Rawls says, thank you to all the crew for an excellent production. Having not been able to ring for health reasons since last year, it has been really enjoyable to hear some excellent ringing from the bands involved. All the best from Cornwall. That's from Dave Rawls. Thank you very much for those messages. Do keep those coming in. That is to 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Well, we're keeping our ears on the tower, because at any moment now, Cambridge could pause, do their final pep talk, and then get ready for their test piece. So we're not going to go to any long interviews or anything. It's just keeping an ear out on the tower. But as we do that, if you look at your screens now, you can see ringers. I'm just actually having a look to see if we're not doing too bad. There seems to be somebody laying. Oh no, it's a dog. That was awful, isn't it? I thought it was a person. Can you see up there on the top left-hand corner of the screen? I thought it was a person lying down, but I think it's a dog. It looks like it's got a little harness. What is a dog? Look at that. Oh, So dogs have come to the 12 bell final as well. And look at the T-shirts. We've got people branded up for some of the teams. So the Oxford teams there have got their numbers and their surnames on. So towing the party line there. And maybe that's their mascot. To try and find out who that is. But you can see people just really enjoying some on picnic blankets and things, just communicating that really nice, relaxed atmosphere that the Guildford Ringers have successfully created as well. And of course, Mark and the team there will get to see themselves on the screen when they play back this broadcast. In fact, you can just see the Melbourne Ringers in the red there, who we have just been talking to as well. Daniel Page is there on the right-hand side, we've just been talking to, and that is Luke Groom as well in the middle. Right, let's go back to the tower now, because Cambridge are rung the trebles, announcing that they are ready to do their test beats. So the last team of the day, folks, this is Cambridge.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final 2022.
There we go, and that is our final team of today. That was Cambridge. The ringers can all relax now. They've done the performance. It really now is handed over to the judges to make their judgment and their deliberation. Of course, we heard from the judges this morning, and we will, if we get time, we will replay that interview from the judges in case you missed it this morning. The judges today are Alex Riley, Julia Cater. Julia Cater is the head chief judge, and Tom Hinks as well, who is a regular voice on the 12 Bell Live. Lots more coming up here on the live broadcast from Guildford Cathedral.
Go Pensions is delighted to sponsor this year's National 12 Bell Final. Chris Stanley and the team wish all bands the best fortune with their test piece. Strong rounds in the tower and then in the bar. May your ringing be grand and be heard from afar. Strike well in the roll-ups and down through the middle. And when it sounds good, just give it a wiggle. Don't think of your pension or retiring just yet. If you do, you may stray, and a dodge you'll forget. Hold your nerve to the end, make sure it comes round. Be proud of your ringing, a magnificent sound.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final 2022 with Matthew Tosh.
OK, let's do a review of where we are so far. We have heard from these bands in this order. Birmingham were the first team to go into the tower. They went in at 11:30. We were in changes by 11:45. Then we heard from the Cumberlands. They were followed by Ipswich and then Oxford. Then it was the turn of Bristol, followed by Exeter, who of course won the competition, the contest last time. Guildford, the home team, then followed by the College Youths, Melbourne and Cambridge. So that's the performances. Who do you think has won this? I really want to hear your thoughts on this. You've heard the uninterrupted ringing. You have heard the same feed that the judges have heard. So let us know your thoughts. Our studio email address is 12bellstudio@gmail.com. You can tweet us at National12Bell as well, and also use the hashtag 12Bell. You can also contact us on Facebook as well if you so wish. Just search for National 12 Bell Striking Contest. Lots more coming up.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
Speaking of emails, let's have a look at our email box because it is bulging at the moment. You haven't quite broken it, but it's got a lot going on there. Our email address again is 12bellstudio@gmail.com. John Allen says, "What are the items leaning against the walls in the bell chamber?" Actually, Matt, can we just bring up the bell chamber? And the aerial camera, just looking over the bells, you can just see around the corners. So on the left-hand top corner of the screen, there's some like white boards. They're actually polystyrene boards. And on the right-hand corner, almost where that wooden door is against the concrete, there is acoustic foam. They look like egg boxes. Look, there's Will there, editor of the Ringing World and a ringer at Cambridge. He's just there coming down, Will Bosworth. But going back to John's question, that is soundproofing or acoustic deadening, actually, in the ringing chamber, in the bell chamber. The bell chamber is brick and concrete, so it's quite a hard acoustic. And in an effort to improve the acoustics of that and make it easier for ringers to hear, they've had to install some sound-absorbing material just to reduce those reflections. And in fact, after we've spoken to the Cambridge ringers, we will be playing an interview that I recorded in the bell chamber with Neil Buswell, one of the organisers here, who was telling me all about that journey of how they've had to do that work and telling me a bit about the bells. We actually recorded the interview standing next to the 10th and the 11th. It was an extraordinary place to do an interview as well. So thank you very much, John, for your question. I hope that answers your question. John also says thank you for the excellent coverage. Fiona Cam has given us an update. Now, remember, Fiona got in touch this morning saying that they were having a bit of a gathering and a bit of home judging as well. She said much Pims is being downed over here. So much fun being had. You're really outdoing yourself because the interviews are very fun. Glad to see the drinking culture being tip top. Brackets Guildford. Much more booze to be had. Good luck to Melbourne and our fellow Nusker guys, Emily Hall and Daniel Page. That is the Nottingham University Society of Change Ringers. That message is coming from Fiona, Alex, Ed and Natasha Kem. Madeline Barnacle has been in touch and said, hello, I'm still a very novice tower ringer in the Washington DC Guild, but I enjoy learning methods on handbells and virtual towers. I'm delighted that this event has such engaging colour commentary and witty advertisement poems. Oh yeah, you heard a bit of poetry going on there. And also, Peter Brown has messaged us. Said, congratulations, Matthew, on yet another excellent production. Can I just say, this is a team effort. It's not just me. You're hearing my voice, but I cannot do this without my team here. Gareth Lawson is my producer by my side. Absolute rock when it comes to this. We've got Robert Convey, who is the content producer and is managing the studio. I've got Matt Thusey, who is doing all the visuals and making sure that that YouTube stream that you are watching and listening to remains stable. And also we have Pete Spain, who's doing an incredible amount of invisible sound mixing behind the scenes and making sure that Gareth has all the audio connections that he needs. So I rely on this team. So a big shout out to the team from me. Thank you very much. There we go. Good. So Peter says, I'm rooting for Exeter, but clearly they are up against some tough opposition. The 12-bell final can be likened to a major annual team sporting event when sometimes we get to hear who the youngest and oldest competitors are. A suggestion for the future, perhaps. He says, I remember well bonging the Guildford tenor for 3¼ hours some 52 years ago before they were augmented from 10 to 12. That's from Peter Brown. Thank you very much, Peter. And don't forget, we will be giving you into From the Bell Chamber with Neil Buswell a little bit later. Right now, though, we've got Jonathan Agg and George Unsworth, both familiar faces and voices to the 12-bell broadcast. You've done your piece. That is it. You had a tough deal today, didn't you? Having to wait right until the end there. How's it been for you? Just that wait.
Oh, it's been all right. It's been a nice day and enjoying the situation at the cathedral. It's a great place to be. So.
Really nice atmosphere. How about you, George? Yeah, you don't like it. Less of a fan, I'm detecting.
How can you possibly not be able to go and drink beer? I mean, please.
Okay.
And if tell you what, if they run out by the time we get out of this, I shall be really
I don't worry. I'm not going to keep you. I'm not going to keep you too long. I have been assured, talking to the barman, that the calculations are healthy and things are looking good. So I think you're safe there. But let's talk about your performance. Because it's been strange competitions. We've had a 3-year gap, haven't we, from these kind of pressure that we put ourselves under.
Absolutely. And I think Chester in particular, I think for us, for the Eliminator, was really strange because we were in a very small Eliminator as well. But actually, you could tell that everybody was much more nervous than usual.
Yeah.
But for some reason, we just seemed to really snap into it very quickly. And we were very lucky that we came out top. But well, I do think that might be the same today.
They're very different bells to what you normally ring on, aren't they?
Yeah, a bit heavier and sort of very different ringing room setup as well. So.
Well, I keep telling people this because in Cambridge, it's certainly a bit closer. You're a bit close to the walls in Cambridge, aren't you?
Yeah, there's not much room at all, and much shorter draft.
And here you've got this enormous space behind you. So, what do you do to adjust to that need? Do you need to adjust, or do you find some people just need a bit of talking through? Hang on, this is a bigger ringing chamber. Do people get nervous when they go into a place like that?
So I actually learnt to ring here, so sort of grew up with it. But sort of the main thing is not going too slowly. That's the
In fact, I should mention, I actually saw a picture of you on the wall. There's a baby photo of you on the wall yesterday, isn't there? I remember that, actually.
And he hasn't changed at all.
He hasn't. No, of course not. That's right. So yeah, interesting to be back then at your home tower.
Yeah, it's nice to be back and be bringing a 12-bell final here. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Talk us through the band. Have there been many changes since you last took part in this contest?
Don't think there's been any, actually.
Okay, well, that's fair enough.
But I have to say, as far as COVID was concerned, we had to make some changes to Chester.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the final, I think I can't remember. It's so long ago since we rang it one.
It does feel a long time, doesn't it?
It does feel a very long time. Yeah.
And ringing in Cambridge, is that more or less returned to pre-pandemic? How's that panning out?
Yeah, we're lucky. There's lots of ringing going on, mostly thanks to some of the very enthusiastic students who are coming along to as much ringing as they can.
It's really positive.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff. Well, it's great to see you both in person. Enjoyed listening to the ringing, and we will see. I mean, you actually, one of the advantages of being at the end, you don't have to wait too long for the results. You know, that's a little bit of a consolation. Probably not a consolation for you, George.
No.
Okay. I can see your dry lips. So I'm going to do the humane thing. And release you back out so you can go and run down to the bar. There is a choir thing going on in the cathedral, and we may catch you up
choir
with you.
thing?
Well, I think there's evensong, isn't it? I can get myself into some very hot water here. So listen, enjoy the atmosphere outside. We might catch up with you again a little bit later. That is Jonathan Agg and George Unsworth there from Cambridge, who had the an enviable task of being the final band to ring in today's competition. Contest. I'm going back to what Andrew Wilby was saying a little bit earlier. Some people don't like to call it a competition. Make of that what you will. Is it a contest, a competition, or are the two synonymous? That's not for me to say. Okay, got time to do some more emails, because I have actually had quite a lot come in, and some really nice comments as well about the people ringing here. So I'll just get through a few more of these, and then we'll give you that interview that I recorded with Neil Buswell amongst the bells. So first we'll go to Barbara Garrett, who says, "Thank you so much for a lovely and informative programme. I've always loved listening to church bells. I'm delighted to say that my eldest daughter has taken it up as a hobby over the last few years, and was impressed by how much her bell ringing community have taken the personal time to help her. More of these quality productions are needed. Thank you all so much for today." That is Barbara Garrett. Thank you very much, Barbara, for that message. Very thoughtful. Jason Burnett says, "Hey, Matthew and the 12 Bell team. We're having a great time watching the 12 Bell on YouTube from Lincoln. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be in Guildford today, but it feels almost as if I am there because of the superb coverage. I had great fun spotting people I know on the external shots of the garden outside, and there, just as we say that, you can see it on the screen there." Jason also said, "Good luck to Cambridge. Keep up the good work." And yeah, you can just see, that is it. There'll be a certain element of what we call graveyard judging there, although they're not in a graveyard. The people will be sort of analysing the ringing that they've heard, although most people, I think, just be really pleased to see familiar faces again. So I will be going out there in a moment to rove amongst those ringers and see how things are going down in the bar. I'm also going to talk to the bar manager as well, see if they've got their calculations correct for the number of pints to order ahead of this sort of event. But let's go now to the conversation that I had with Neil Buswell yesterday in the Bell Chamber. Well, this is incredibly exciting. I am in the Bell Chamber. Neil Buswell is with me again, and we are next to... Which bells am I standing next to here?
This is a 10th and the 11th.
Wow, and I mean... The diameter of the wheel of the 10th is probably getting on for good 2 meters, isn't it? Probably just a bit bigger than that. Just try and give us a sense of the size up here.
Very large, basically. A huge bell chamber, like the ringing room, of course. It's 40 foot by 40 foot. There's a good 10 feet all around the outside of the frame. And then the frame itself is a good 20 feet by 20 feet, a very large frame and lots of space. So
yeah, I mean, you just mentioned about this. It's quite unusual that we can actually walk up to the frame. I mean, it's sort of elbow height and sort of lean on it and look at the bells. The bearings are just below shoulder height here. The space is kind of a luxury in here, isn't it, from a maintenance perspective, if you think about what some churches are like?
Absolutely, yes. It's a real luxury in terms of space, yeah. And the fascinating thing about the frame, wooden frame, but very solid. It's been well known you can stand a £1 coin on the frame, leave it there while the ringing's happening, and it doesn't fall over.
You're serious? This is really solid, because yes, you think a timber frame is going to flex, but I'm looking at, there's a large number of very sturdy bolts going into the floor here.
Yeah, there's no problem with the go of the bells at all from the frame or anything like that. There's no wobble at all. So in that sense, they're easy to ring. But the only thing that makes them difficult to ring is just a very large circle, which is quite unusual for visiting ringers. But the actual go of the bells and everything else is absolutely fine.
Now, what about the where we're standing at the moment? It's very echoey. You've talked about the space. There's a lot of concrete and brick around us. We've got the whirring of the mobile phone transmitter fans in the background as well. You might just be able to hear those. The fans adjusting speed with different temperatures. But acoustically, I'm hearing a lot of echo. Does that pose an issue or a challenge for people when they're ringing the bells?
It's not the greatest tower for acoustics. It's very similar in some ways to Liverpool Cathedral, a massive bell chamber, massive ringing room, everything like that. But in fact, it's nothing like Liverpool in terms of acoustics. They're reasonably clear. Not the best in the land, but certainly good enough for a contest. We've done a lot of work over the years with acoustic material amongst the bells and in the ringing room.
So is that this stuff that I'm seeing on this, some sort of grey panels that have been screwed to the wall? It almost looks like giant chipboard. I'm sure it's a bit more complex than that.
It's basically that, yes. There's been a lot of trial and error over a number of decades to get things just right, really. And yeah, there's a lot of it up here and there's a lot of it in the ringing room as well.
Yeah, and also what you can't see if you're looking at any of the pictures on our cameras, you might see them from the overhead cameras, but sort of from waist level down, there's acoustic foam. It looks a bit like egg box material. Presumably that's to help absorb some of the reflections of the sound as well.
Yep, that's a relatively recent addition as well, which all helps basically.
So we're talking about keeping the echo down, but I noticed looking up the louvers, there's a sort of like a pulley system with weights attached. Is this variable sound control we're looking at?
Yes, it is indeed. We open the louvers for Sunday service and we close them for practice night, and they'll be open for the contest.
I was going to ask because this is the best of 12 bell ringing in the country. This is the pinnacle. We want to sort of shout about it, so that's really good. But it's got counterbalances on. Does it sort of, if you let these like winding handles and things, if you let it go, does it default to a closed position? Is that what happens?
It's got clicks on the turning handle basically. So I've been up here hundreds of times really to open or close, and you just turn the handle and the counterbalance weights go up and down.
Does it take long to get all the louvers open? How long would you allow yourself to get them all open?
Each one's about half a minute, so there's 6 in total, so 2 or 3 minutes for the whole lot. One side, it's blocked up entirely because that's the university side, and students don't like noise, especially on Sunday mornings after a Saturday night out.
You say that with a cheeky smile on your face there. Something I've noticed on the cathedral website is that there are tower tours. So, I mean, what's your stance with the bells? Because at the moment we're looking at the bells are up. With bringing members of the public up, how do you manage that?
Good question. 'Cause what we did when Tower Tours started a few years ago, we had to build an extra door so that the visitors can come up the spiral staircase and go past the area next to the bells without going close to the bells, and that meant we could leave the bells up the whole time.
So I should just describe that. It's essentially a timber arrangement you've got. So where the spiral staircase comes in to the bell chamber, you've kind of built a box around the side with a lockable door in it, and that means people can just go straight past and then look down on the frame, I imagine, and it's a great photo opportunity there.
Yes, exactly that, yes, and it does mean we can leave the bells up the whole time, because it does take quite a bit of time to get them down and then back up again, so it was good for us to be able to do that.
It's more efficient that way, and I should say that down in the ringing chamber, the ropes are all hoisted up to the ceiling and locked out of the way, so people can't access those. Just looking up above the bell frame, there are some cables suspending the microphones. They are the microphones there for you to listen to today's competition ringing. So we're just looking up there. That's probably about almost 10 metres above my head there.
Yes, that's right, and it's for the judges' sound feed as well for today. The other thing I should mention about the tower tours, as well as tower tours, the cathedral also does abseiling, so you can get to this area, the top of the tower.
As a regular thing, I thought, or was it a charity sort of thing?
It's a fairly regular thing in the summer for fundraising for the cathedral. It's not a proper vertical abseil, it's like a zip wire type thing down to the cathedral green.
But we're on a hill. I mean, that's probably some awesome kind of journey for people to go on.
Yes, and we were going to introduce it to get each contest team down after the ringing, because I would free up space on the staircase.
It could make it more efficient, couldn't it?
It could do, and just get all the teams to zip wire down at the end of their ringing, but we decided not to do that in the end.
Well, if you're thinking about hosting a competition final there, Neil has thrown down the gauntlet. Zip wire from the top of the tower could be a very efficient way of solving things. We won't go into talking about load limits on the cables and things like that. Listen, I've thoroughly enjoyed talking about the structure, but one thing we haven't mentioned is the bells themselves. Who are they cast by? When were they cast?
Whitechapel was originally a ring of 10, which is 1965. They're augmented to 12 in 1976, and the quality of them is very good indeed, a lovely sound.
Listen, we've got more stuff to do. You need to get back to your work, and we need to get back to the competition ringing. So, Neil, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest, live from Guildford Cathedral.
The ropes being used today at Guildford Cathedral were made by Avon Ropes at their rope walk in Bristol. Avon Ropes manufactures full-size and mini ring ropes. We even make light pull bell ropes, which make a great gift or addition to your home. We provide a 2-week repair service, extending the life of used bell ropes by adding new machined spliced tail ends, repairing failed sallies and replacing worn top ends. Avon Ropes is pleased to support the 12 Bell broadcast.
Well, you heard me talking to Neil Buswell there in the ringing chamber about the work that's gone on over the years to reduce those reflections, but also just an amazing place as well. And speaking of the man, he has just appeared, and I've also got Caroline Prescott with me as well. Let's start with you, Caroline, first of all. How's the day going so far? Because we heard from you a little bit earlier about the fundraising and the preparation behind the scenes. Now that the event is actually running, how does it feel?
It's going good. They're drinking the beer, the ringing's been good, and it's going really well. We're really pleased, and everything we've done, you know, very few hiccups. So really pleased so far, really pleased. It's good.
Thank you, that's really good to hear. I'm just coming over to you, Neil, because we were just listening to the interview that we recorded up in the Bells yesterday. From your perspective as chief organiser, what's your take on the day so far?
Very pleased indeed. There's a lot of hard work first thing this morning, getting everything set up, the final bits to set up tables, chairs, gazebos, etc. But it's gone really well. We've had lots of good comments about the organisation. For the beer, they've got through over half of the casks already, and this is prime time now, so they'll get through the rest in the next hour and a half. So that's going really well for revenue and drinking and everything else. So it couldn't have gone better, really.
Absolutely. Do we have any idea of how many people have made it along today? Because we actually had quite a few people asking that question.
It's difficult to know. Someone said there's 300 or 400 in the draw, and then you get quite a lot more coming after that. Originally, we're hoping for around 1,000 at most if it wasn't a rail strike. It's not going to hit that number, but looking around, it does look like big numbers, so it's very pleasing.
Neil, that's great to hear. Caroline, I think you wanted to say something else.
Yeah, no, this is, anybody that can hear this, they are selling off the sandwiches and baguettes for £1 each now. So if you're still hungry, sandwiches for £1 in the cafe. Is that right? Thank you.
It's all right. You don't miss an opportunity, do you? Absolutely fine. But actually, it's really interesting because we do have people here who are listening who actually here in Guildford, outside the cathedral, listening to our live stream. We've got a listening post as well. So people are actually listening to what's going on. And I'm just noticing there are a few spots of rain coming down. Is it me, or are we actually feeling a bit of rain here?
A little bit, but the weather has been really good all day. It did say there might be a bit of time now, but everyone will be in the marquee. There won't be the listening posts anymore, so they'll be undercover in the marquee, drinking away.
Very good. Now, I should point out, thank you very much, Neil and Caroline. We shall let you get back to your duties. Okay. But we have actually had a message from Laura Dickerson, a very valid one as well, which I kind of identify with. She said, I hope that people, especially potential learners, know that alcohol consumption is not necessary for ringing. And Laura is listening from North Carolina. I do have to agree with you there, Laura. I am a teetotaler, so I completely get what it is. But there is no doubt that there is a tradition of real ale amongst ringers, and it's a beverage that is enjoyed by many, and it's a regular feature at these events. So that's why the ringers spend a lot of time getting the local beers in, just to give people a bit of variety, so that they get to sample some of the local produce. Okay, well, I've just come from the inside of the cathedral because they're preparing for an evensong, and I've just popped out actually into the beer garden. You probably hear there's a bit of a hubbub in the background behind me, and still more messages coming in. Crondall Bells, whoever is treating for Crondall Bells, you say you're loving the Go Pensions poem. What a sweet bell ringing thing it is. I have to credit Chris Stanley for the words of that poem. So Chris wrote that. He worded his own advert there. It's not Chris reading it out, by the way, but Chris wrote the words for that. Paul Hunter has tweeted us at National 12 Bell, said, providing the background music for my son's 6th birthday party. Enjoying the broadcast as always, Matthew Tosh. He's tweeted me as well. Actually, my Twitter handle, if you do want to tweet me directly, you can do. It's at Matthew Tosh. But we're looking at most tweets on the National 12 Bell handle as well. Now, if have got local people listening in the area and you're able to get to the cathedral, I've just had a notice from the cathedral to say that evensong is at 5 p.m. Try and get seated because it could get a bit busy in there, but there's another 10 minutes and then evensong will be taking place very, very shortly. Just looking at more tweets, Rob Blaine's tweeted, he's got a picture of an empty glass. He says, help! I need more liquid. So that's very good. A few of you commenting on as well online about Neil's comment about the zip line from the top of the tower. Some people saying that would be a great way to get down. Some people also saying that it's a way to get down to the pub very quickly. That is a theme from Ringers, okay, about having those beverages. Right, let me just see if I can go back to my inbox, my email inbox. I've got lots of Ringers gathering around me as well. We've got some of the locals. I can hear helicopters going overhead. Eleanor Tatum has been in touch and says, enjoying the Oxford band here in the swamps of US North Carolina. Thank you very much there. Let's just go through some more of these emails. And we've had the ones... we've had some of these for... Oh, now. Michelle has sent in her prediction for the teams so far. Team letters, Team A, D, I, H... E, C, B, G, F. So A, D, I haven't got my list in front of me, but Team A, Team D, Team I think is that. First time marking by every row. Thank you, Michelle. I hope you've enjoyed doing that. Really enjoying the practice. Love the Oxford support. No need to read out. Just sharing is caring. Now, I read that. I should have read that before I read it out. There we go. You caught me out on that one. I've done pretty well so far today. Now, here's another familiar name. Andrea Haynes, who we have spoken to before on this coverage, has emailed. Says, I'm not very exotic, Matthew. Sorry, we're in rugby. Well, you know, some parts of rugby could be exotic. She said, I'm not able to be there today because of the rail strike, so I cycled to a guild ringing practice and now I'm enjoying the coverage. Shout out to everyone in the Coventry Guild. My daughter Estella will be doing a good job drinking my share of the beer, I'm sure. That's from Andrea Haynes. Great to hear from you, Andrea, and big shout out to everybody in rugby. Now, I've had another shout out request for Ben and Gemma from Catherine and Swaz. That's very nice. Yes, yeah. Oh, there's so many names that of people that we've spoken to previously who haven't been able to make it along. Or you're listening online, and we do appreciate that. And actually, people have sent some lovely messages. We've got plenty more of those to get through as well. I'm just going to take a pause with the messages because we have been talking about the bar and all of the refreshments. You get the refreshments wrong at an event like this, and it can be make or break of a really successful event. And just judging at the atmosphere around me, they've done a pretty good job. The man in charge of all that is a chap called David Pearson, and I spoke to him this morning whilst it was nice and quiet. It's the quiet before the storm. I'm out in the beer garden. It's at the west end of the cathedral, and I'm with David Pearson, who has a very important job today, don't you?
Absolutely. We need to make sure there are no ringers who are thirsty this morning and this afternoon. So we've got beer from the Hogsback Brewery, and actually in total, beer, cider, wine, we've probably got over 2,000 pints of alcoholic beverages for people to enjoy. So the Hogsback Brewery is a local brewery down in Farnham. 2 beers on tap. They're regular tea, which is a regular ale, hoppy ale, and then we've got a kind of more modern Citra-based beer called Surrey Nirvana. Both of them are excellent, so we're looking forward to serving those.
You're glowing. Your eyes are glowing when you're saying that. It sounds a very hard task. Are you a fan of beers? Do you have to do testing, or are these particular brews that are known by the ringers here?
Yes. So there's lots of Hogsback it does actually make thousands of pints per week, and we find it in the local pubs here and there. So and yes, I'm a ringer, so I enjoy beer. Well, we've got cider for those who prefer not. They actually do a cider called Hazy Hog, which is very popular, kind of traditional cloudy Brittany style cider, and we've got red and white wine and prosecco. So really, there's something there for everybody.
That's really good. Now, just sort of the setup here. We've got these. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sort of pinned down. Well, they're like marquees, temporary marquees, aren't they?
Yes, exactly. So yes, and as is. The forecast for today, from a weather point of view, we needed to make sure there was some cover for people. Actually, I think it's going to be possibly the odd shower, but we just need to cover from the sun as well. But there's plenty of space here out on the Cathedral Green, and so we're able to kind of lay out the place so there's plenty of space for people to sit down. And I think the conversations we've heard come prior to today, people are enjoying coming and meeting and talking to old friends, and ideally having a pint in their hand at the same time. So that's what we're here to do.
I think we've all missed that a bit. I'm just looking behind you at the moment. We've got these obviously the rack for the barrels to go on at the moment. If you can just describe, and we've got the trailer behind. So where are you going to be actually serving from?
So we're serving here within the tent. The trailer behind is actually a refrigeration unit. So one of the key problems, and talking to previous event organisers, is to make sure the beer is nice and cool. And as soon as it's on the racks, and we've got racks here to take 12 barrels, as soon as we take the beer casks and put them on the racks, then that's just going to start warming up. So what we're doing here is we've got all of the barrels and the white wine and Prosecco's and the cider all in the refrigeration unit, and we're just going to bring that out as we need it, which means that everything's coming out at 8 to 10 degrees, which is really ideal. So we're not going to have the problem at 5 or 6 o'clock tonight of warm beer and cider. Everything's going to keep nice and cool. So we've got ourselves set up. The Hogsback Brewery and some of their associates, Alan here this morning, has been helping us set up with the racks. They've provided us with everything, and it's been, they've been superb. They're really, really helpful. So we're ready to go. As soon as we're getting towards opening time, we'll start cracking open the first casks, put them on the rack, getting the bottles open and ready to go. So we're ready to rock and roll at 11 o'clock.
So these casks, they're already racked, they're pre-racked, are they? So you haven't got to worry about sediment or anything like that?
So all the beer we've got today is what they call bright, which means there's no sediment. It's in the casks. You just tap the casks and ready to pour.
That sounds like a well-oiled machine. How many people have you got on your team helping you with the bar today from the volunteers?
So we've got a couple of dozen people volunteering. We're going to have at least 4 people at all stages through the day. So there's just a rotation system for the volunteers. I'm in the background as well to help. So if we get busy periods, we can always go and can go back to the core team and get more people to come and help. But we anticipate being able to service the demand, which may well run all day. And you can imagine that once a band has rung, there's going to be at least 12 very thirsty ringers.
They come in waves, don't they? I have to be careful about that. I don't keep those people I'm interviewing too long, because you can see them salivating. We want the beer, we want to get to our refreshments. And I'm also just looking around. I've got to say this because you can tell this is a bell ringers event. If you look at the way the chairs have been arranged in each of the tents, they're in circles. There's something about ringers. We always gather them in circles, don't we?
You think some people will turn up with a box of handbells, and if they between the striking contest pieces, there'll be some handbell ringing going on. No, I think it's absolutely. To me, it just echoes the fact. I think people after 3 years are really looking forward to a very, very pleasant day, talking to old friends, listening to some good ringing, having a pint, and there's some excellent food on offer here as well, and just having a really enjoyable day. And if the rain stays away, the showers stay away, then it's going to be a super day.
Either way, you've got a great setup here, David Pearson. I hope you have a great day. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much indeed.
OK, well, I've actually caught up David now because I'm outside the beer tent. David, you've actually approached me with a hot dog. I hope that's not for me. Is that your little break?
It is. It's my opportunity to grab some food.
It's quite difficult on a day like this to do that, isn't it?
Yes, and you don't realise just how quickly the time goes. So, you know, it's been steady business all the way through the day, and suddenly you think, oh, I haven't had a cup of tea or I haven't had something to eat for a while. So you just take the opportunities when you get them.
Well, I won't keep you too long, but I'm just looking around here. We've got a good number of people, haven't we? How are the sales actually going?
It's been steady all day long. So, which is great, and it's just such a great atmosphere. So many people, friends to chat to, which is not very difficult when you're trying to serve beer. But it's been fabulous. We've got a great set of volunteers here today, so we just kept pouring all day long, and make sure they go away satisfied. So it's been fab. And you know, we've still got some beer left on tap, so we've certainly got some tea left, the regular ale. I think we're just about to run out of the Nirvana that we had on cask. So we're getting through it. We're open for another couple of hours yet.
So do your calculations, so you think they paid off? You think you got it right, do you think?
Yes, I think so. I think we fortunately bought quite a lot of bottled beer, which actually is sale or return, and that's the if you like the safety mechanism we've built into that. So I think we're pretty much going to finish the cask ale, which is what we wanted to do. So yeah, we're on the money.
Now, something you said to me this morning, I think it was after we finished our interview, was that the hops were actually local as well, aren't they?
Yes, that's right. So Hogsback Brewery actually have got their own hop fields, several acres just outside Farnham, and they grow their own hops there for some of the speciality flavours that they do for their brews. I actually went on a tour there last year, which is a great couple of hours, as you can imagine. But you're sampling their different ales as you're going around the actual farmyard itself and the brew house. So it was a great afternoon out, I must say, for all the good reasons. But also they show you what a difference just 5% of one hop or another makes to the flavour, and the fact they grow it themselves is fantastic here on the North Downs.
I mean, even as a non-drinker, I appreciate the process. There's a science and an art to it as well, isn't there?
Oh, definitely. Yes, you can't. Anyway, you can try it at home, but if you're going to do it in scale, then you've really got to make sure you know what you're doing and it's a consistent process. So no, they're a great company. They're a great place to go and visit, and they've done us really well today. So we're very pleased with what's happened.
That's really good to hear. Now, one thing you mentioned this morning that might happen is has anybody bought any handbells along it yet?
Sorry, any
handbells?
Oh, I've not heard any. No. Maybe I think they may have missed opportunity, possibly, but maybe you're thinking, no, I've got quite enough bell ringing today without anybody bringing any handbells along. So yeah, too much time to spend talking to people.
That's brilliant. Listen, that hot dog, before that mustard drips off the end of it, I shall let you return to your hot dog and keep up the good work out here. It's just a lovely vibe, isn't it?
It is. It's such a convivial atmosphere. I mean, I think people are just pleased to be at an event in person, meeting friends and catching up with the gossip and the news, and then enjoying some ringing as well. And so we've got the exciting bit to come, the results and such like. So yeah, we'll see who's cheering loudest at the end of the day. But no, it's been a fabulous day, and fortunately, I think we had 6 drops of rain about 20 minutes ago. Apart from that, it's been a lovely warm day. So yeah, the weather's been fantastic for us, and it's great space here outside the cathedral.
I think that breeze is helping as well, because if it wasn't for that, it would get quite muggy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just kept it all cool. It's not too humid, but we've been very lucky with the weather. So.
Great stuff. Listen, David Pearson, we're going to let you get back to your job. Enjoy your hot dog in the meantime.
Thanks very much.
All right, okay, lovely. So that was the man looking after all of the refreshments as well. A few other people here who we will get a chance to talk to. I just want to go back to messages because they're still coming in. Someone tweeting for the St Martin's Guild has said that the ringing is over. Time for calmer Evensong. Guildford Cathedral have taken bell ringing into the service with some of their hymns there. We'll try and retweet that picture there. And there are lots of people just going in there just to have a moment of calm, moment of solace, and that's I completely respect that, and what a lovely thing to be able to do. Let's go back to our emails, and just before I do that, whilst I sort my screens out here, because I'm sort of roving around the field, if you want to get in touch with us, still plenty of time to do that. Here's how you can do that. Okay, I've just been told by my producer he's not quite ready there, so I will give you that information in a moment. Whilst we do that, I'm just going to go to Isaac O'Shea's email. He said, currently in a very hot and sticky workshop, slaving away, making the new drawing pulleys and nylon shafted clappers for Wedmore, Somerset. Thank you for making it slightly more bearable. I've enjoyed listening to some good ringing whilst at work. Please give a thank you to my small team of volunteers for helping out. Thank you, Isaac. Thank you very much for that message. Right, so if you do want to get in touch, here's how you can do so. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So my producer's talking to me. I've got Will Stafford talking to me. I've got people just coming around me. Well, can I have a quick chat with you? How are you doing today?
I'm all right, Matthew. How are you?
Well, I'm busy. What's the atmosphere like? You're soaking it up out here.
The atmosphere's been cracking. Yeah, I mean, the sun's been out. It's summertime. There's been a bit of rain, but it's been good. It's been good.
Have you done one of these things before?
I've been to one 12 Bell before, but this is the first one where I've been able to properly get involved, as in I can drink alcohol. So.
You've crossed the age threshold. I see what you're getting at there. Yes, okay. But of course, it's been a while since we've had sort of mass gatherings of ringers as well.
Yeah, I mean, first 12 Bell since lockdown. It's just so nice to see everyone again, and just so many faces I've not seen in so long. Just, you can't beat it. You can't beat it.
No, well, listen, thank you. I should let you carry on wandering around. There's quite a few other people that we want to have a chat to as well. So thank you very much, Will Stafford there from Bristol, University of Bristol, well represented here as our Nottingham University. Nottingham people going around as well with their shirts on and things. So it's really good to see. And I have been told by my producer that here is the reminder of how you can get in touch.
Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you. So why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. Tweet us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Harriet and James have been in touch. This is Harriet Dan, says, hello Matthew, sorry not to be able to join you at the cathedral today. Unfortunately, I still tested positive this morning, so I'm at home in Cambridge with my husband, James. Thank you for providing the live coverage so that we can still join in. Well, it's an absolute pleasure. This is exactly why we're doing it for people that can't get here in person. She said it would have been lovely 25th birthday today for me if we were able to be with you in person. Good luck to all the bands, especially Cambridge, Oxford and the college youths. That's from Harriet Dan. Thank you so much, Harriet, for that. Keep those emails coming in. It's 12bellstudio@gmail.com. And that's the address you need, as you just heard. Having spoken to David Pearson about the bar, it reminded me of an interview that I recorded with Andrew Wilby a couple of years ago. It was in the lead up to the Not the 12 Bell Live. Andrew was regaling us with a story that stood out in his mind from when he rang with the college youths.
Leicester Cathedral in the early days. Now, college youths were drawn to ring first. Now, in those days, I don't think people believe this so much now, but in those days, before any automated judging or anything, it was pretty well true. If you rang first, the judges were tuning up. They had every fault they could find. As the day wore on, their pencils got blunt, they got less critical, it seemed. And if you rang last, well, if you rang well and last, you might win. There was a contrary view that they'd wake up for the last touch, and anyway, for most of us with the bar open, we weren't necessarily going to ring our best at the end. Anyway, college youths were drawn first, but the dilemma was David Howes and various others were on a train that had broken down. Well, it had gone round via Melton Mowbray or somewhere, and they were going to be late. So, with great delight, Chris Kimmett and the Bristol Ringers said they would ring first. They were drawn last. So they said they'd swap with us. So that was agreed. Leicester Cathedral had provided a real ale bar, much like it goes on now. And, well, I think we gave up, really. We enjoyed the bar. And when we staggered up into the belfry, I can remember we were helping each other up onto the boxes. I could see 24 ropes. And we sort of just giggled about it, pulled off last, And anyway, had a good laugh. Going downstairs, sitting on the wall outside was Rod Pipe. And he said to me, "It's yours this year, Andrew, it's yours this year." And I gave him a mouthful of abuse and told him to go away, really, stop being stupid. We went and listened to the results, and lo and behold, we came first. What a triumph. But the trouble is, we've only got vague memories of it now.
Matthew Tosh brings you live coverage of the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
Isn't he a gem? I just like that. I've got vague memories of it. That's what happens. So, Clark Walters has been in touch. In fact, it's Caroline and Clark Walters have been in touch. Matthew, many thanks to you and your team. It's really great to hear and see what's going on in Guildford. Best wishes from rugby. You see more people in rugby. It's a lot of people listening in there, so that's great to hear. On Twitter, Claire Morris has been in touch and said that she's really enjoying the 12-bell contest coverage today. Excited to hear the final results, but I think I know which team has won. Oh, no, you've not said, you see, you've not said. But some of you are starting to send in your predictions. So if you've got predictions, do get those in. I will be reading those out. But I'm also going to just say a big hello to John and Jill Clay, who I feel like have been with us almost from word go with these broadcasts. Jill and John say, "We're enjoying the whole event yet again from out here in Spain, supporting Cambridge. We've waited a long time this year to hear them ring. In fact, we've waited a long time to hear any ringing on this sort of thing. Thank you for making it possible for us to sit here and listen to family members ring in the Cambridge band. Absolute pleasure." That is from Jill and John Clay. And an email here from Chris Lewandon, who says, "As a new ringer, I didn't start until I was in my middle years. I've really enjoyed the presentation today. It's so professional from you and the team, and also brilliant organisation from the Guildford crew." I must echo that. It is a very well-oiled machine here. But Chris goes on to say, "I'd like to make a big shout out to the Bristol crew. It amazes me what they can do, but even more that the likes of Alan Redding and Lucy Warren come to our local practice in Yatton on a Tuesday to help us beginners ringing call changes and simple methods." He said it's really inspiring the next crop of ringers. Thank you so much. That is from Chris Lewin. Chris, that is a lovely message, and it goes back to some of the things that we were saying right early on in the day when we were hearing from Julia Cater, Chief Judge, who was talking about the wider benefits of raising the bar at events like this. Ringers going out and sharing that expertise and helping the next generation of ringers, raising that quality bar in local areas as well. So, yeah, really nice example there. OK, now speaking of the judges, if you missed my conversation with them first thing this morning, just before they went into their little cubby hole, we're going to play that again now for you. So we've got Alex Riley, Julia Cater and Tom Hinks, who are three judges who are currently very, very busy. I'm now here with the judges. Julia Cater is Chief Judge. We've got Tom Hinks and Alex Riley as well. Smiling as well this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
How does it feel? We're back at a real ringing event.
It's lovely to be back. It's lovely to come back from years, those years where there couldn't be a 12 bell, and to actually be with everyone, and we're really looking forward to the day.
Yeah. Now, Julia, you are heading up the operations, Chief Judge. Have you had any say on how the team, the three of you, are going to be working? What sorts of conversations have happened ahead of today?
Oh, yeah, very much so. I think the rest of the 12-bell committee sort of trust me and allow me to make the decisions, although I have to say my style is quite facilitative. So I discussed with Alex and Tom how we wanted to do it, but the way we're going to be playing it today is two of us will be doing row by row fault marking, and one of us will be standing back and doing slightly more of a helicopter view of the ringing, so sort of slightly more impression scoring. So
really
that's
interesting.
How we're going to do it.
Yeah. And are you going to change those roles? Are you keeping those fixed roles fixed roles for the day?
You get into a groove, although it's really quite exhausting to do the row by row fault marking.
you get into a groove, actually. So, it's much better to stay consistent.
And why is that important to take those two approaches? For someone who's listening to this event for the first time, Alex, taking that row by row, first of all, what are you looking for there in those row by rows?
You're sort of looking for accuracy, blow by blow. You're trying to see whether the bells are forming even rows, or whether they're clipping each other, whether they're crunching, or whether the rows are turning out fairly neat. I think the alternative with the helicopter approach is that you can get a broader view of the rhythm that's being created.
Yeah, that kind of overall artistic impression. And a comment I often get from people, they'll comment, the ringing was too fast, the ringing was too slow. How important is the pace? And are you judging the pace? Do you penalise fast ringing, slow ringing?
I think it's really important to emphasise that the speed at which teams ring will not affect their ranking. So different bands will approach, particularly these bells, in many different ways. I think we're expecting quite a wide range of different approaches. Some bands will want to really push it along, others will sort of hold the pace back a little bit. We are looking for high quality ringing, and the pace at which bands choose to ring might affect how easy they find it to attain that, but it won't affect our kind of decisions about that impression. So when thinking about the ranking of the teams, any kind of approach that produces good ringing is a good approach.
I can hear people shouting now, well, our local branch striking competition, that Joe say we went too quickly. But it's really interesting to hear you say that. Now, I'd like to get into the heads. What is it like in the room where you are? You're going to have a technician with you, you've got a speaker. What do you have in front of you, each of you?
Well, we have an A4 sheet of paper, which is pretty much just like gridded blank paper, and it's got the actual test piece written out on it. So we basically see the bells
row by row,
row by row written out, and then it's got a little empty box at the end of each row for us to write our score in.
So do you have to put some sort of? Do you create your own sort of annotation system and things like that?
Yeah. I mean, I think we're all operating, or most people that do the judging operate on in effect a 4-point scale: 0, 1, 2, and 3. That's kind of a fairly standard approach.
Yeah.
So you have to make sure that you put a mark in at the end of each row, and then you simply add them up at the end.
So that to me is saying it's almost justifying why you've got someone doing the helicopter row, because if you're so focused on each individual row, you're analysing each individual row, isn't there not a risk that you get so focused on the rows you lose that bigger picture?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's exactly why we're doing it. You can, I mean, when you are doing row by row, you do get a little bit of a sense of the sort of the frustration of the beat, but it's so much better to have someone else focusing on a much wider picture as well, I think.
Yeah, interesting. Let's talk about the touch. So it's 252 changes of Steadman sings. How was the composition arrived at? Is it doing particular things to try and stretch the bands?
I guess so, yes. The first course end is a cyclic course end, which is something that's not typically rung in Steadman.
We should probably explain what that means. For we may have beginners listening to this, you see.
So that means that it's a rotation of rounds, in a sense. So that the course end ends with the bells 4 through to 9 running consecutively, followed by the tenor. Usually in Steadman, you try to keep all of the back bells together at the end of a course, but we're moving them around a bit in this one.
So we have back bells moving around, little bells in between those as well. I was just looking down the touch. That really is going to test people. And the reason I mention that is there's a psychology of that ringing chamber, isn't there? Tom, you were talking about the pace of the ringing. It's such a large ringing chamber. But we have to remember, it's only a 30 weight 12. It's not necessarily very heavy in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and I think the vast distance between, say, bell number of 4, where the ringer of the 4 is, and the ringers of 11 and 12, psychologically is similar to other places like Winchester, which is obviously Julia's home turf originally. But yeah, places like that, it does affect psychologically what the bands choose to do, and I think that's one of the things that's going to be really interesting about today, is to see how the bands address that challenge.
Interestingly, then you've gone through all your bands. I mean, presumably they'll allow you a toilet break and feed and water you at some point.
Just about.
Hopefully, yeah.
But it isn't. You have to think of all that housekeeping stuff because it's such an intense process doing the judging. How is that time used between each band? Obviously, you've got your own housekeeping. What are you doing in those moments between each band?
It's supremely tight. There's no room for faff at all. So basically, you add up your faults, and we're piling them into a spreadsheet, and the score from the strikeometer feed goes in as well. So we end up with 4 data points, and it tells us about how we've all individually, or 4 if you like, if you view strikeometer as the 4th judge, how we've all ranked the different bands. And if there's a discrepancy between any of us, it enables us to then talk about that. And then we need to be sharing our views as to what we thought of the ringing. So really by the end of the 15 minutes, because we basically get 15 minutes before we're on again, by the end of the 15 minutes we need to have got a common consensus of what we think of the ringing, roughly where it fits within the hierarchy of all the other bands and the ranking of all the other bands, had whatever comfort breaks we need and refresh and done our stretches or whatever, and we're on again. So it's because basically you do not get time once that team's gone to go back and talk about it. You have to do it there. So it's 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So
is that when you're starting to put your notes together for the comments at the end?
Yep.
It is. They're written in that moment then.
Yeah. It's. I mean, it's. If you try to leave it to the end, writing comments and trying to remember what what you thought about team 1. If you leave it right to the end of the day and you've done 9 other teams, it's just impossible. So you need to kind of stay on that side of things as well. And when I'm taking the kind of overview approach, one of the things I see kind of that role being is also around thinking about kind of crafting those comments early, so that so that hopefully at the end of the day the whole process of getting the results ready and everything else like that can be as efficient as possible.
Because we know what it's like. We don't want to keep the participants hanging on, gone 6 o'clock really, waiting for the judges.
No, of course.
They want their results.
So we can say they're just doing their yoga at the moment because they've been sitting in their chairs all day. They've got stuck in a position.
They're doing their stretches and meditating for 30 seconds.
Let's talk about that time, because it's an unknown, it's a mystery for some people. What goes on after all the teams have done. Now the judges are doing their deliberations, but what sorts of things are coming up, and what are you doing to try and help arrive at a consensus?
Well, to be honest, in all the judging that I've done, it's actually relatively rare if everyone agrees on the ranking. So usually you end up listening again to some of the teams. Sometimes it will be just a little snippet just to make sure, and sometimes you actually need to listen to pieces again. So in that sort of, once everyone's finished and you're waiting for the results, you might find that, we're doing a whole another set of marking again. It does happen. And it's not because it's a worry, it's just because we want to make sure that we've got it right. If that doesn't happen, then, we might have a little bit of a pint in the etched glasses that we're hoping are waiting for us. And we're all good to go for 6 o'clock.
Yeah, brilliant. Anybody listening to you talking here will understand immediately just the gravity. And I don't say that to kind of worry you, but it is an important task. You clearly take pride in what you do. That's coming across in the way that you're talking, and also the smiles. And it's so important. Can I just ask, for people who are embarking on judging for the first time, are there any tips, particularly when it comes to giving feedback at the end of the day to the teams, so you don't sound like a harsh examiner? What tips would each of you have? We'll start with you, Alex.
I think the main thing is not to pick individual bells out too critically, because I think you could quite easily pin the blame on certain members of bands, and it might not go down too well.
Can't say fairer than that. Julia?
I would go further than that and say only pick out bells in praise.
Okay, yeah.
But I think I always try and give something developmental when I give feedback. It doesn't matter if it's a sort of local District 6 bell or if it's here, actually. You try and give some kind of developmental tip about next time. Try and think about X or Y, whatever it is.
Yeah, bit of constructive feedback. Tom, any tips from you?
Yeah, I think it's quite helpful to think about it in a sort of slightly collegiate sort of way, because it's easy for us to forget, perhaps a bit as judges, that we ring on 12 as well, and that we have to think about our own striking and listen to our own ringing when we're ringing. And I think keeping in mind that we're all in the same boat, and that we've rung in competitions before as well, and I think that sort of feeds into the need to keep the comments kind and constructive and helpful.
Yeah, well, don't forget, if you listen to the judges are human beings as well. They're ringers. They've been through this trauma that people are going through. Just a final thing. What do you think drives people to come to put themselves through this gruelling experience?
Gosh,
that's got you, isn't it? Because they keep.
Yeah.
Is it sheer competitive edge, or is it something else?
The will to win. I don't know.
I think actually the whole process of deciding as a band that you're going to enter, and sort of building up your practices locally in the local community, it raises the standard of ringing across not just that town, but that tower, but the local geography as well. People come together for advanced practices, and they take pride in trying to get better. They maybe listen to their own strikometer results and things. So it's something about raising the whole of the standard of ringing, geographically in the whole of the fraternity, I think.
Going beyond the actual those 12 ringers in the tower. It was a lovely way of looking at the competition as well. Listen, you three have been absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for talking to us. We wish you the very best of luck today, because we don't underestimate the task that lies ahead of you, but I know you're going to do well. You know you're going to enjoy it. And you were in a really amazing room, the chapter house. It's sort of an octagonal thing. We would love to try and get a photo of you in there at some point during the day, not during the judging, but there's a master chair, and we have this vision like a judge's bench with Julia in the middle and the minions either side. Image, but it is an extraordinary view. There's some great acoustics in there as well. I think you are going to have you're spoilt being in that room, but it's just an amazing building. So Julia Cater, Tom Hinks and Alex Riley, thank you for talking to us, and best of luck with the task that lies ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12 Bell Striking Contest with Matthew Tosh.
So there you go, you had the judges giving their top tips on how to prepare for judging a competition, and also the benefits of doing competition ringing for the local community as well. So thank you very much to the judges. Of course, they're really busy at the moment. They're in their cubbyhole deliberating, ready to get. Well, they've been told basically they've got to get their results out by 6 o'clock. We'll be back with some more local conversation with the ringers here out on the Cathedral Green right after this.
Big Wilf's bell muffles have been manufactured since 2004. We are proud to be the leading manufacturer of muffles, with over 1,000 towers now using our products. The muffles are handmade using leather and use the Velcro fastening that Big Wilf pioneered for a secure fit. All Big Wilf's bell muffles are tailor-made to fit the size and shape of clapper and weight of the bell for a secure, non-slip fit. Big Wilf's Bell Muffles is pleased to support the 12 Bell broadcast at Guildford.
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest.
Oh, here we are. Now, I am out on the Cathedral Green. There are people gathering around me, people wearing hats, people sipping on drinks and things, and the Welsh Colleges Society has a presence here as well. I've been talking about various universities. I've got Rhiannon Meredith and Cathy Hampson here. Cathy, let's start with you first of all. How are you enjoying today?
I'm having a fantastic time. It's so nice to be back here. So nice to see the exercise kind of having recovered after COVID. There's so many people I've seen that I haven't seen them for years and years and years. It's a fantastic day. I'm really enjoying it.
That's great to hear. And also, Rhiannon Meredith, how are you finding today?
Yeah, good. What's quite interesting is that I found with a gap of a couple of years, there are definitely people that I sort of know but can't quite place them. So that's been interesting.
I'm so glad you said that, because that was one of my anxieties about today. You know, catching up with people, think, I know knew you, but in fact, Kathy, you had to remind me of your surname because I've seen you at so many WC dinners and things. I'm thinking, I know this person. I'm wrong with this person. You know, and I can't remember.
In the last 3 years.
So say again.
My surname has also changed in the last 3 years.
That's what threw me, you see. So people got hitched and things like that. So have you managed to hear any of the ringing today, or have you been sort of soaking up the atmosphere out here?
Yeah, a little bit of both. We heard some of the ringing. We've also been enjoying the atmosphere. All of the ringing sound really good. Yeah, no major method mistakes, no absolute stonkers that have happened. It's all been sounding fantastic. Really.
And from our other sort of Cathedral Green judge here?
Yeah, well, we specifically listened to a couple of Welsh College's people who were in bands, so somebody in the Birmingham band and somebody in the Exeter band. So we listened to both of those. I have to say I'm a bit hazy about the others, but it was good. It was good to listen to both of those. Always fun.
Now, Rhiannon, you've been involved in key organisation in the past because we obviously did the broadcast from Southwark a few years ago. Knowing what goes into the preparation behind the scenes, does it make you, when you come to these events, do you have a sort of different appreciation of it?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a huge amount of work. It can be a bit stressful as well. I think even if you're not prone to stress, it's a big, a lot of people, a lot of expectations. So I think having had that insight, I now come with a different perspective, and I'm maybe a little bit better behaved than I might have been in the past, perhaps. Yeah, no, it's good.
She says with a very cheeky smile. I have no idea what you're referring to there, Rhiannon. So that's good. And you've got different... Now, that one looks a bit lighter that you're drinking. Is that a cider or is that a beer there?
No, it's a beer. Unfortunately, I am driving, so I had to bring a couple of cans of alcohol-free beer tonight. I did have a pint of the Nirvana, and it was top-notch. But, yeah, unfortunately, I'm on some alcohol-free cans at the moment.
That's not... If you're driving, this is very respectable as well. And what are you on there, Kathy?
I'm currently on the Nirvana, which is excellent. I've also had a pint of the tea, which is also fantastic.
That's brilliant. Listen, Kathy and Rhiannon Meredith, thank you very much for talking to us. We shall let you enjoy the rest of the day. I'm going to carry on having a little bit of a wander around out here and seeing who else I can find, but also tell you that we've got more messages coming in, and Adam has tweeted us from Northern Ireland. He says, I've enjoyed the ringing and coverage for today while working on mini bells. The ringing on a fine ringing on a fine ring of bells. So that message is coming from Northern Ireland. Quite a few people are liking the zip wire idea that Neil came up with a little bit earlier. So we'll keep those messages coming in. You can tweet us at National 12 Bell, and also you can email me directly in the studio. Although I'm outside, the messages are coming to me. It is studio, 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Now, Steph Warboys has just sidled up to me. Steph, I'm just going to move around here. We've got to move in a particular position so that I don't lose reception to the studio from the end of the cathedral. How's the day been for you today?
Absolutely beautiful day. The weather's been fantastic. All the local organisation is brilliant. We've rung pretty well.
It was quite a tough order though, being called up first, wasn't it? I mean, you're kind of... how quickly do you have to get your head into it? Because you hear the results, you're thinking, oh my goodness, we now need to get into the zone, and do you zone out of the rest of the draw, or do you listen to it and just say, let's take a more chilled approach?
Super question, Matthew. As soon as we came out first, Susan Healy and I waited for the draw to finish. Team 10, a lot of teams, Team 10. We went straight out to go to the loo.
That's important, isn't it?
Super important. You don't want to have that on your mind when you should be thinking about Stedman sinks. We zipped out there, we came back, all was calm. I'd managed to buy a bottle of water beforehand. It was a good job. I did have a bottle of water in my handbag because Michael Wilby wanted to borrow some water between the practice piece and the test piece. But yes, it used to be the kiss of death, of course, going first. But now you've got the strikeometer, and Liz Orm's article, very beautifully put in the ringing world, explained exactly why there were all those problems with ringing first. These days with the strikeometer, we have absolute faith that if we go up and we ring best first, we'll win. I'm not sure that was the case today, but we did ring decently.
So relatively pleased, but of course it is challenging as well, because we've all been a little bit out of practice of the kind of this type of event. We haven't had it for 3 years.
It's so nice to be here with all the people. Of course, there'd be more people here if we hadn't had the train strike, but it is absolutely beautiful like that. But in terms of COVID recovery, I mean, my thought is that even after a few months of us going back to ring properly on 12, we were probably somewhere, as a band, I'd say, so maybe 75% of our potential. No band, in my view, and certainly not us, Birmingham, are anywhere near our full potential. We're still ringing maybe 90-95% of a good day. It's the fine motor skills, and I think particularly the front end and the back end have been very honest about that to start with, it was really difficult to actually put the bell exactly where you wanted it. But in some ways, also having a break off has allowed people to reset. During that period, some of the muscle memory was lost, and as people have gone on and started to ring, I think some people are actually probably ringing even better than they ever were before. But you need to have done quite a lot of ringing post-COVID to be back anywhere near the standards we were before.
I completely echo those comments. I can just identify with those. The other thing I noticed is my hands softened up.
Absolutely, but you probably haven't rung 50 peals or so post-COVID, have you?
No, that's very true. But it's even just holding a handbell, it was sort of digging in, and I'm thinking, I've lost my kind of leathery skin.
Yep, and a lot of it is about muscle memory, and some of that doesn't come back immediately. A lot about flying hours. I think some of the bands that have done a lot of ringing, got back to ringing earlier, will have benefited just from that whole sort of confidence, and they'll be nearer where they were before. But, I mean, it was fabulous to see such high 90, 91, 92% scores coming off the eliminators. Really encouraging. But, yeah, we're not back to where we were pre-COVID.
Well, there's a very honest comment there from Steph Warways, and I think the message that I'm taking from you is just keep ringing, do more ringing. It's the flying hours that count.
It's absolutely the flying hours. The more ringing you can do, the better you will get. The more ringing you can do with bands. If you can ring with 5 other people, minor, better than you are. If you can ring with 11 other people who are better than you are, Syncs or Maximus, you will improve. The more you ring, the better you get, and lots of examples of that.
That's lovely, Stephanie. Thank you so much for talking to you. We'll let you get back to the event. There we go, Steph Warways there. Words of wisdom there from a veteran of these competitions. Right, we've got a bit of time just to have a look at some more messages coming in. The email box is still hot messages coming in. So we've got an email coming in from Peter Beavis says, enjoying your fantastic presentation with Daniel Page's and Jack's mum. When is the National 12 Bell coming to the finest 12 in the Channel Islands? Wow. That's not for me to say, but they will certainly be noted. Thank you. Greetings there from Alderney. So I'm loving this. We're ticking boxes all around the globe here. Chris Fry has been in touch. A fantastic day. The ringing was great to listen to. My view is that the winner will be one of the Birmingham, Guildford, Colleges or Cambridge bands. The recordings to decide, and if I had to choose, I think that Cambridge might have won. They settled quickly and had long periods of faultless ringing later on. That's from Chris Fry in Dunblane. If you've got a prediction, you can email us. It's 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Still quite a few of you getting in touch on Twitter as well. You can tweet us at National 12 Bell or use the hashtag 12 Bell. That's number 12 and Bell. All right. Got some more ringers that are going to come and join us. Andrew Dima and where are you going to sit? Hang on. I've got Annabelle Frost and Andrew Dima. You're going on the opposite side. If you come a little bit closer, my arm's not long enough to go around. There we go. And I'm going to rotate this way. Annabelle, how's the day been for you today?
Day's been absolutely brilliant. I've listened to most of the test pieces, not all of them, but yeah, had an absolutely brilliant day, and it's been really nice to catch up with everyone and see everyone, talk to everyone and listen to some really good ringing.
It's been a while since we last did this.
It's been so long, yeah, and in fact I couldn't believe that it was, I actually can't remember. Yeah. 3 years since it last happened. So.
Yeah, it was 3 years. I actually shocked myself the other day with that. Andrew Dima, how have you found today?
Amazing. It's always lovely to see people. It's lovely to listen to brilliant ringing. What Annabelle's not telling you is that she's judging next week at the junior striking competition in Exeter. So she's been getting a little sneaky practice in by listening to different touches and seeing if she can place the band. So if you ask her very nicely, she'll tell you how she's placing the bands.
No, I'm not going to say anything.
Isn't it nice when someone drops you in like that live on air, isn't it? But so next week, it's the National Youth, it's the Ring World National Youth Contest taking place in Exeter. Are you judging alone? Have we got a fellow judging with you?
No, there's quite a big team of us actually. There's 6 of us, but I think there's sort of 2 separate competitions. There's call changes and method ringing, so we'll be split up, so 3 each.
Do you know what you're getting yet?
I actually don't know, and it doesn't matter. I'll see what happens.
That's good. Particular highlights of today as you've gone around, because we've got the beer garden out here, the cathedral, things going on inside the cathedral. Is there anything in particular other than the ringing that stood out for you, Andrew?
I'm basically here to support Bristol band, so I've really appreciated the opportunity to come and be with them. It's also lovely to see friends, to catch up with them, and the beer's nice as well. The beer is nice, and it's not rained. Also, it's not rained.
Shh! Don't say that. Touch wood. Touch wood. I wouldn't take away. We've had a few spots, but there are some slightly heavier grey clouds, but I think they're going to pass over us to the side of us. So that's really good. What about you, Annabelle?
Quite similar. I've been very invested in the Bristol team this year. I've done a lot of practices with them, travelled all over the country with them this year. So, yeah, I've been very invested. And, yeah, nice to see everyone. Lots of people not seen for a long time. The likes of Michael O'Hagan, who's come back from Israel to see everyone here. It's been lovely to catch up with him, see him, and, yeah, everyone else. And, yeah, as Andrew said, the beer's been great.
Talking of Michael O'Hagan, one of his favourite topics of conversation was the who we're ringing for. Are we ringing for ourselves in the ringing chamber? Are we ringing for the people who come to church, or are we ringing for the strikeometer in the belfry? So it's been really interesting catching up with Henry Coggle and people about talking about how you cope with that. How do you ring such that you are ringing optimally for the people, for the target audience, and the target audience is actually really quite important.
It's interesting because actually the first rule of presenting is know your target audience, know who you're talking to, who you're communicating to. And I've never really thought about it like that with bell ringing. There's absolutely no reason why it should be any different. Who are we ringing for?
It is it's a performance art. We ringers naturally ring. The analogy has been made by Henry with organs and Lee about organs. The organists, when they press the keys, that sound doesn't come out straight away, and it's very similar to bells. You ring the bell. The noise doesn't the bell doesn't strike straight away. So we are in a way similar to organists. Organists have worked it out with conductors. Conductors conduct from about 50 feet away, and organists can do that. So somehow we need to work out how to ring for people who are outside, or for people who are, we'll work out first who your target audience is, and then work out how to do it for them.
Wow, you're taking this. I mean, it's a really interesting conversation. It's one that I've had with Birmingham ringers as well. It's trying to find that sweet spot, and I guess it only comes with practice.
Birmingham ringers are consummates at the art of working out what Hawkeye tells them, and then adjusting their ringing accordingly. That is their skill, and we'll wait to see if they can actually if they've managed to do it this year. They were certainly very strong. There are other strong teams as well, including, might I say, Bristol.
Oh, no, like how you've woven the Bristol back into that as well at the end of the... Listen, I'm going to let you both enjoy the atmosphere out here. I'm going to start winding my way back towards the cathedral because I am aware that the Evensong has finished. We'll be back with more conversations and messages. We've just been talking to Annabelle Frost and Andrew Dima from Bristol, supporting Bristol and ringing for Bristol as well. We'll be back with some more messages after this.
Go Pensions is delighted to sponsor this year's National 12 Bell Final. Chris Stanley and the team wish all bands the best fortune with their test piece. Strong rounds in the tower and then in the bar. May your ringing be grand and be heard from afar. Strike well in the roll-ups and down through the middle. And when it sounds good, just give it a wiggle. Don't think of your pension or retiring just yet. If you do, you may stray, and a dodge you'll forget. Hold your nerve to the end, make sure it comes round. Be proud of your ringing, a magnificent sound.
Live from Guildford Cathedral, the National 12-Bell Striking Contest with Matthew Tosh.
And I'm standing at the west end of the cathedral on the cathedral green, or actually on a bit of concrete road at the moment. This is normally a sort of one-way system entrance to car park, but it has been transformed into the garden party, the beer garden, the beer tent, just a social area. It's where our what we call the graveyard pundits. We're not actually on a graveyard, but it's where people can listen to the ringing, as you've heard already, talking to people, giving their own take on today's performances. Just a really interesting conversation there with Andrew Deemer about performing for your target audience. If you've got any thoughts on that, let me know. You can get in touch with us. Still time to do that. 12bellstudio@gmail.com is the address. And you can also tweet us at National 12Bell or tweet me directly. It's at Matthew Tosh. Jenny Pick has sent a message in and said, thoroughly enjoying the Chris Stanley Go Pensions advert and the poem. That's gone down quite well with people, so well done, Chris, on that one. And just looking at an email here from Stephen Mitchell. He says, excellent broadcast, Matthew. I've enjoyed the very clear ringing transmission. I've been watching your show alongside the Test cricket from Leeds on the television with pint in hand. In both cases, closer to the play, but more distant from the atmosphere. You are doing well to bring it to life, though. Best wishes from Steve. Thank you very much, Stephen Mitchell there, who is listening to, well, it's kind of, I've just got one ear on us and one ear on the or one eye on the cricket. I'm actually going to start making my way back into the cathedral because I think I'm going to get rained on. There is a rather large grey cloud coming over, but I'm just going to get a little bit nearer to the cathedral, and I will attempt, as I do that, to read out some more messages. I'm sort of wandering across with my laptop at the moment, and if you can hear the wind blowing, it is just whipping up a little bit more, but that is the nature of these events and doing live broadcasts. I'll just get a little bit closer to the cathedral, and it just makes it a bit easier for me. There we are, in a bit of a shelter spot here. Let's just go to another email. From Nick Bowden. He's given his armchair judgment that it is between Birmingham and Guildford. Do you know, I don't think we can call this, because I've had people saying to me Cambridge stood out. People saying a couple of people have mentioned the home band. Some people have mentioned Birmingham. You've heard from Birmingham ringers themselves. Not entirely sure who is going to be the winner. So it's very, very difficult to call at the moment from the messages coming in, the people I'm speaking to. But if you've got any thoughts on that, I would love to hear from you. And if you want a reminder of how to get in touch with us, here's the details.
Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you. So why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. Tweet us at National 12Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Okay, let me just tell you a bit about the bands that we've heard from today. In alphabetical order, in the programme that we've got, there's a little bit of information about each of the teams. And we heard from the college youths earlier after their ringing, and they've written a little piece in the programme. It says, building back from the pandemic has been the main task for the college youths this year, with our main measure of success being based around on what we had to ring and how well we ring it. The recovery is certainly going well, both in terms of the high standard of our ringing and the social in the Williamson's Tavern afterwards. Our Tuesday night attendance, where our 12-bell band comes from, has somewhat changed, and this means that a number of people who are entering as part of the college youth band for the first time, there being 5 changes in personnel compared to the 2019 lineup. Whilst we don't have a similar tower to Guildford available to us, we do have the opportunity to ring the touch pretty regularly at a variety of towers, and this has been going well so far. We hope that our approach will pay off and enable us to put in a top-class performance. So that was the piece written by the college youths. Just turning the page on my little programme here. We've now got Birmingham. Birmingham says that as restrictions in ringing lifted during the summer last year, we were fairly quick out of the blocks in resuming our 12-bell ringing. However, the effects of lockdown were noticeable. Sore hands, muscle wastage and the lack of fine motor control all needed to be overcome. And indeed, we've just been hearing from Steph Warboys about that. They say Sundays at the Bull Ring got back to normal and the weekly peel attempts at Birmingham Cathedral resumed in August. The determination to get back into practice was strong. Birmingham Ringers also say that they're very fortunate to have an influx of young talent into the city, and this reflected in the lineup for 2022. Which brings new enthusiasm into a seasoned team. After a comfortable first place in the Bury St Edmunds Eliminator, the team has the final in its sights and is determined to put out a competitive performance. Right, I'm just going to get pause. I'm going to give you the Bristol team information. But what I'm going to do first is I'm just going to go inside the cathedral. So there'll be a little pause just whilst I dash inside, and I shall resume talking to you in there. And I am now back inside the cathedral where the people have just been listening to an organ recital. There's an even song as well, and so it's a bit warmer and a bit more shelters in here. And I'm just going to give you the rundown of Bristol next, what Bristol have written, their little biography in the programme. It says Bristol now enjoys a good run of reaching the final through its placings in recent years, though its placings in recent years have varied from the high of 2nd in Aston to 7th in Cambridge. We've lost some ringers due to travel and the arrival of babies, but this should be no problem as Bristol Ringing continues to enjoy a strong community of experienced and talented ringers to draw from. Bristol has focused on its ringing togetherness and hopes that following some strong practicing it can execute a well-controlled and tidy touch. The only seeded team never to have won before, at its best the Bristol team might be the one to watch. Now this is what the teams are saying about themselves. You've heard them perform. What do you think is the lineup is going to be? You can let me know via email. Just email me 12bellstudio@gmail.com. On to Cambridge next. Cambridge said that getting back to regular 12-bell ringing has been a gradual process, and as with a number of bands up and down the country, Cambridge have lost 1 or 2 regulars due to the lockdown. That said, there is still a strong core, and this was underlined emphatically at Chester with a win in the Eliminator there. Notably, this was without having been there for a practice beforehand. On the day that the practice was due to happen and in the weeks leading up to the contest, around half of the band had tested positive for COVID, and so it was a huge relief just to make it to the start line. Well, I'm sure it was. The strategy of let's just relax and ring to our natural style clearly worked, and this should give a deal of confidence at Guildford, and it promises to be a great day of ringing and socialising. That was the biography from Cambridge. We'll go to Exeter next. The word from Exeter is that 12-bell ringing in Exeter took quite a while to get going again after the pandemic, and it has taken even longer to get up to 12-bell contest standards. Last-minute COVID-related changes in the days immediately prior to the Chester Eliminator meant we weren't as prepared as we would have otherwise been. One of the replacements rang that day the touch for the first time. Qualifying for the final has given us the opportunity to regroup and continue with focused practices to bring the quality of our 12-bell ringing back up to pre-pandemic levels. Today we come to Guildford with a mix of experience and some 12-bell final first-timers, although we are sure they will rise to the challenge and put in excellent performances. Winning the contest in home turf in 2019 was obviously a real high for the Exeter team. Can we follow that up this year with another podium finish? Well, hopefully not too long to wait to find out. The judges are due to be coming back into the cathedral sometime after 6 o'clock, I think. We'll try and get an update on that for you as well. That does give me enough time to give you the biographies from the rest of the teams as well. We'll go to Guildford next. Going through these in alphabetical order. Guildford first entered the contest in 1982 and has competed most years since then. They've made it to the final 8 times, despite a strong track record of being placed 4th in the Eliminators. They've got some good results to their credit, including an Eliminator win at Leighton Buzzard and 3rd place in the final at York Minster many years ago. It's very much a local band, and they've always enjoyed the opportunities that the contest provides to achieve high-quality ringing at home and on unfamiliar bells. This year, as the host team, things feel a little different, with the inevitable anticipation as to how the locals will perform on their own bells. Despite not having to qualify and being very comfortable with a large ringing circle, the challenge of competing in this year's final is not underestimated. And that's on top of them, of course, doing everything else to make this event actually work and happen. That brings me next to Ipswich, and this is their first entry since 2007. Their last appearance came in 1991 when it was hosted on home soil. The team of 2022 contains some of the band from that final 31 years ago, complemented with a blend of homegrown talent and established faces who have rung for other teams over the years that are now resident in Suffolk. Having entered only once previously since the turn of the century, Ipswich are very much back in beginner territory when it comes to this competition, so earning a 3rd place in the Eliminator at Bury St Edmunds was as much a surprise for them as it was for everyone else. Can the team from Suffolk push themselves further and pull off another surprise result at Guildford? Well, whatever happens, be assured that the Ipswich team will be making a healthy contribution at the bar. That's that word again, isn't it? The bar. We're getting a bit of a theme here. OK, just behind me, I've got people starting to file into the cathedral in anticipation of the judges giving their results, which we are expecting sometime after 6 o'clock. As I say, we will try and get an update on that. I'm currently going through the biographical entries in the programme that everybody here has been able to get their hands on and buy. Each host tower, when they put these events on, they put together a little brochure. Gives you a bit of local information about the bells, and important information about the bands as well. Oh, I've got an update for you. We are expecting the results. This has just come in. We're expecting the results around about 6:20. So we've got a little bit more time yet. So going on what Julia was saying this morning, that means they've got to do a bit more deliberation. They may be having to listen to some of their recordings that they've taken and cross-check their mark sheets as well. So that brings me on to back to the biographies in the programme, and we'll look at Melbourne next. And Melbourne say that it was 25 years ago that they first entered the 12-bell contest. Despite the fact that 4 of this year's band also competed in that contest, the average age of this year's band has significantly reduced from their last appearance. They're pleased to welcome Emily Hall, Daniel Page and Luke Groom, who we spoke to a little bit earlier, for their first final, and they are confident that their inclusion has strengthened the band. Melbourne ringers say that there's been a strong competition for places this year, and we are therefore have some very able reserves which might still prove important in this post-Covid era. 14 years have passed since Melbourne last failed to reach a final. That record shows that the team consistently perform, and we hope that we can get it together on the day and perhaps secure a place in the top 3. So that's what Melbourne said about themselves. Next, I come to Oxford. And the Oxford team were delighted, as was probably obvious to everyone else, to qualify for the final from the St Magnus Eliminator. The draw there looked tough, and yet another entry on the infamous list of Oxford's 4th place finishes looked like a very real possibility. In common with many teams, COVID enforced a late band change for the Eliminator, but despite the reshuffle, the band produced a solid performance to seize their place at today's Stag Hill Do. At the Exeter final in 2019, Oxford test piece was very unfortunately curtailed through circumstances beyond anyone's control. But 3 years has been a long time to wait to make up for that disappointment. But the band will be determined to do so and will enjoy the day, having earned another place at the high table. Indeed. The Cumberlands, the Society of Royal Cumberland Youths, they say that they are celebrating their 275th anniversary this year. Just imagine that, a ringing society that's been going for 275 years. They've approached the competition with renewed vigour, entering a band made up of regular attendees at the Wednesday practice nights in London. The COVID pestilence reared its ugly head but did not prevent a solid showing at the Bury St Edmunds Eliminator. 8 of today's bands participated in a disappointing performance at Exeter in 2019 and are hungry to make amends. Joining them is valuable local knowledge, a returning big hitter, a 12-bell Virgin, and a kidnapping from the Birmingham band. I love what they've written here. Only one ringer remains from the Cumberland's last winning entry in 1997. They say that 25 years is a long time to wait, beyond living memory for some of today's band. However, with another big anniversary and Cumberland ladies liberally applied throughout the ringing circle and judging team, who knows? So that is the lineup of the bands and what they've said about themselves. All eyes are looking on the cathedral now. People are starting to wander back in. I don't think anyone's told them that it's going to be another sort of 20 minutes or so before we get the results from the judges. But that is the latest we've had from event control. It's going to be about 20 minutes. What I'd like to do now, though, is just talk to a gentleman who's just come up beside me. It's Philip Pratt from Bristol. Also, the guy behind Avon Ropes and also Big Wilson Muffles. Phil, how has today been for you?
It's been an exciting day. Well, it's been quite nerve-wracking actually for the first half of the day because we were due on 5th, ringing for the Bristol team. So it's quite. I'm quite nervous at the moment actually. So it's quite nervous having a microphone shoved in your mouth, but also when you've got this sort of thinking of I'm going to have to ring and I'm going to have to psych myself up for the test piece, and it's quite a sort of a relaxation just coming down the tower afterwards, thinking can't do anything else now. We've done it. We've done what we can do.
But that's it, though, isn't it? Because it's done then, and you've got that relaxation. But I'm just curious, when it comes back in, because there is anticipation growing now because we're about to hear the results. Do you, as a ringer, although you say you've done your performance, do you feel those nerves coming back?
Yes, apart from the microphone being put in my mouth at the moment, I do feel a little bit nervous because I want to win, just like everybody else does in the competition. But you've got to. Well, it's the anticipation. It's the build-up. It's the thing you've been waiting for all day. For the adjudications to actually sit here, and they will generally go through in reverse order, and the suspense. By the time they get to about 3rd or 4th, and you're like, they haven't read out name yet. And
they always slow down, don't they? That's the thing. It just draws out that tension.
And certainly when they do the eliminators, they sometimes get to 4th and then go 1, 2, 3 or something like that, and they change the order around. So.
Yeah, I can completely get that, and you can see just looking around the room, people coming in, you can see that sort of anticipation, the nerves on people's faces. Let's talk about the day. I mean, you've had a chance to wander around. What do you make of the organisation here?
It's been a fabulous day. I think there's been quite a lot of people here. I mean, I was a bit sort of not sure how many people were going to be here, but there's probably a good 500, maybe 600 people. So it's been a good turnout from everybody. It's been a good spread from the Guildford ringers, Guildford Cathedral ringers. Good beer.
A nice setup outside. Each time I've popped out there, it seemed very, very chilled. Sometimes it can be a little bit more raucous than others, but it just seems that people are just really pleased to be out.
It's a lot more personal because there's a smaller group of people that are here. There's a lot more faces that are should we say, the core 12-bell supporters, the core 12-bell ringers, so probably as a result of the train strike, there's far fewer hangers-on that would have just come up for the day. I dare say there's quite a few already, but there's probably not as many as there would have been.
Yeah. Well, listen, Philip, thank you so much for talking to us, and thank you for supporting the broadcast as well. We really appreciate that.
No, not a problem, and I'm pleased to support the broadcast from Avon Ropes and also Big Wheel Spell Muffles.
There we go. So Philip Pratt there from Bristol, and also supporting the broadcast, and that's it. And as we talk, more people are gathering. Few people sort of saying, oh, hang on, we've got a bit longer to wait. What's going on? I think the message is just starting to filter out, which means actually you listening to broadcast, you're getting the information, the very rapid information updates as it all happens. You're getting the information faster than some of the people here at the actual event. Okay, let me go to the inbox. Emma Buswell has emailed us and says, thank you for the amazing events today. She says, shout out to Neil Buswell and the 12 Bell Committee for putting on such a fantastic event. Emma, thank you very much for that message there. We've got that out for you. Absolutely, lots and lots of work going on behind the scenes. Joanna Franklin emailed us this morning. If you remember, Joanna was supposed to be ringing for Exeter, but is unfortunately unwell at the moment. But she's been back in touch again. She says, thank you so much for reading out my message. It really made my day. And thank you for the entertaining commentary, interviews, etc. Throughout the day. In my attempt to be an armchair judge, right, this is where it gets interesting. I would put Birmingham, Guildford and Bristol as the top three. But in what order, I just don't like to say. I thought Cambridge, the second half especially once it started, and Oxford also rang well, and Exeter obviously, but she goes on to say, I'm biased. Well, yes, that is it. But yeah, armchair judges, do keep your results and analysis coming in. We'd love to hear from you. Still time to get messages in. It's 12bellstudio@gmail.com. You just hear that buzz in the background. That is people coming in to the cathedral, and lots of light coming into the cathedral as well. We were talking to the Dean earlier this morning about the design of this space. There are stained glass windows at either end. There's one up above the high altar as well. It's a beautiful sort of dark blue stained glass window, but the windows either side of the nave have only got stained glass at the very bottom. And the rest of the windows are letting lots of light in as well. So it's a really light space as well. Lots of people gathering. I think the Bishop is coming in to do the results as well. So we should be here. And we just had another update. They think it could be a little bit earlier. The latest update we've got from the judging control room is that the results should be expected around about 6:10 now. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Don't mute your devices. We will keep you up to date as the situation unfolds here. There is a lot of anticipation for the results. Who out of those bands that we've heard today are going to be announced winners of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest 2022? If you have just joined us and you haven't been paying with us all day, my name is Matthew Tosh and you are listening to live coverage from Guildford Cathedral. I'm currently sitting in the nave. We've got cameras in here. You might be able to see me. I'll turn around to one of the cameras and just wave at the camera. You might be able to see me. That is me there, but you can see all of the other people gathering. We've just had an organ recital in here and evensong as well. And the event was put in motion this morning by the Dean of Guildford Cathedral, the very Reverend Diana Williams, and she drew the names out of the hat which decided the all-important order for the ringing today. And in her notes in the programme, she says a very warm welcome to Guildford Cathedral. I hope you all, whether you're a competing team, a visitor, organiser, helper, and I guess, because she was talking to us earlier, listeners as well, hope you have a very enjoyable day, particularly those of you who are here in the spacious surroundings on Stag Hill. Now I have to comment about the hill because the cathedral itself is up on high. It's quite an imposing position, and you get a cracking view across Guildford. But when I went up the tower yesterday, I could see across to Canary Wharf in London, I can see across to Wembley. And on the other side of Guildford, there is a castle, and lots of the promotional pictures of Guildford Cathedral are actually taken from the castle as well. It's almost like Guildford is in a little bit of a valley. So I'm going to take a little wander through the cathedral, and just a reminder, if you want to get in touch, here are the details.
Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you. So why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's Ringing and Chat. Tweet us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com. 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Well, as the music kicks in, this really is just complementing the anticipation that is building here in the cathedral. Seeing Cambridge Ringers just go past. Liz Ormes just walked past, carrying a little food bag by the looks of it, but smiling, but a sense of ooh, how have we done? Look on their faces. Yeah, ringers are really piling back into the cathedral now. Word is out that we are not far away from those all-important results. You'll hear them live and uninterrupted here on the live broadcast. I'm just going to move to the further down the cathedral and to take a little wander because I want to be down the front when the results come out so we can hear what's going on. Oh, just passing Eleanor Lindford there, who's just coming back in. Lots of familiar faces. It's really good to see. I'm going to be down. I'm going right down the middle, right down the front of the cathedral, as if people are expecting me to do some sort of speech. But no, I'm talking to you, listening wherever you are. I've just seen the bishop walking past. He's shaking hands with Mark Bell at the moment, so things are starting to take shape. I reckon we've got we've certainly got over 100 ringers in here at the moment, just awaiting for the all-important results.
Got it.
I've just been handing my computer as well, so I can keep an eye on messages coming in. And I just want to say a big thank you to those of you who have been getting in touch today. It really does make it, it's your show. This is your show. The reason we do this is to bring the competition to those of you that can't be here in person for whatever reason. It could be a very practical, logistical issue. It could be illness. It could be a train strike getting in the way as well. But the point is, we're here covering the competition for you as well. And as I turn around behind me, the screen that has been used to relay pictures from our live broadcast and pictures from the bell chamber has now been switched off. And that's because that will become the results board. So as the results are announced, they will be displayed on that board there. But just about that screen, it has been very much a focal point here in the cathedral today. It's very interesting when people see bells ringing, just pictures of bells ringing, with or without the audio, they're kind of mesmerised by it. And it's a very methodical thing to look at. And I know we've had comments coming in online that you appreciate seeing those bells moving, and you're also prompting those questions about vibrating clappers and the space and the acoustic deadening that we have around that ringing chamber, which of course has made it slightly more challenging for the people ringing the bells here for the competition, because the acoustics has been cited as one of the more challenging aspects of this particular contest final. The bells themselves, the go of them, the physical go of them is pretty good. There's almost no tower movement, no frame movement, which is great mechanically. But the acoustics, what you're hearing in the ringing chamber, may not necessarily reflect what the judges are hearing and what you are hearing through the microphone. And that goes back to what Andrew Deemer was telling us just under an hour ago in his comments. Who are you ringing for? Are you ringing for the judges? Are you ringing for people outside? Where are those people listening for? Is it possible to make adjustments to your ringing so that those people get the optimum experience? Well, that will all come true very, very soon. We shall find out as the results are announced by our judges. Just say hi to Ian Scott, who is listening online. He's just sent us a little tweet, and lots and lots of familiar names appearing on the screen as well. So thank you very much if you have been in touch. We are in the nave of the cathedral at the moment as people arrive. Just watching the body language of the organisers as well. Neil Buswell there is talking to the bishop. The Dean has now appeared as well. I spoke to the Dean this morning, the Very Reverend Diana Gwilliams, Dean of Guildford Cathedral. She has now arrived as well. She's currently talking to Mark Bell. And Chris Rogers, Chris Rogers kept a bit of a low profile today, but has been instrumental in the organisation. He's popped into the studio a few times, but he didn't want to be on air or anything, but has been very well involved, and actually was one of the people that stayed late last night to help us, or sort of babysit us, keep an eye on us in the cathedral, because we were working late until about 10 o'clock last night. Hayley Barnett, one of the previous contest secretaries, has just come in and is just sitting behind where I'm standing at the moment. A lot of people here have been involved in the contest in many guises in the organisation. A lot of them have been involved in organising finals as well. And as we heard from Rhiannon Meredith a little bit earlier, when you've done that and you know exactly how much work has gone into putting these events on, you have a new sort of restored respect for the people behind the scenes, getting that buy-in from the cathedral chapter, making all the arrangements, sorting your local suppliers, and in the case of Guildford, of course, doing the fundraising. And if you want to know about the fundraising, I strongly recommend rewinding this broadcast and finding the section where I spoke to Caroline Peverett earlier today, because she gives some great advice on fundraising if you're having to raise the funds to help put on an event like this. And that's partly due to the fact that here at Guildford Cathedral, the catering's all done in-house, so the ringers weren't able to do any of the catering and make money on that, which is one of the places where ringers can make a little bit of revenue, shall we say. If you've just joined us, my name is Matthew Tosh, bringing you live coverage from Guildford Cathedral as we await the judges' return. Some of the key people have reappeared, but no sign of the judges just yet. And do you know what? I'm going to have a little sneaky peek up the corridor, because I can actually see, I know where the judges are hiding, you see. Although the door is firmly closed. That door is tightly closed at the moment, so no sign of the judges just yet. We've got Andrew Wilby standing in the aisle at the moment. We've heard from him today, telling us those stories about the college youths at Leicester and their win. And also Andrew is involved here, of course, because representing Taylors. It is the Taylor Trophy that the teams are competing for. I think we've got away with the weather. It does seem to be relatively dry outside. There is a dark grey cloud looming, but I think it has passed by the side, because I'm just looking at the ringers coming in, and they do seem relatively dry. Well, certainly dry in the sense that they haven't had rain on them. I can't comment about any other sort of dryness. There's plenty of liquid flowing in other ways. But no alcohol allowed in the cathedral, so everybody's finished that outside. People just slipping off jackets, getting themselves comfortable. And now the logo has appeared on the screen in readiness for the results. Do stay with us. We are awaiting the judges. And we've got... actually, I'm just going to ask my production team again, just give me a numbers update. We apparently have about 425 people listening online. Very welcome if you've just joined us. If you've been with us all day, well done for sticking in there. You're in it for the slog. But no, we've got some dedicated people. A number of people have also had it on in the background. We do it as a radio show, so you can listen. It's passive listening is perfectly acceptable. We've had people sending in their results, their predictions, and just going through those predictions. I found it very difficult to get a sense. Some people are citing Birmingham, Guildford, and I think, if anything, perhaps Birmingham and Guildford are the names that are coming out. But we have had a couple of people mention Cambridge as favourites. So I'm just quickly scanning through my my emails again to see if I can see anything. No, Birmingham, Cambridge and Guildford seem to be suggested as favourites in relative equal parity at the moment. So a very difficult one to call. And of course, there have been a lot of changes in the bands. You heard me reading through the biographies a little bit earlier, and also the teams, when we were interviewing them, commenting, citing that change in personnel. It's an opportunity to bring new talent, nurture new talent, but also we've got the fact that ringers haven't been doing a competition for 3 years, so it will be really interesting to hear what the judges make of that and whether that's had an impact on their performance, the ringers' performance today. Well, the production team have just come to say they're still closeted away. That's the judges. They're in the chapter house room, their octagonal room, beavering away, just making sure that they've got their results right, that they've got that consensus amongst them. An incredibly pressured moment for the judges. The teams have had their pressured moments. It now turns to the judges. I think most of the ringers are in now. There's just a couple of stragglers coming in from outside. That anticipation. It's very exciting here. Okay, for those of you waiting, if you just joined us, we are awaiting the judges to return back to the main body of the cathedral as they prepare to present their deliberations. We've had 10 teams doing their performance today. Which one is going to be the winner? You're about to find out very, very soon, as we bring you the results live from Guildford Cathedral. The Bishop's made his way in, and we'll obviously be saying a few words. We've got the Dean here as well. And just to remind you, which teams are fighting for this title. I say fighting, makes it sound like it's not a fight, it's a friendly competition. We've got the College Youths, Birmingham, Bristol, Cambridge, Exeter, Guildford, Ipswich, Melbourne, Oxford and the Society of Royal Cumberland Youths. One of those teams in the next few minutes will be announced the winner of the 2022 Taylor Trophy. This is the National 12 Bell Striking Contest. Now I can tell you, I'm looking up the corridor, the judges have appeared from the judging room. I can see them before the congregation in here can see them. They're just coming into view. You can hear the response. Mark Bell just shaking hands with Julia Cater, leading the judges up the steps. And they'll take up their positions. Just doing a bit of furniture removal here.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you all for coming to the results. Before I hand over to the judging team, I'd just like to run through a few thank yous for all the many people who've been involved in such a successful day. So first of all, I'd like to thank the Dean of Guildford, the Very Reverend Diana Williams, the local ringers for the use of their bells and for all their help, particularly the core organising team who are sitting here at the front of Neil Buswell, Chris Rogers, Nigel Smith, Caroline Prescott, Chris Ridley and Richard Burton. Next, I would like to thank the judging team, so those here today, the Chief Judge Julia Cater, Tom Hinks and Alex Riley, but also those who were judging at the Eliminators. They were Simon Gay, Leslie Boyle and Lucy Woodward. Also, the technical team led by Dave Richards and ably assisted by Craig Robertson. The secretary of the organising committee, Liz Evans, who sadly wasn't able to be here with us today. To let you know, the Marquee Bar will be open until 7 p.m. After that, the nominated pub is the Britannia on Millmead, which is near the station. Next year, the contest will be held with the Eliminators on the 25th of March and the final on the 24th of June at Sheffield Cathedral. Before I hand over to the judges, Caroline Prescott has asked me to know that she's got a rucksack which has been left, and so if that belongs to anyone, please see Caroline. The final thing, if you're a member of the committee, please come up after the results for the brief meeting. So now I would like to hand over to Julia to start the results.
Mark Bell there handing over to Julia Cater.
Thank you very much, Mark. And thank you all for your patience in waiting for us to finish our deliberations. And welcome to all of us, those of you here in the nave in this huge cathedral, but also those of you listening online, both in this country and around the world. I'm hoping you have found Guildford a splendid venue for the 12 Bell. It has been a long time coming for you. And the cathedral dominates the city on the hilltop here, but I'm understanding there's been plenty of space for socialising, and I hope you've all had a lovely day. We have too, and we've been very well looked after by Chris Rogers and his team, so thank you very much for that. I'd also like to echo Mark's comments to thank Dave Richards and all of his technical team, because they put in an extraordinary amount of work behind the scenes, not just in preparation for the day, but all throughout the year. And I have to say, his support for me, and probably you as participants, is very, very well received. Thank you. And my final thanks actually goes to you as participants in this final, but also the 8 teams who participated earlier in the contest,
and indeed the two teams who were thwarted in their entry to get this far. You all were preparing at the back end of last year in the height of the pandemic, so your preparations will no doubt fraught with uncertainty. Your decision to get involved will have created a positive ripple both in your towers but the ringing communities around you. So I thank you very much for doing that and for making the contest what it has been today. And now to the ringing. I rang my first peal here in 1981. It was my first of Surprise Maximus. And I remember feeling quite disoriented, ringing one of the front bells in that straight line, and also looking out over the vast cavern of the ringing room and the widely spaced ropes on the other side of the circle. I remember the sound being a little indistinct, and that combined with the space of the ringing room made for my first peal of Maximus as a 10-year-old to be an extra challenge. Since then, there has been quite a lot of effort and investment to improve the sound. However, the inherent challenges of the ringing space and circle remain. Some would say that that makes this an interesting venue for a 12-bell final, because the bells are not too difficult, but they're also not easy. And what that has meant for us today is that many bands have produced good ringing, but few have sparkled. Many teams were close in their fault scores and in their ranking. In fact, Tom and I would go so far as to say, as it's been the toughest final we have ever judged. With that introduction, I'm now going to hand over to the two assistant judges. First of all, Tom, who is on your left, who is snapping at the heels of David Durnley to be the most decorated 12-bell judge. He's going to tell you a little bit more about what we thought of the individual teams. And then Alex, who is the other Cumberland lady on the stage, is going to tell you the actual results. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. I'm also taking inspiration from David Durnley in my choice of blazer today as well. So, Team A. This was a very strong start to the day. There was an excellent rhythmical framework, strong tenor ringing, and very good control from the little bells. Any minor errors were swiftly addressed and did not detract from what was an outstanding piece of ringing. The peal speed was 3 hours and 32 minutes. Team B. This piece had a strong structure and rhythmic vision. As the band relaxed into the performance, the ringing became increasingly accurate and confident, and the second course in particular contained long sections of excellent ringing. Peal speed 3 hours 43 minutes. Team C. This team set off at a brisk pace, accelerating into the start of the piece. This did lead to a somewhat unsettled start, with some hesitations and disagreements about the approach. The course end was rung well, however, and was followed by a good settled section of ringing. The peal speed was 3 hours 29 minutes. Team D. There was a good framework to this piece, with another strong second course following a well-struck course end. There were some inconsistencies and hesitations within this framework, which at times detracted from what was overall, however, a good piece of ringing. And the peal speed was 3 hours and 30 minutes. Team E. There were many very strong individual performances in this piece, which generated, as a consequence, plenty of good ringing. The overall rhythm developed as the piece went on, and the band worked together to overcome any minor inconsistencies in the structure and framework. The peal speed was 3 hours and 41 minutes. Team F. This piece really settled down as the band got into the ringing. There were some inconsistencies in the leading and a minor method mistake after the course end, but the band recovered from this well, and the peal speed was 3 hours and 39 minutes. Team G. We enjoyed listening to this piece, which had a good, positive approach and showed lots of potential. At times, errors accumulated to slightly mar the overall effect, but this was nevertheless a strong performance. Peal speed, 3 hours, 36 minutes. Team H. This was also an enjoyable piece to listen to, with a good rhythm and lots of nice ringing. The errors which did occur within the piece were usually recovered from well, and the band had a good finish to the piece. The peal speed was 3 hours and 39 minutes. Team I. The beginning of this piece was a little hesitant, with some disagreement over the speed and approach between the front and back bells. This improved, however, as the piece went on, and that led to a good finish. Peal speed, 3 hours, 45 minutes. And finally, Team J. This piece had a strong rhythm, and the tenor was rung particularly well. The beginning of the second course in particular was very good indeed, and as a result this was a really nice finish to the day. Peal speed for that one was 3 hours and 40 minutes, and I'll now hand over to Alex for the results.
So the all-important moment. There's Tom Hinks there. Alex Riley is about to give us the results. We usually get these in reverse order.
Okay, now for the all-important results. In 10th place, with a score of 60%, is Team C.
Ooh, Ipswich there.
That's Ipswich.
In 9th place, with a score of 67%, Team I.
Melbourne.
Melbourne there.
In 8th place, with a score of 70%, Team F.
That is
Exeter.
In joint 7th place, with a score of 75%, Teams H and G.
There we go.
That is the College Youths and Guildford.
So the home team there taking a joint, I think that would actually be joint 6th place, I suppose, but joint place there.
In 5th place, with a score of 77%, Team D.
That is Oxford.
Emphatic there from Mike.
In 4th place, with a score of 81%, Team E.
That's Bristol.
Bristol.
In 3rd place, with a score of 84%, Team J.
Cambridge.
So Cambridge taking 3rd place there.
In 2nd place, with a score of 86%, Team B.
The Cumberlands.
So second place there to the Cumberlands.
Which means in first place with a score of 93%, Team A.
Birmingham.
So Birmingham returning to first place in this contest after 4 years.
I would now like to ask Bishop Andrew, the Bishop of Guildford, to present the Taylor Trophy to the captain of the winning team.
The Right Reverend Andrew Watson takes to the centre of the steps there, shaking hands with Michael Wilby from the Birmingham Band. Lifting the Taylor Trophy, which is actually quite a weighty trophy because it's got bell metal on it. He raises it aloft. And you can hear the reaction from the audience here. The first contest for 3 years.
So I hadn't really prepared anything for this because I thought this year was going to be a huge lottery. 2 years away from, quality 12-bell ringing due to the pandemic, and anything goes. I just want to say, fantastic to see everybody here, and collectively we're all back. Yeah. See you in Sheffield.
And Mark Bell's just come back to the microphone.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Have a good journey home, and as Michael says, see you next year. Committee, please come up for a quick meeting.
Absolutely fantastic there. I'm just going to grab this man, Michael Wilby. Congratulations. You're holding the Taylor Trophy. How does it feel to have that back in your hands again?
It's absolutely fantastic. I really didn't know that this was going to happen. The whole thing has been difficult the last couple of years, and getting everyone back up to speed, we did really well. I'm delighted, absolutely bloody delighted.
So what's the plan tonight? A little celebration somewhere?
Yeah, lots of celebrations.
I think well deserved as well. And for coming back to a contest after 3 years, it's been quite a break, hasn't it?
A huge break, and I'm just absolutely delighted that everyone's here. It didn't really matter who won this year. It was just the fact we're all back.
Congratulations. Have an amazing evening, and congratulations to the whole team.
Thanks, Matt.
OK, I'm just going to grab a word with Julia Cato as well. What a busy day for you. How are you feeling?
I've got a massive headache.
Oh no! Listen, I'll be kind to you. It was very interesting to say you genuinely found it quite tough today.
Yes, I mean Birmingham were, well, I obviously didn't know it was Birmingham at the time, but Birmingham were very, very clear winners. And then there was about 6 teams then who were all good, but really quite close. So, and it was really, that was down to the bells, actually. The fact that it's really hard to produce sparkling ringing on the bells. Good ringing, but not sparkling. So it was really close.
Fantastic. Well, listen, thank you very much for sharing your wisdom with us. We've had some great comments about some of the interview that you gave this morning as well, and listening to you there, it's been a challenging day, and you've obviously pulled together a very well-oiled team.
Yes, we've all worked really hard. We've fed off each other, bounced ideas around, agreed things as a team. Not just the 3 of us here, but with the eliminators as well. So we've all approached things consistently, and I'm very, very grateful. And I'm ready for a beer now.
And well deserved that one is as well. Julia, thank you for talking to us. Have a great evening, and hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Thank you, and you. Cheerio.
So let's just give you a rundown of the results. So the Birmingham obviously taking the winning place. We've got the Cumberlands in 2nd place, Cambridge in 3rd place, Bristol in 4th place, 5th place goes to Oxford, 6th place is joint between Guildford and the College Youths, Exeter take 8th place, Melbourne take 9th place, and Ipswich in 10th place. So there we go. That is the lineup of this result. That's been on your screen as well. And in the cathedral here, lots of people analysing what has been happening, and just just sheer relief. It's good to be back doing ringing again, and anybody associated with Birmingham as well, clearly up for one heck of a celebration tonight. So that is bringing us to the close of the broadcast here, and I just want to say a huge thank you to everybody who has been working hard behind the scenes. It has been a great privilege to be here, to actually be talking at a live event again, and also to be able to just relay that to people around the world. We've thoroughly enjoyed your messages wherever you have been listening, and sharing your take on today's ringing as well. Congratulations to Birmingham and to all of the teams that have taken part today and have shared their thoughts with us today. If you've enjoyed listening to it or you've missed any bit of it, don't forget that you will be able to catch up with all of today's coverage on YouTube. It is there, it's going to be archived, and indeed you can listen to all of our previous broadcasts. Just go to the 12 Bell, the National 12 Bell page on YouTube. That's our channel. If you subscribe to it, we can keep you informed of when our next events are coming up as well. Do bear in mind it just takes about sort of 4 to 5 hours to archive it if you are trying to listen to it later this evening. But that is it from me, Matthew Tosh. Gareth Lawson and Robert Convey are my producers, who I must thank. We've had Matt Fusey doing all the visual stuff. Huge thanks to him as well, and also to Pete Spain, and a tremendous thank you to all of the team here at Guildford Cathedral for an amazing welcome. We'll see you again next year at Sheffield. Until then, take care.
You've been listening to live coverage of the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final at Guildford Cathedral. It was presented by Matthew Tosh. The producers were Gareth Lawson and Robert Convey. Vision was brought to you by Matt Thusey and Dave Richards, with special thanks to Guildford Cathedral for the use of their technical facilities. The broadcast assistant was Pete Spain, and the executive producer was Matthew Tosh.